excited to see how today goes. Appreciate everybody tuning in to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, Cyberpunk, as we are going to be moving on to the schedule. As you are seeing so far, we are currently in the semifinals and then moving forward straight to the grand finals. Team Ace and Ignis Esports going head-to-head in a best-of-5. The winner will take on the Bloodhounds in a best-of-7 for the grand finals. The Bloodhounds, who took down Endables in part 1 of the semifinals. I'm your host, Steph Weezy. Appreciate you guys tuning in across the land of Dawn. Today is the final day for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament. That's right, a tournament that we put together for teams to have a chance, 32 teams exactly, to compete for a cash prize of $1,000, partnered with Raz and partnered with Outplay, and also Moonton pitching in for a 100,000 diamond prize pool to anybody that was competing that hit top 16. Today we have an amazing caster's desk. We'll be rotating it through as we progress through the best-of-5 first series and then the grand finals as well. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump over to our caster's desk. Man, with the plan, UA in the building. How you doing?
I'm doing great. We're super excited. All these emblem systems and changes, the meta shift, and I'm super excited to be here today.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, man. Two big teams going head-to-head. Ignis Esports Team Ace, and you mentioned the shift in the emblems, right? That's one of the things we got to kind of focus on. Like, I know people have been watching all these tournaments, even internationally, but none of them have been running the new emblem system yet, and it's definitely going to change the game entirely. I mean, there's just so much that has changed. You can pretty much mix and match any of the main core emblems together. So as we jump into this Ignis Esports Team Ace, let's go ahead and look at these predictions.
Oh man, the predictions. We got two Team Aces from both you and I, actually, and Eunice, Rem, and Deku all choosing for the IGS team. So a little bit of challenging from both sides, but seems like it's going to be good games all around.
Without wasting any time, we're going to jump straight into the draft. I got Ignis Esports on the blue side, and you've got Team Ace.
Now, we talk about these two teams right now. Team Ace, again, one of the fan favorites, at least from my own server, my community, myself. I've watched Wolf growing up. Head to that top 16 slot, just almost barely not making it into the top 8 from the last NACT. But on the other side, you have the IGS team and a lot of known players around the North American circuits. These are going to be players coming in from the LATAM tournaments, but these are all like veteran seasoned, along with Kush and Zia on their team. That is a very explosive team right there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of familiar faces today that are competing, right? You mentioned Kush over there. You mentioned the LATAM tournament too, right? They're not only competing in the MLSA, but they're competing over there in LATAM as well. And they're doing a pretty good job. So I know they had a match yesterday. I got to actually check and see if they won it. But today is a new story, right? Today is the semifinals. Whoever wins in this best-of-5 will progress on to the grand finals to have a chance at that $1,000 cash prize and also earn the title to be the top in the MLSA. So as we are looking at the bans going forward, so far for Ignis Esports, nothing out of the ordinary. You're going to go ahead and take out the Joy. I mean, that's definitely not the worst decision. The Lancelot, I mean, we know how destructive Lancelot can be with that tanky build. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Well, the Lancelot's a little bit more of a target ban. I think so, especially towards the side of Team Ace. Wolf is a very great assassin, so I do think we're going to be seeing something like a Ling, a Lancelot come out, or even a Fanny. But on the other side, there is Kush, and he also does extremely well with all those, and wow. The first target ban comes out, you see that Alice, we saw Ziggy's play it throughout the whole entire tournament, but that does leave quite a bit of heroes open. We have the Fredrin, we have the Fanny still, the Kadita, the Valentina. There's just so much available right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of meta walking on the table. Like, when they target ban that Lancelot and then you go for an Alice as well, like, you're leaving a lot to grab up. I mean, we still have suppression on the table. Akaja is still a viable option as well. You mentioned the Fredrin definitely can be a problem. I mean, both artillery mages are up for grabs as well, so you never know which way this is going to go. I'm feeling like maybe trying to target the Arlot here, maybe a possible plan for Team Ace. I mean, if you let that walk, I could definitely see Ignis Esports picking that up first. Arlot, one of those heroes that kind of has an easier time when you have a stacked up team composition of CC. It can get more of those Marks of Astros to be able to go in and wreak havoc, and honestly, one of the best XP laners to today's date.
Yeah, Arlot is great, but you could also put something like a glue, Lapu Lapu, Yuzong. There's so many things available, and with the new emblem system coming up right here, I mean it's already out. There's a lot of teams that are just experimenting differently. We got like that 1-3-1 style coming up where there's just no marksmen, and there's just so many different play styles right now, and I'm just super excited to see what type of play style these both teams chooses today.
Yeah, I mean, and we know the draft is half the battle, right? It's definitely important to get some great picks in here, as sometimes the draft is what costs teams the game. And we're going to go ahead and see this Valentina taking off for the side of Team Ace. Not the worst decision. The Valentina, when it comes to drafting, nice and early, provides pressure. Makes you have to kind of think twice when you pick a hero against it. Can be able to use any ultimate that you have against you. So that is going to be the finalized first half of the ban phase for the side of Team Ace, and answered with the Franco as well from Ignis Esports. And now they're going to go in for their first pick. And okay, I don't know about this one. Hovering over that Hanzo and now a Saber. They're definitely trolling, but like we said, there's still some valuable high quality targets on the board that need to be hit right here, right? Maybe going in for this R-Lot, maybe that Kaja for the suppression. There it goes.
Nice prediction. The Kaja comes out now. It's a little bit interesting because there's still so much available. There's an Arlot. There is the Fredrin that's been used quite a bit. Ling, Kadita. There's just so many different heroes available. But wow, a very quick response. It's almost like they allowed IGS to pick up that Kaja so they could grab up 2 of the strongest picks right now.
Yeah, and the thing about Kaja is, like, when we look overseas, when it comes to meta, Kaja performs really well. But in North America, some teams just typically have a harder time pulling it off. And I think that is something that Team Ace is kind of leaning forward into. Let them pick up the Kaja. We can overwhelm that single target CC and beat them in the draft. Now, they got the Eve, right? The Eve and the Arlot synergy is insane. You drop down that manipulation, it slows down everybody in that 5x5, and then Arlot gets instant eyes to be able to do some damage.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit tough. They banned out the other suppression, and IGS does lock in that Fanny. We love that Fanny pick, but that Esmeralda pick is very interesting because we've seen this pick happen in plenty of different tournaments already. They sometimes even choose to play this gold lane Esmeralda full damage, so that is going to be a flex pick on the side of blue, but the counter is going to be the carry here.
Yeah. Now, when they slotted in this Fanny, right, and they took out that suppression, that is going to be a problem for Team Ace. I mean, you're looking at an Eve who's more stationary. The only mobility that the Eve really has is that flicker. So with that Fanny being on the table, nobody to stop Fanny in their tracks. They need to pick up a Kufra, but there it goes. Ignis Esports takes it out.
Yeah, the Kufra is gone, but there's still a few things that might hold well against it. The Mincetar does extremely well. Something like a 2-stun combo like a Ruby or even a Chow is also available on the board, so we cannot count them out. And in terms of the junglers, there is still going to be, CC heavy, utility focused junglers like Fredrin or even the Akai that is potentially available. But with this new meta coming out, it really does seem like it might be favoring towards something like an Assassin's playstyle.
And guys, everybody tuning in, today is the grand finals and the semifinals. I see a lot of questions about that. It is 2-in-1 combo. Since we didn't go live yesterday because of the Latam tournament for Ignis Esports, we respected all the teams and their schedules. Today, we decided to extend the live stream, so the first half is going to be the semifinals best of 5, and the second half rolling straight into the grand finals. Hopefully that clears up a couple of those questions out there. But as we are going through the draft so far, that carry being locked in. Now, that you mentioned they have the Esmeralda, right? Yes, the carry can definitely chunk down a lot of that HP, especially when it comes down to the late game. And carry, we know how much of a tank burster she can be. And they haven't even slotted. Well, I guess they have their roam, because their roam's going to be the Kaja. So I'm really curious for Ignis Esports with this draft. If they're going to go something more group CC for the XP lane. Mincetar still on the table. It's definitely an answer, like you said. And they haven't picked their roam yet. Maybe they pick up the Mincetar to not allow them to get it for the side of Team Ace and slot it in the XP lane.
Okay, well, this is a little bit tough, right? Traditionally, we don't really see 2 marksmen go up against an assassin, especially when there's nothing to protect the Fanny, to peel off the Fanny. But Team Ace does decide to go with the Granger. Now, this is a buffed Granger, especially with the emblems coming out. I've seen this work in ranked games. I've seen this work even in the professional plays. People are starting to pull out some Yi Sun Shin, some Grangers, Ling, Lancelot. Those are the big heroes that they typically like to go. But, you know, this Granger might be a little bit sticky because, you know, Fanny is just really hard to deal with.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, the double marksman combination right there, that's like 3 backlines. And you're going up against this Fanny, and we haven't even seen Fanny play so far in the Cyberpunk tournament. I believe this is the first appearance of it, so you got to be careful, right? I mean, Granger, even though he got the buff, we know Granger has trouble when he's not able to get these early neutral objectives. If he can't get online early, it may be a problem, but wait a minute. Finalized draft. Team Ace just picked up the Minotaur for the roam position.
Yeah, I've actually been watching some of the scrims, and Minotaur has been a good pick that people like to pull up, especially when there is a lot of CC that's being banned out, and there's a lot of combinations. But jumping straight into the draft right here. Both teams looking pretty good with all the new emblems coming out.
Yeah, looking super strong, and like you said, this is a best of 5. Only one team will move forward to the grand finals. Bloodhounds already sitting there in their seat, ready to figure out who they're going up against. I'm sure they're tuning in, watching, taking notes so far as we were looking at Ignis Esports going up against Team Ace. And again, like UA kind of hinted on, new emblem system is in effect. This is possibly one of the first tournament scenes that we have when you see the new emblems in effect. So anybody out there trying to go pro, hey, get your phones out now, take some notes, and check out these top teams fighting in the semifinals for the Cyberpunk tournament.
Yeah, I think especially with the new emblems coming out, things are going to be pretty interesting. Depending on what type of emblems these junglers take, it will determine how fast they're going to be clearing. But you're going to see a little bit of invade coming in from Tamal right there, making sure that, hey, this Granger's not grabbing up this blue for free here.
Yeah, you already see the invasion over there on to this purple buff. Tamal gonna go ahead and use that Ring of Order. Mobile Wolf trying to burst him down. Tamal, though, overstaying his welcome, is gonna flicker out, but gets caught by Monkey Miles. First blood has been drawn for Team Ace.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an overextending. We do like to see Kajas going aggressive, especially in the early game, because he just has the ability to trade. But Kush looking to invade.
Is gonna rush in, typical Fanny rotation, going straight for that orange buff, and for a kill, gets revenge on Monkey Miles for taking down Tamal, and it looks like Kush is gonna get out of there with no penalty.
Yeah, Kush is looking real nice on this Fanny. We've seen him on this Fanny quite a bit in previous tournaments, but a little bit stalking Kush's back right there. He is able to grab up both buffs, and Mobile Wolf still on his blue buff, but
Tamal having a hard time, very low. Speedy Light was with the flicker in from Kool-Aid. Is going to secure yet another kill for Team Ace, 2-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but Kush coming in.
Like a menace is going to find Kool-Aid to respond. Kush is just the Avenger right now. He's getting revenge for anybody that falls on his team, and he's keeping them tied up on the scoreboard. But look at the flicker out. Replic able to escape that Death Sonata from Mobile Wolf.
Hate to say it, but leaving Fanny open, especially for junglers that love to use the Fanny, especially with the new emblems. It's going to be really hard to deal with, and there is tournaments out there, especially like the Snapdragon tournaments, where Fanny is being picked and banned at such a high rate right now. So it's extremely tough to kind of see it, but a small turtle fight there, everyone looks like they are level full. The Sky, Tamal right there.
Yeah, both teams fighting it over into this turtle pit, needing this first objective to kind of take control of this game. This is like a power check right now, right? Whoever can claim this objective will be controlling this game possibly, as Mobile Wolf is going to secure it with the retribution for Team Ace. Down goes the manipulation. Kush trying to find a kill, trying to find a response back. Can he get one? Mobile Wolf very low. Kush missing the cable, wraps around Mobile Wolf, and he's able to get out of there alive. No members fall in that engagement. Team Ace securing the turtle, but wait a minute, King Kong is gonna find Dogtor alongside Sky. And Replica gonna find Sky as well. What is going on right now? Body dropping left and right, only 3 minutes in. Kush is gonna get a kill as well. He's gonna go ahead and find King Kong off screen.
Yeah, well, that was a 2-for-1 trade for Ignis Esports. Although Team Ace was able to grab up the blue buff, that invade happening from Kush.
Looks like Kush was able to secure the purple, able to get it with that retribution. Gonna deny the farming from Mobile Wolf on the Granger.
Yeah, but, you know, when we talk about this Granger, he does not actually require the blue buff. So even though it is a setback in terms of the EXP, you already see a small level gap in between the Fanny and the Granger, but it's all good. Kush on that top side.
He's gonna rush in, able to get the kill before we can even finish our sentences. Just showing you the mastery of his Fanny. I mean, this is Kush from Ackerman, one of the top teams in North America, going in for yet another kill. Desanata not able to hit the mark. Kush able to cable out just in time, but Mirror's Passion, Dawning Light, missing Moki Miles by a hair.
Now, with the new emblems coming out, I think we're going to start seeing a similar pattern here. Most of these games are going to be extremely kill-oriented, very bloodthirsty. Back then, you know, we would see a couple kills fall here and there before that first turtle, but we already have 8 deaths on the board from both sides adding together, and we could also kind of predict that, hey, these matches might actually go pretty short. We're talking about 13-14-minute matches long because both sides are looking to be extremely bloodthirsty, kill-oriented, and
and a huge synergy in the mid. Gonna grab Sky. Kush gonna secure the kill with the assistance of the Dawning Light. My goodness, the synergy from Ignis Esports in the early game is on point so far, but Team Ace is not too far behind, but it looks like Ignis Esports may be able to take this turtle uncontested.
Yeah, Kush is on a 4-0 kill streak right now, and Wolf is actually able to grab up this gear buff, but not before being really invaded by Doctor there. But one thing that is happening great for Team Ace is that Marksman on that top side, Mochi Miles, was able to give him a lot of pressure, but another invade happening from IPS.
Ooh, and Kush gonna deny the recall back from Kool-Aid. Cutthroat goes down. Ring of Order from Tamal. Not able to take down Kool-Aid. He is gonna be able to get back to the base, but a very close call. The mobilization on Moki, Ring of Order from Tamal as well. Heavy presence from both teams on the top side.
Yeah, but IGS does have the gold in their favor, especially from the Assassin, Jungler, and also the Beatrix 2, 0, and 1 right there. Those are the 2 priority targets that you don't really want to give that gold to. But Ignis Esports playing out this game so far so good. It is a 6-minute game, so wow, another kill happening mid side.
Yo, Sky's just not having a good game right now. Kush is just finding a way to him every single second. It is a Fanny. It's a Fanny in the hands of Kush too, man. It's insane. He's already has 5 kills. It's almost a kill every single minute of this game.
Yeah, and we kind of talk about the punish coming out from the draft. You mentioned it earlier, getting that Eve up early and banning out so many of those mages and going directly into a Fanny. It just does not have the mobility and the takiness it needs to survive the cutthroat coming out from that hero.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a tough pill to swallow, right? How are you going to stop Kush in his tracks? They have nobody to really deny him from pathing around with his cables outside of that Minoan Fury from this Minotaur. I mean, yes, Fanny can be caught in CC now, even when cabling, but that's like trying to catch a fly with 2 fingers. It's just not going to happen, as you are going to see the Divine Judgment in the mid lane, and Bennett's Rage Replicate going to take down Sky and also claim the turret for the mid lane.
Yeah, it's way too hard. You see a 2K goalie, but Kush, yeah, see right there. The Minotaur's Fury does come out, but Kush just kind of flies away right there. I feel like the only thing that can actually catch the Fanny right now would be coming out from the R-Lot, but even then it's going to be hard.
And there it goes. Kush pathing in, tries to take down Kool-Aid. Now, something that they do have in their favor is that they have a lot of marksmen, and typically you'd be like, well, they got a lot of marksmen, so this is good for Fanny, but I mean, they can burst down Fanny from range if they can make it to that mid to late game and get the items that they need, but it looks like Ignis Esports, they realize this and they want to finish this early.
Yeah, and wow, Kush going in.
Is gonna rush in, is gonna possibly find Mobile Wolf, but no, Mobile Wolf is gonna find him. I got a quote in Quirky on this one. I'm not trapped in here with you. Or I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Is going to go ahead and find that kill. That is going to be Kush's first death so far, 7 minutes in with a 5-1-0 KDA.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking about earlier how the marksman's range is kind of able to just kite away the Fanny, especially towards that mid to the late game where Fanny's Pyre Spike isn't going to be enough, right? You have this Granger, he's allowed to build defense. You also have the carry on the bot side that is able to build defense. And woo, maybe he does grab a back kill on the boss side.
Yeah, able to pick up that kill with ease and just showing you how that damage is going to start scaling. And this is where it may start becoming a problem for Kush. I mean, you're already starting to see the potential of damage that Team Ace has available to them.
Yeah, and Team Ace's build, everyone has armor with a steel leg plays with Tamal.
He's gonna rush in, flicker in with the Divine Judgment. Manipulation drops down with the RWM. Huge play, but Kush trying to find a way around. Is gonna find Mobile Wolf. Very low though, is gonna cable out just in time to Maul. Will fall in the process though, so that's a 1-for-1 trade, but I'm still giving that to Team H. You lost a roam for a marksman.
Yeah, but the RWN coming off from Sky, able to pick up that extra kill right there. Although the Wolf did fall. Whoa, another fight.
Another fight as Kush goes in, picks up another, finds Sky. Kool-Aid very low, gets the double. Kush, the mid lane jungle menace with these cables, giving Ace a problem. Man, he was just 5-1-0 2 seconds ago. He's now got 8 kills.
Yeah, and you know, with the new emblems coming out, there's just so much fights out now. I really have to adjust how I start casting because it's just fight over fight. But King Kong coming in, trying to deny the lord.
Divine Judgment is going to grab him. Kush is going to secure the turtle and a kill. My God, the Mystic Field for the stun. Replic takes down Mobile Wolf as well. Nothing was traded back in that engagement. Everything was won by Ignis Esports, and Team Ace was not able to find an answer.
Yeah, Lord marching down onto the bot side. IGS right there, looking to siege onto the opposite end. We have a 10-minute game right here. It is 13-6 now. There's going to be a lot of towers falling, especially with this Lord coming in right here, because Tamal just has Divine Judgment, and IGS just has the utility available to just siege towers after towers here.
And there you go, Falling Star Moon. Dogtor is gonna rush in, needs to get out though. Ziggy very low and slowed down. Speedy Light Wheels almost sending him to an early grave, but no, he's not gonna fall. Very low in HP though. Looks like they are gonna have to pull their punches, but they're still inching their way up the map.
Yeah, and we kind of look at two marksmans. Marksmans does have the scaling towards the late game, but Kush.
Man, just look at how much damage Kush took in that engagement, right? He almost got there to get the pick off, but almost got picked off himself. And this is like playing a game of Russian roulette now when it comes to securing that kill on this Fanny. Is they definitely have the damage.
Yeah, Fanny's just kind of looking for that one shot, one kill, and there's just too many targets for Kush to kind of go for. You got Sky, you got Wolf, you got the other marksman, the Kool-Aid, Chicken Lover right there. There's just so many targets that Kush can just delete off of one single spell right there.
Yeah, and he has to be careful on who he picks. I would definitely be checking their items, right? I'm going for the one that deals the most damage, but speaking of damage, still a lot of pressure inside of the jungle for Team Ace. Final Slash goes in, Divine Judgment, RWM drops, Replic finds Moki Miles. King Kong has fallen as well. Ziggy is going to pick up that kill with the Xavier. Replic trying to get another. Sky able to get out. Dawning Light down the mid lane, and down goes the tier 2 turret as well.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like Team Ace has the answer coming out for the Fanny right there. A 9-1 position, having almost more than half of the kills from Ignis Esports, and so many items have been fulfilled on that hero. He has the penetration coming out from the Malefic War, and also the Hunter Strike. There's just so much damage coming out from Ignis Esports. I don't think any armor is going to be protecting Team Ace from that Fanny there.
Yeah, you're going to have to be very careful on how you engage this now, right? We are slowly getting to that mid-game power spike for these teams, and as you mentioned, these items are getting there. I mean, we already seen that Corrosion Strike be built up over there from the carry, the Golden Staff as well. The Beatrix already having that Blade of Despair to pretty much deal some of the highest damage outputs in the game, but looking at the pressure right now from Ignis Esports, they have Team Ace with their backs against the wall. They need to find a way to kind of slow down, regroup, and turn this game around.
Yeah, right now Ignis Esports is just denying all the jungle creeps coming out from Team Ace. You can even see the Fanny in the backside position, and with the Dawning Light just giving so much vision towards the side of Ignis Esports, and looking to start the load a little bit.
Just look at Kush. He's just waiting for one of those marksmen to jump in there, man.
Oh,
Kush
yeah,
is just waiting. This is the game of his life. He's been waiting to pull out this Fanny. And this is his chance. Here he goes. Mobile Wolf is the one who gets caught in the Kush trap. But no, Kush not able to secure the kill yet. King Kong rushes him and no fear for that quadruple knockup. Kush is going to take down Mobile Wolf. Replic is going to find King Kong. RWM drops down as well for the zone's control. Dawning Light missing all 3 members of Team Ace by an inch. They were almost taken down there, but this is going to create the opportunity for Ignis Esports to take this Lord.
Yeah, we saw that quad set coming out from Mochi Miles, but it's just not enough. Team Aces does not have the draft, does not have the damage to be able to hit through Ignis Esports right now. And, you know, all honestly, just all has to come down with the items that are available on the board for Ignis. They are already up a 6K gold lead, and there's just so much defensive items coming out from Ignis Esports that nothing that Team Ace, even with 2 marksmen and a quad set coming out from that Mino, is stopping them from winning any of the team fights right now.
Yeah, there's such a huge advantage, and this is where Ignis Esports needs to close this out before the economy evens back around. As you are going to see the Lord crashing on to the bottom side, top side being cracked in as well. Sky very low. Kush is going to pick up the kill. Still pathing around, is going to be proccing that immortality. The mega kill does go down from Replic, is going to go ahead and find Kool-Aid Chicken Lover. That is a mage and a marksman down for the side of Team Ace, but they are not done. Dogtor and the Lord fighting against Mobile Wolf, King Kong, and Moki Miles. Lord is going to fall. You are going to see Namir's Passion go down. Dawning Light as well. Neither going to find any members of Team Ace, but the falling Star Moon for the immobilization on a Mobile Wolf. You are going to see that sniper go out as well. Not going to be able to connect, but Kush is going to find Mobile Wolf in the back line. Moki Miles needs to get back, but Dogtor for the denial. Look at the base Crystal, 25%. Man, what a game! Ignis Esports claims victorious for match 1 against Team Ace.
Victory!
We talked about earlier some of the metas coming out. These games are lasting shorter and shorter. This is a 21-6 victory for the side of Ignis Esports right here. The MVP does go to Kush, which was picked up the Fanny during that first phase draft, going 12-1 and 2. You know, he just is just wrecking havoc, and there's just nothing that Team Ace can do to defend against something like that. Highest damage at 31%. And you know, in order to do that high of a damage on a Fanny, you must know your stuff right there, and especially with the cable mechanics coming out from Kush, that's going to be one of the heroes that I don't think Kush is going to be allowed on again in the series.
Man, I guess we see why Fanny is oftenly banned in the first half of the draft, right? Not only that, but I mean, when we were looking at the draft, we've seen a couple of questionable things. I mean, the Lancelot, which was a target ban, the Alice was taken off as well. Both of these heroes created that opportunity for that Fanny to walk, and then they banned what? The Kufra, they had the Kaja, and they took out the Franco as well. So, I mean, there was nothing to stop Kush from being an absolute monster in that game. So, for game 2, I think me and you both can agree, ban out the Fanny. This is just too much to deal with.
Was it worth it, the Alice fan?
Yeah, we'll leave that up to the chat. What do you guys think? What do you think Ignis Esports needs to do to turn this back around? But guys, speaking of this is a best of 5. That was only game 1. This is the semifinals for the Cyberpunk Tournament, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for the next match.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny motherfucker. Turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. On God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Semi and Grand Finals, a tournament that we've been hosting with 32 teams having a chance to compete for a $1,000 cash prize and 100,000 diamonds going to the top 16 teams. Partnered up with Raz, partnered up with Outplay, and sponsored by Moonton. Now, we're not going to waste any more time. We're in a best of 5. This is the second part of the semifinals. Whoever wins in this best of 5 will move forward to the grand finals. We're looking at Ignis Esports going up against Team Ace, and match 1 has already concluded. Now is Ignis Esports winning it with a passion of a Fanny into the hands of Kush, just on fire and unable to be put out. So let's not waste any more time. We're going to go ahead and swing on over to our amazing caster's desk. Kush, man, shoot, that was just insane, right? You weigh that Fanny, they gotta ban it out.
Yeah, no, the Fanny's gone for sure, right? And there's, you know, they probably second guess some of the other heroes that were banned out too. So something like the Franco, the Kaja, maybe picking up that early, maybe making it available. And, you know, the Arlott was given to the side of Ace, but they traded it for something like a Fanny, and it just still wasn't good enough, especially for that high prioritized pick right there.
And speaking of high prioritized picks, now moving on to the draft. Oh, you're already seeing the Fanny first ban of the game comboed with Ignis Esports taking out the Joy.
Now that is definitely something that needs to be banned out. It's either you pick it and play it, or you ban it out, especially against people like Kush or like Best Player, so those really high mechanical assassin players in North America. But all the other things that are still available on the board, the Valentina is available, the Fredron, the Lancelot that was banned out earlier too is available, and Beatrix was a really good pick coming out from IGS. I wonder if that's something that Team Ace is going to prioritize or maybe even target this time around.
Right, and something still on the table. The Navaria has still walked. I wonder if that's going to be banned out from Ignis Esports. I don't really see Team Ace banning it out. I would figure they'd want that to be our priority pick, but we'll see as this goes. They're going to go ahead and take out that Kaja, though. One of the Kings of Suppression has been knocked off the board.
Yeah, and those are two heroes that IGS was able to kind of pick up and play quite a bit in their last game. And wow, a Franco being banned out. This is especially towards Miles, which we actually saw him perform extremely well on the Franco. I think it was against Enables or something, but they just played extremely well. Actually, it wasn't Enables. Enables played Bloodhounds.
Yeah, I mean, the Franco is definitely something you have to watch out for. I mean, we know how deadly it can be. If you're on point with those iron hooks, it can literally just change the tide of an entire game. I remember that game you were talking about too, the Franco just being that deciding factor to bring them back from the deficit that they were in, and that may be a possible answer on the board. But you know, it's going to be taken out from Ignis Esports. The Navaria still walks, right? Do you take this out, or do you allow it to walk? Is that something that Ignis Esports is going to be comfortable doing? But wait a minute, they're going to ban out the Ling, and the only reason they're doing this is because they don't want to deal with that high mobility assassin into the hands of Kush.
Yeah, but here, Ling and Fanny being banned out, that means Lancelot is going to be the highest prioritized assassin. But we also can't forget, right? The Fredron is good. The Arlott also does pretty well. With two of the suppressions out, all the mages are available. We're talking about Navaria. We're talking about Valentina, Kadita. A lot of these heroes are available. Means, you know, both sides really have to watch out, because there's just, wow, okay, no assassins today here.
Oh, no assassins. I mean, now you're looking at the Arlott being picked up first for the side of Team Ace. I mean, that's probably the most valuable pickup on the board. The Valentina definitely can still be picked up. Oh, wait, Navaria's still on the table, though.
Navaria's still there. You have the Fredron available. Oh, wow. Wait, is that a look-in? Is that? Really?
So, do you think they're going to pick the Arlott and then pick the E for the third pick and maybe go for like a Fredron or something? I don't know. That's what I'm kind of assuming right now is that's really probably one of their best options. They definitely want the Arlott. I mean, the Eve, I can see it being picked up as well. I'm just wondering about that third position for the side of Ignis Esports.
Well, Novaria kind of likes to roam around the map, so Kadita is not a bad pick up right there. And Chow actually not being played that much, hasn't really gained a really big popularity, especially after the M4 when Echo was able to win with this hero. But with this new meta coming out, doesn't seem like people are really prioritizing it, but IGS kind of have a view. There it is. That is going to be the magic damage dealer, the fish, coming out.
Now, I mean, I'm not too against it, but I'm wondering if it's too early. I mean, they could have still picked both of these at the end of the draft. Neither of these would have been banned out. I mean, they haven't been banned already. So why show that this early? I probably would have waited because now you know what your mage is, and you also know what your tank is. I mean, they could have let them try and ban some things out, but now they're not going to ban out any roams, and they're not going to ban out any mages. And I feel like that's a little bit of a too early of a showing from Ignis Esports. But looking at Team Ace, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Brody, comboed with that Kufra as well. And that is going to solidify their first half of this draft.
Well, there's two sides to it. You kind of talked about showing your cards a little bit early, especially in that mid lane matchup. But also it is hiding the other cards. Maybe they want to look to adjust in that jungle position or look to adjust in even the EXP and gold lane, especially nowadays. They like to run a 1-3-1. So there's just a lot of possibility coming out. But I always like this Kadita pick, but the counter out, they do choose to go for that Kufa, and the Kufa was banned out in that very first game. So Miles on one of his comfort picks. I do definitely like this pick coming out from him.
And speaking of picks, Yuzong is going to be slotted for Ignis Esports. Now, does Yuzong work the best in this composition? I don't know. I'm not really too sure yet. I mean, he can probably get to Navaria. The Brody may be a potential problem. I mean, Brody has that corrosive strike to be able to stun and flicker backward, get the torn apart memories, and that may be a problem for a hero like Yuzong who's dive dependent. I mean, Brody's one of those marksmen you pick against dive compositions for the survivability. So we'll see how this goes. Something for Ignis Esports that they have going in their favor, though. We did mention a little bit on this Cho and Kadita combination. Was it too early? Time will tell. But something that they both provide that we can't miss is Cho is that single target displacement, right? He can get in there, get anybody of his choice hit with the Way of the Dragon for the knockup, and it's pretty much an instant kill as long as you have your team behind you to kind of make the most out of that setup. But same thing goes for Kadita. Kadita makes up for it because Kadita, not really single targets, group target CC, but for the mid lane position. So, and their survivability. They have a lot of mobility on their team right now, right? You have the Rough Waves, you have the G-Kundo, and you also have a Black Dragon for Ignis Esports.
Now, you kind of mentioned the Black Dragon earlier. If you don't know if it's a good pick, kind of just want to push this game onto that very first show where everyone is level 4, right? Navaria ult is really not going to be doing too much. She has to scale into that late game. And Kufa is kind of like a one-time all-set type of thing. And if he doesn't get that jump, it's not going to be that impactful. The only thing that Team Ace has on this very first trio so far is going to be a Brody, right? But on the side of Ignis, they have this Black Dragon. They have the burst pressure coming out from Kadita. They also have a Cho waiting to set the enemy's junglers. So in terms of Ignis Esports, especially on this very first turtle, seems like they just understand that, hey, we grab up this Yuzong, we're definitely taking up this very first objective here.
And now that, when I was talking about the Brody, I guess it kind of makes sense now why they picked that at the last position for the first phase, because they know they're going up against a dive composition and they wanted a marksman with survivability. Typically when you have that, you're more going for either a Brody's an option, a Claude with the BMI can definitely get in and out when needed, but they don't have the beefiest composition to really need that Claude yet. So I'm wondering if that was a possible game plan for the side of Team Ace all along. You are looking at the bans being finished for them as well. They're going to go ahead and take out this Wan alongside the Hayabusa.
Yeah, and a lot of the junglers being banned out. The Martis is gone, the Hayabusa is gone. That does leave the Fredrin available, but both teams are not biting onto that hero. And I think it's a great hero, if not in the jungle, onto that EXP lane. But whoa, Ignis Esports coming out. The 1-3-1, the Esme is going to be probably slotted into that gold position.
Now, something interesting that did not get picked up was the R-Lot. I thought we would have seen it maybe be slotted in, but nobody decided to prioritize it. They just let it go. Not even worried about it no more. Maybe it's the new emblem system. Teams kind of straying away and going for heroes that we used to see back in the day. I mean, right now we're looking at an Esmeralda. We're looking at that Dairoth. I mean, we know how that matchup used to go back in the day, right? I mean, the Dairoth typically would favor in there, but if the Esmeralda build a little bit of physical defense, and if they could take advantage of the early game neutral objectives, then she wouldn't really have the hardest time. Now, the Dairoth is going to be picked up, so I'm assuming this is going to be a similar situation, right? Yes, the Dairoth counters the Esme, but it's going to go down to who can get those first neutral objectives and who can start that snowball.
Well, we have a Julian jungle coming out from Team Ace. I don't think we've seen this throughout this whole entire tournament. Maybe this is something brand new that this emblem system has created, but I don't really 100% agree with it. I feel like Julian is a little bit lacking in terms of his spells. You know, once he uses his dash, everything goes on cooldown. He's just, you know, a sitting duck. But IGS looking to complete their draft, running a 1-3-1. This is something we've seen probably 2 years ago, and it's finally back. And the YSS, man, we always love this here. It's very action-packed, it's very fast farming, and it definitely is very spicy here.
Yeah, I mean, Yuzong and Esmeralda on the same team. I mean, honestly, this may be a first. I mean, there's only not too many teams running 1-3-1 composition. I think the only one that I've seen in North America was the Empire running that kind of thing. So to be able to see this yet again, but now into the hands of Ignis Esports, I can't wait to see how they pull this off.
Oh no, you talk about the 1-3-1 train. I'm telling you, the 1-3-1 train is coming, especially with the new emblem system. It means that everyone just has so much damage, and if everyone has so much damage, it means that, hey, maybe they can put that marksman in that jungle position, but heading right in, right?
Welcome to Mobile
That's right, jumping
Legends.
right in, as this is a best of 5, the semifinals for the Cyberpunk Tournament. We are looking at Team Ace going up against Ignis Esports. Whoever wins in this best of 5 will jump straight into the grand finals up against the Bloodhounds. Game 1 went to Ignis Esports, but now can Team Ace even out the odds?
Yeah, even out the odds, but I kind of want to just talk about how beautiful every single person's skin is. You know, you have the Cooper Collector, you got the Chow, skin, you got the YSS, got the Collector. Everyone is looking quite beautifully in this game, but a little bit of invade happening. Tamal is able to kind of check out, and both sides, they understand that they both started onto that top side. Still, even with the 1-3-1, both sides still choose to rotate towards that gold lane.
And this is just what Tamal likes to do, right? He likes to be that nuisance in the jungler's side for the enemy side. I mean, you're looking at it already, trying to deny the orange buff for Mobile Wolf as well. I mean, he did this in the last game with the Kaja, but he was first blood with his over-aggression and almost falling right there.
Yeah, almost fell right there, but they got to be careful because, you know, although I do not like the Julian pick, Julian's able to grab up his ultimate relatively early and get that enhanced chain, especially on that level 3. And wow, it does look like there's going to be a fight coming out on the bot side. It's a 4-man rotation coming from both sides, but top.
Yeah, looking at top side, King Kong very low, but can we just give credit to Kush? He already has level 4. He had level 4 like a whole 30 seconds before Mobile Wolf did. And this is just showing you the YSS is back in action, but on the bottom side, speaking of action, 3v1 situation still in effect. 12 seconds until this turtle spawns in, and the mobilization, the stun with enhanced chains. Ziggy very low, the wind up from the Tiger's Revenge. Can he get him? No, he's gonna cancel it out, not gonna go in for it. Realize that the objective is up, and they're gonna go ahead and shift their focus over to this turtle.
Well, I feel like it might be a slight misplay. They put so much resource onto that boss side, but unable. But Wolf
is going to get hit up with that knockup. Doctor going to find Mobile Wolf. First blood has been drawn. Ignis Esports is able to claim 1 member from Team Ace. And Kush is going to go ahead and get the turtle as well.
a first blood, a turtle, and also a buff, and even another buy one get one free onto that top side. Ignis is snowballing out of control. It does seem like they really do understand what is going on, especially with the new emblems and this meta here.
Yeah, already off to a good start, right? Like you said, 2 kills, first neutral objective, and nothing traded for it. And that is honestly the best outcome they could have pulled off within this past 3 minutes of this game starting. And the immobilization on the Moki, though, Ziggy is going to slow him down with his Esmeralda. Right now, you're just not really seeing Mobile Wolf profit too much. He already picked up 1 death.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of talked about the draft coming in earlier. Ignis Esports has a draft where they don't really need anyone to skill, but the Wave Dragon and the combination.
What damage! The Cho and the Kadena back in action. a synergy that we've seen overseas, right? Picking
Yeah.
up the way of the dragon and the breath of the ocean and the rough waves, able to pretty much take down anybody that they focus together.
Yeah, once again, you know, the Navaria needs time to scale. The Julian also needs to grab a couple items, but
Is gonna go in the knockup as well. Nikto is gonna get taken down. Man, right back at ya, says Team
Yep.
Ace.
and a small trade happening, but top dog tour getting that 1v1 advantage, already up 2 kills, especially against the Dyrok. And we thought the Dyroks should be doing pretty well, especially against any of these EXP laners, but not happening.
Way the dragon on a Mobile Wolf, very low, needs to get out. Retribution able to claim his purple buff. Kush on the chase, the Black Dragon from Dog Tour. He's diving all in. The Furious Dive is gonna find Mobile Wolf. Kool-Aid gonna take him down, but not in time.
Hey man, that dragon is at a 4-in-1 position right here. If he wants to send himself straight into the enemy's base, I don't think any of my IGS is stopping this man. But outside, a small siege, and also the turtle being started from the side of IGS.
And that just shows you the survivability on the Brody, right? Nikdale tried to take him down with the Breath of the Ocean and the Rough Waves, but he was able to move to the side. Corrosive Strike out with no penalty. But the turtle is going to go yet again to Ignis Esports, slowly climbing on these objectives.
Yeah, but I don't want to look at some of the emblems, right? We have Ziggy's right here, and also that dragon, both having the base smite. And for those of you guys that don't know the base smite, it's going to be 5% extra health coming back every single time you use a spell. I think maybe even just an auto attack onto an enemy. So both EXP and the gold, whoa, mid.
Ooh, huge Petrify and the Breath of the Oceans. You're gonna find Mobile Wolf down again. 3 deaths so far. The jungler for Team Ace off to a rough start. Mountain Shocker drops down for the vision. Tamal knows they're in that bush. The Tyrant's Revenge winding up. Falling Star move for the immobilization, but the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall. Wait a minute though. You're gonna see Sky from afar trying to get that sniper ready. Airborne knockup on Monkey Miles, almost taking him down. But Ziggy and Nikto not even phased, still gonna maintain this pressure on the bottom side.
Yeah, Nick, though, on this Kadita, the kill pressure is just too hard. Whatever that team IGS chooses to set, especially on Tamal, Nick, though, just kind of comes and picks it up, but Tamal picks.
Ooh, Mobile Wolf very low. Finds his 4th death. Kush is going to claim his life right there. King Kong is going to find Tamal, able to trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, but the one is going to be onto that roamer, and some of the targets they really want to try and kill is going to be Nikto and even Kush on this YSS, because YSS farms really fast, and if you don't shut him down real fast, he's going to be out farming everyone on the map.
Man, and just look at Ziggy on this Esmeralda, right? Just putting a lot of pressure and not able to burst him down. I mean, he's just bullying anybody that he comes into contact with, and the only one who can really burst him down is the Brody.
Yeah, he's huge right now, but you know, that's just the power of putting this Esmeralda onto this gold lane. And when you say Brody, I don't even think Brody has enough penetration, but maybe he can trade that tower.
And there he goes, able to trade a tower, but now the knockup on is Ziggy, very low, trying to get away. Torn apart memories, maybe on the way, not gonna use it, just gonna secure it with a basic attack. And down he goes, but Nikto knocking Sky Airborne is going to take him down as well. 1 for 1 on the board, but Kush going to claim the turtle for Ignis Esports.
Yeah, I bite my words right there. Esmeralda did fall down, going for 3 targets, but you know, you have the Kadita able to pick up that Novaria, and when they picked up the Novaria and Ziggy and Nikto went for that Kadita, I kind of knew that this was going to be a matchup like this, right? The Kadita can just camp bushes, but Tamal maybe looking to trade a little bit.
And you know, they're playing very aggressive, Ignis Esports. As soon as this game started, you saw Tamal rotating around into the jungle, trying to give them a hard time farming, and the way the dragon onto Moki, caught in the chain CC. Doctor is going to secure that kill. Now the Black Dragon goes out as well. We talked about their team composition. They have a lot of mobility between the Chow, the Black Dragon from the Yuzong, the Esmeralda, and look at that airborne knockup. Sky very low, able to get out. Nito almost claiming that kill.
Well, that's just the thing coming out from 131 is that they have two very extremely strong lanes coming out from both the EXP and the gold, which means there's no babysitting, right? And if there's no babysitting, it means the roam is able to kind of just walk around freely. If he wants to go invade the jungle, he can do so. If the mage wants to just go to the EXP lane and pop a petrify, he can also do so. So Ignis Esports, it does look like they understand the meta coming out right now. I'm not saying the marksman meta does not work with the gold lane, but it's just going to be very hard. But why?
Tamal able to bait out some utility, not going to fall in that process, and still getting everything that they desire for Ignis Esports in today's game.
No, but isn't this a breath of fresh air, right? This 1-3-1 style that we've seen in such a long time. And, you know, we're going into kind of a bloodthirsty meta where it's just kills after kills after kills and just fighting. But King Kong,
he's going to rush in, though. I think he didn't realize how many members were there for Ignis Esports. Kush is going to find him. Sends him to an early grave. Tamal with the concealed play. Tries to rush with the Jikundo. Hit with the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall for the double stun. Black Dragon from Doctor dropping down. Furious dive into the tower. A knock-up on a Monkey onto Mobile Wolf. But he is very low. Needs to get out. Torn Apart Memories is going to find him on his way out as well. Killing Spree activated. Kush going to claim the Lord. Kool-Aid going to find Nikto. Monkey going to find Ziggy. That is a 3-for-1 trade. But a Lord going to Ignis Esports.
Yeah, 3-for-1 trade. So a lot of gold kind of coming back from Team Ace's side. Scoreboard is 7-10. It is 10 minutes, but they're still down quite a bit of item. But you can kind of see Mobile Wolf on that Julian grabbing up that new scythe, and might just be enough to get Tamal.
And this is what they need, right? Find Tamal. He's just been such a problem. He's still able to get away with the Jikundo. This man is Morpheus from the Matrix. How do you stop him?
We need to figure out what type of shoes he's wearing because he be gliding around the map super fast. But Lord marching down on top side. King Kong already in position. And Mochi Miles looking to jump on Doctor.
Ooh, huge stun, huge knockup. And the damage from King Kong for the response. Doctor is going to fall in that process. A great synergy composition right there from the side teammates. They do got to run. They need the same shoes that Tamal was wearing, but do they have them on? Tamal rushes in. The way the dragon for the knockup. His shoes are a little bit better. And Kush is going to find Mobile Wolf. Kush may be able to find another. Takes down King Kong for the double. Lord making his way on the top side. Conceal play from Moki. He needs to get away, but he's running on the wrong side. The Nicked on the chase, the knockup, the dodge. He needs to get away. Bouncing bones, all he has left. And Kush is going to take him down.
Hey man, you know, Mochi Miles was able to kind of buy some time baiting two of the members, especially that YSS, right? He's the one that's going to be pushing all the towers, and the YSS, instead of pushing with the Lord, was just chasing Miles around. Now, you could call that a misplay, but you also did grab up that one kill and Tamal.
Ooh, huge knockup. Airborne on to Mobile Wolf and the Petrify. Kush gonna find the kill. Sky gonna find Tamal to respond. Kush gonna find Kool-Aid. Gets a double. King Kong is gonna find Dogtor. Both sides trading 1-for-1. Man, what an explosive game. You're gonna see the Divine Blade picked up from Nikto. The knockup on a Monkey Miles for Ziggy. Man, they are not letting their foot off the gas for either side.
Yeah, you see a 6K gold lead, especially after this first load. It makes me wonder if Team Ace has the resources available to defend against the second one, because it's definitely coming. And you can already see Kush, 11.5K. That is a whole 5K above the enemy jungle. We haven't seen this happen very often, especially with the YSS. It kind of tells you, man, this new emblem is really putting us back in time where YSS, Roger, we're going to see so many of these damage and marksman junglers come out and play here.
Yeah, it's just nice to see these teams fighting their hearts out, putting on a great show for the second game of today's best of 5, the semifinals for the Cyberpunk Tournament. I mean, look at Ignis Esports having everything they want. They have not lost a single turret in this game. Luminous Lord is in play, but it looks like they're not even going to go for it. They are going to go in for some pressure in the jungle and wave management, but now Monkey Miles not going to connect with that knockup. You are going to see Nico rushing with the Breath of the Ocean, though. A lot of damage. Kush rushes in, finds Kool-Aid. Now, Ace on the run. Kush is going to find Mobile Wolf. Another falls as Kush finds a triple. Wants the Maniac. He is going to try and get it. Time is on his side. Down goes one turret. King Kong and Sky left to defend against the full team of Ignis Esports. Can they claim game 2? The airborne knockup. Kush finds King Kong, an unofficial maniac. But wait, Sky left alone. Another airborne knockup with the way of the dragon. Kush claims the inhibitor. Ziggy finds Sky, and down goes the base crystal. Ignis Esports claims game 2 against Team Ace.
Victory!
Oh, we love this 13-minute game. 20-10 is going to be the scoreboard for the side of IGS, and Kush again grabbing up that MVP 11-0-2. This is the second time he's been on this damage assassin jungle role and is able to kind of carry his team up to that victory, right? You look at the side of IGS, you see that the Esmeralda and the Yuzong both farming up to that 9k gold, but you see Nikdo and Tamal around 7k. That kind of tells me that they have these two anchor side laners pushing for their lanes, but you got the supports happening at mid side, so we might be turning into a 1-3-1 where, hey, the mage and the tank are rotating around with this scaling marksman in the jungle and making sure that, hey, these two are going to be the supporting cast for that jungler. And heading into this third match, Kush already grabbing up 2 of the MVPs. I do believe he is the man that Team Ace needs to shut down in order to get this victory.
Man, it was a lot to kind of break down right there, right? So many engagements in that match. I mean, you hit it right on the target with this new emblem system. You see more of fights than anything before the objectives, and I love to see it. I mean, who wants to sit there and play like a game where there's only like 5 kills on the board? I love when it goes to like 10 to 20. That's 30 kills that we've seen just with that match alone in a 13-minute game, a 13-minute game.
You're going to see teams rise up, You're going to see definitely teams rise up with this meta. New king slayers. It's either you keep up with this meta or you die here.
That's right. I mean, this is the battle of might, and it's just going to determine who has that little bit more of that grit. And, man, this is going to put Team Ace in a very awkward position, right? This is match point. This is a best of 5, 2 wins into the hands of Ignis Esports, which means they literally have to get a reverse sweep to win the series.
Or Cancun.
Well, there you go, guys. Also,
or Cancun.
For those in the audience, find out what shoes Tamal is wearing. We'll definitely try and get them sponsored and put them on the show. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to you guys for Game 3.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. On God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come ride with me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament semi-finals and also grand finals right behind it. Man, The series has been insane. We're looking at Team Ace going up against Ignis Esports in a best of 5. Whoever claims victoria on this will move forward to go up against Bloodhounds. It's going to be an insane match. So far, it's 2-0. Ignis Esports having the advantage with match point. May be able to get the sweep over Team Ace with an easy series, but Team Ace may have a strategy right around the corner. Let's figure out what's going to go on. Let's jump on over to the caster's desk. Man with the plan, UA back in the building. Woo!
Yep. And
What a
then,
game.
you know, maybe they're going to have a reverse sweep, right? They see this 1-3-1 and maybe they're going to adjust towards it. I think that's just the beauty of this new emblem system because we really don't know what's going to happen, especially with these drafts coming out.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen between these two teams. And speaking of the draft, let's go ahead and jump straight into it.
Beautiful, right? Last draft, we did get to see a Yuzong and Esmeralda come out, and it was really, really hard to deal with. But I do believe we're going to see some similar bans coming out from Team Ace. I don't know about IGS, but at least for me, we don't let that Fanny go through. The Ling is a possible thing that we might be able to kind of let it see through. But coming out from IGS, I feel like they just have a stronger grasp on, especially the current situation in the metas.
Yeah, I mean, Ignis Esports has been very creative with their draft so far, right? They pulled off the 1-3-1 that you talked about, and honestly, it was a very easy fashion. It makes it very hard to draft against them. Now, on the other side of the table, Team Ace has been a little bit more interesting with their drafts, right? They pulled out a double marksman composition against a Fanny, and they had no suppression and decided to pick up a Minotaur in its place, and that was game 1 for those who weren't able to catch it. Game 2 was the 1-3-1, and I mean, I didn't expect them to pull it out, but they did, and they did a really good job, and that just increases their difficulty to play against when it comes in the draft. And you don't know, are they going to pull out a marksman in the jungle and do the 1-3-1 with 2 fighters on the side, or are they going to play the traditional normal setup that we normally see? But who knows, as we are jumping into the draft so far, something that is now staying consistent for Team Ace is taking out that Fanny.
Yeah, the Fanny has been taken out, but you could also see the Lancelot being banned out against Wolf. Mobile Wolf, again, a very good assassin player, and the same thing comes out from Ignis Esports. Now, the Kadita does get banned out. We saw the Kadita being banned out the very first match. We also saw something like a Kufa being banned out, but what I'm more interested is seeing the priorities of the assassins, right? Back then, when we were banning 4 mages, you know, I would prioritize mage picks. That's the most interesting part. But now we see a Lance and we see a Fanny. So I just want to see who's going to get grabbing up this Ling, because I really want to see it being played right now.
I mean, yes, right, and the Ling can definitely be something picked up. It was banned out last time. Franco's been taken off the board from Ignis Esports, and I feel like they're just baiting Team Ace to ban the assassin picks to allow something else to walk in. I mean, but we got to give credit to what's been happening in the Roam position, right? Tamal on the Kaja, and then Tamal on the Cho, both very strong pieces of Ignis Esports that has been allowing them to dominate in the early game, right? Every time the match starts, I mean, we'll see it in this game too. Watch the pathing of Tamal. There goes the Kaja ban out. They're going to go ahead and focus in on that instead. The Cho's still available though, and we've seen how much havoc it could wreak, but they don't have the Kadita to combo with it, so I'm not sure if that was more of a synergized combo that Ignis Esports was trying to pull out, or if he's still going to pull out the Cho here. Arlot's still on the table. Navaria as well.
Well, I do like this Kaja ban coming out from Team Ace, because we saw the game 1, right? You know, Ignis Esports chooses to ban the Franco into a Kaja pick into a Fanny, right? So with both of these suppressions out, but you know, Ignis Esports does have that Cho, and the Wave the Dragon is kind of acts like a suppression. That CC chain is very long, but right now with the first pick available, you know, just that pick that we're talking about. But what I do want to see, right, Valentina coming out, the Fredrin coming out, or something even like the R-Lot. But did they lock in this Hayabusa? Because I actually have not seen too much Hayabusa success here.
Yeah, I really want to see. I don't know. I feel like locking in the Hayabusa this early may not be the best option. I mean, they still have like 4 picks that they can do to kind of counter him. So, I mean, there's no suppression, though. I guess that's one of the best things about it, is they don't have to worry about the suppression for the Hayabusa. But I don't know. It's just something we have to see be sliding. You know, something else we haven't seen. I mean, I guess they're going against the Ling, but the Export has been making a comeback inside of the professional scene. No, they're going to go for the Esmeralda for first pick as well. A very bold statement from Team Ace.
Well, the Export we kind of talked about, that's kind of a Bloodhounds meta, and I definitely think we're going to be seeing that quite a bit coming out in the next series. But going back to this match, you know, what I want to see coming out from Team Ace, right? There's counter matchups for the lane, especially in the roam position. A lot of the Ignis team love to go for that Hilda pick. The Masha is also something that can knock the lane off the wall. A Grok is also available, but I love this Esmeralda pick. Why? We saw it being flexed last game into that gold lane position. Now it's being flexed once again. It might go into gold, it might go into the XP, we just don't know. And the Valentina, you know, the crispy mage, has a very high win rate in every single tournament and still a very high priority target in this draft.
Now this is looking scary, UA. They locked in the Ling and they locked in the Cho as well. I mean, these are both problems for Team Ace, and they're gonna go ahead and lock in this Granger yet again.
Scratch my head. I don't know, man. Maybe the YSS could be good. You saw the Clips played so well on the YSS, but the Granger here?
I want to make sense of it, but I can't. You know, I'm trying to find a way to where, like, oh, I would pick Granger here, but no, I don't see a way. I mean, considering the way that Tamal plays, I think they're better off going for a jungler that's more sustainable, right? Going for like a Fredrin or somebody that is good against players that like to invade. I mean, Tamal literally should have the word invade inside of his name. You're gonna see him go straight to the buff of Mobile Wolf and be a problem as soon as the game starts, and they need to find some denial. Now, something they do have, though, is that Valentina. Valentina is anti-invade, has that Terrify to kind of keep members of Ignis Esports at bay.
You know what I'm interested? I want to see what Ignis Esports is going to protect themselves with the next two bans, right? I talked about the Hilda. I talked about the Masha, although these picks aren't quite used very often, especially in the North American scene. And also, you know, picking up Ling so early, we don't really see it very often, especially only until nowadays that people actually start liking to pick it. And, you know, maybe some teams just have not prepared enough to go against the Ling, but you know, you said right there, the invade coming in from Chow, he was just doing so much work against the Julian in that last game. I can promise you, we're going to be seeing a lot of Tamal versus the kick of the Granger in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they have the Valentina, so maybe too the way the Dragon so far. I mean, I'm looking at what Valentina can really profit off here, and that's pretty much, yeah, so that's probably the best option unless you want survivability. Then yeah, I mean, take the brilliance of the Lunox if that's really what you want, but there's still two picks on the table. The Valentina does provide draft pressure, but they already picked up their roam. So now the big question is, what is Ignis going to slot in that XP lane?
Yeah, but when we talk about the draft pressure coming in from Valentina, towards the beginning of the days when Valentina first came out, we're like, yeah, this hero, you pick it up early, draft pressure, that's good, right? But towards especially that late NACT route into leading up to this tournament, we're seeing teams after teams understanding what type of heroes are good against the Valentina. We have a whole system to just deal against the Valentina, and one of those picks is the Kadita, but the Kadita has been banned already.
Yeah, and man, this is... Now, they do have Esmeralda for Team Ace. I mean, Esmeralda was on Ignis Esports, and that was a nuisance, but Dyroth has been taken off the table, so, I mean, and the Yuzong, so they're trying to limit some of the XP lane options so far that they can pull out here to go up against that Esmeralda. I want to say the R lot is still on the table. So, with that being said, I mean, they could...
I think it's smart. I think it's smart. Because like, you know, IGS literally just played a 1-3-1. So banning out the EXP laners or these fighters is just a buy one, get one free deal right here, right? They're banning out both of the lanes of IGS right here. Whoa, what is this? Is this actually 1-3-1 counter pick coming out from TA?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would have to be, because if they don't 1-3-1 this, then I don't really know where else they're gonna go with it. I mean, no, Navaria still walked on the table as well. Navaria, but nobody's gonna probably pick that up here. I mean, you can't. No, ain't no way that. I mean, where would they put it?
Hey, you know, Navaria can go into a roam position, put that Chow into the gold, put that Chow into, you know, the mid lane, or even go into that gold. But there's just so many different varieties that they can go with, especially with a pick like this, right? You see Chow in jungles, gold, EXP, and also in the roam position. Lunox also does the same, but whoa, a pick we have not seen. Oh,
yo, they just picked a Phoveus into this comp. Okay, look at the... Paquito has dash, Granger has dash, Valentina has dash, but the Esmeralda counters the Phoveus. So
Well, but here's another thing though. Kick the way the dragon provides 2 dashes onto the enemy, and also the Arlot with the raging slap. The final slap does provide another hit, so there is multiple dashes coming out for this Phoveus to kind of just, you know, Goomba jump through.
So we're gonna see 2 fighters in the golden XP lane again for the side of Ignis Esports. Ling will be the jungler this time. They're not running a marksman, which means their only range damage is going to come from Ziggy, right? But they do have the potential to get to the back line with the Ling. Now, the Diggy has been picked up from Team Ace. Looking at the composition,
I'm like 50-50 about it. You know, the Diggy is good, but against an assassin like Ling, you're probably going to see him get it picked off right away. But I believe we're going to be jumping into the loading screen soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the Diggy, and again, it's one of those questionable picks. It's 50-50, but I would have rather had something that was a little bit higher in terms of stats. You know, especially with this being a possible game ender. I mean, this is a best of 5. This is match point for the semifinals. Ignis Esports leading the way 2-0. What is gonna happen?
5 seconds.
Okay, what Phoveus is walking where? Towards the mid? It does look like Ignis Esports choosing to kind of switch around the roles, but the Diggy pick, it does do pretty well against the Phoveus, does do well against Chow. It just has the impact available, but I'm just worried that the Ling is going to be picking them off, but a small cut happening from that boss side once again already.
Yeah, you're already seeing King Kong being aggressive, trying to take advantage of the early game with the Esmeralda over onto that Arlot to Maul, trying to provide some pressure, trying to give a little bit of punish.
Now, you look at the emblems, there is already a big difference. Ignis Esports up 2-0 has base smite on both of the EXP laners, while you look on the other side, there's just so much damage and there's just no sustain coming out from Team Ace. That might be a bit of a mistake because, you know, we saw the Esmeralda with that Brave Smite. That does good. You know, you could probably even have the Brave Smite on the Paquita, just able to sustain both of those side lanes, but Team Ace choosing to opt for that damage. It might pay off, but a gank.
On to the top side, Moki, kind of bad situation, needs to get away. We talked about how would this Diggy play into this, and so far, a very close call. Reverse time goes out, though. Flipping the script, Mobile Whoop is going to find Tamal. This time, first blood has been drawn, but Team Ace securing the kill.
Hey, I do believe this is the first time that we see Team Ace up in gold. Maybe in the first game where it was a little bit closer, but I do know the second game it was just a landslide. So it's lovely to see that Team Ace does have the advantage, especially even with a marksman jungler happening. But 10 seconds until Lord, the setup coming in from IGS, it's looking quite beautiful right here.
Yeah, and it's very interesting seeing Ziggy, right, running on this top side with this Lunox, and now with the turtle spawning in, Kush wasting no time, already focusing on this objective, does have his purple buff, but on the bottom side, the immobilization on the dog, Tor Sky joining the fight, Nikto there with the final slash, is gonna catch Sky and King Kong, 2-for-1 combo. Can he get the kill though? Doctor still trying to fight it out. Kool-Aid is gonna find Ziggy on the top side, off screen on the 1v1 matchup in the gold lane, and looks like Cheeto was able to close the distance, but the way the Dragon on the Mobile Wolf separating him from this turtle, but not enough to close the distance as Mobile Wolf gets the retribution, plays the objective. Down goes the tips of blades. King Kong is gonna find Dog Tour. Nikto gonna find Moki. You're gonna see Nikto need to get away though. Is gonna be responded back. Sky securing a kill, 2-for-2 trade, but 2-for-1 trade, 4-to-1 on the board. Team Ace leading in kills and also able to claim this first turtle.
Oh, insane early game coming out from Team Ace, and Paquito was able to grab up 1 kill onto Ziggy's side on that top side, and you know the time journey coming out from that Diggy making sure that Mobile Wolf is able to secure that objective, that kind of just turned that team fight, and with the shields that they had, they're able to kind of grab up a few more kills. But top.
Ooh, you're gonna see that double punch over there from Kool-Aid, hitting Ziggy twice.
Mochi
does dash out. You are gonna see the way of the dragon, the airborne knockup backward. Moki is gonna be a victim of it, and Ziggy is gonna claim a kill on that beautiful setup.
Yeah, you got that Diggy first skill hitting Tamal, but the flicker comes in just perfectly hitting that Diggy towards that tower. I don't even know exactly what happened, but Siege coming out from top side. 3-man dive in that top turret.
Brilliance activated, trying to clear out some of these minions with some wave management. Dog Tour in effect. Tamal as well gets the G-Kundo on a Moki reverse time to pull him back. Mobile Wolf getting Tamal very low. Does Destinata go out? Misses 1, misses 2, misses 3. Demonic forced to drop down for the punish. Gets him again. But wait a minute. Able to survive. Sky knocked airborne. Brilliance activated. Is going to be able to get out. But Kush rushes in, trying to get the backline, trying to take down the low HP, but finds himself in a predicament here. Tips of blades as King Kong tries to trap him from escaping. Kool-Aid is going to find Ziggy. We are going to see King Kong trying to find Kush. King Kong is going to take down Dog Tour, though. Still on the chase. Kush trying to recall. Has barely any energy, but King Kong is not letting him go. He's going to wrap around, still on the chase. Falling Star Moon, gonna still find Kush. Oh man, what a chase.
Well, you know, here's the thing about this 1-3-1. You have these strong laners coming out from both the EXP and the gold lane. Means the impact, the damage, right, is just all especially onto that early game. So both teams are looking to kind of ball it out. But Team Ace is just a little bit ahead on majority of these fights. Even when the Goomba Stomper, right, Dog Tour was onto that top side, hitting 4, 5, 6 consecutive ults onto Wolf, onto different members of Team Ace. Team Ace was still able to kind of come out ahead, and that kind of tells you the strength of this 1-3-1 right now. Both teams adjusting into this tournament phase.
And right now you can see Ignis Esports getting very comfortable, but honestly a little complacent inside of this third game. Now 6-2. Team Ace having the advantage, may be able to claim a game, and this just happens, right? You're starting to see a light turn on from their side. They just got to keep up this momentum. Can they keep the pressure moving forward on this game?
Well, we love this, but the thing is, with the marksman in the jungle, marksman typically scales a little bit better towards late game. We see Kush on the backside.
Kool-Aid gonna find Ziggy. King Kong wrapping around onto Dog Tour. Very low tips play from Kush. Is gonna go ahead and try and pass through, but Dog Tour with the demonic force. Kool-Aid gonna find Kush. Mobile Wolf gonna find Dog Tour. Members dropping for Ignis Esports. At a fast rate, Mobile Wolf is gonna claim the turret for the top lane as well. 9-2 on the board. Kool-Aid make that 10. Is gonna find Tamal.
That's a 4K. Goldie 6 minutes in. Team Ace, although they've been sieging, right? Ignis Esports had that surround, especially with Kush on the backside, and also Dog Tour, you know, with the leaping spell on his ultimate. But Ignis Esports just does not have that damage. They're down so much gold already. I don't think they can fight the way that they've been fighting throughout this tournament, throughout this series. They really have to slow down and make sure that they could grab a pick here and there. But looking at the gold lead, we have 2K on this Paquito above that Lunox, and also 1K on that jungle. That kind of tells you the story of this whole entire game.
Speaking of stories, King Kong again on his Esmeralda being a problem. Bottom side though, able to find a kill, finds Nikto, and also claims yet another turret away from Ignis Esports.
Oh man, we said Cancun, but it does seem like the adventures are going to be delayed. That the vacation is not here yet, but Kush picking up this last turtle, and you know, Team Ace had the turtles coming up throughout this whole entire game. This is the first time that some gold is shifting back into Ignis, and they were able to trade that for 2 bottom towers. But whoa, a kill going out to Tamal?
Yeah, Tamal is gonna fall. You're gonna see King Kong pick that up alongside Moki on that reverse time. It's funny how like King Kong is now being the nuisance to Tamal. Tamal was the major threat in the early game, but he's been pretty much non-existent so far in this past 7 minutes, right? He's died 3 times already, giving a lot of kills over to the side of Team Ace, and they're not able to find some proper footing.
Yeah, but this is kind of why these guys are professionals and we are not. They're able to make these adjustments mid-game, going for a 1-3-1. But tomorrow, we have the Dragon.
And the demonic force going down, reverse time as well. Time journey from Moki. Nikto is going to find Moki, though. He is going to fall in this engagement. Dog Tour very low. King Kong stacked with the shields is going to try and take down Dog Tour on the chase. 3v1. One-man army. Now 3v3. Sky and Mobile Wolf wrapping around Kush. Now on his purple buff to Maul. Trying to get back to the base. Hit with the falling Starman with the G-Kundo just in time to negate that damage. Simmons and Blades from Kush, though. Not able to get his purple buff. The denial. Sky is going to take it away from him.
Yeah, this is a very tough situation. It's kind of like the reverse. We're looking at about a 6K goal lead, but we also see IGS do extremely well, but especially when they're down a small defense.
Oh, big falling star moon. Kool-Aid's gonna find Kush. Another member falling as Mobile picks up the double, finds Nikto. Ziggy is gonna fall to King Kong. And Dogtor falls to Kool-Aid. A full wipeout. Team Ace has found their resolve.
Oh yes, we do. Love this adjustments coming out from Team Ace. You know, to have the confidence to play this Granger, especially after being so down on that very first game, is really hard to do. You know, not many players can say, hey man, I did not do good on this hero. Let me try it again in the specified series. He is up about 2.5K, but that is a full brute force onto the side of Granger. And Ignis Esports, able to grab up 1 kill at least.
Yeah, Kush on the chase. He was low himself, but realized he had Nikto and Tamal for backup. Went ahead and took down Kool-Aid on that overextension. But now, speaking of extensions, speaking of objectives, Team Ace is going to claim this Lord uncontested.
Hey, but that was, you know, all those Ignis Esports is able to grab up that bot tower. That is only the first tower that Ignis Esports was able to pick up on this game. Team Ace rolling the ball right now. They have the showboats. They are the ones that are in control, and they're going to make sure that Kush is not getting a blue buff in this game.
Yeah, but they were able to take that turret on the bottom side, so there's a little bit of glimmering hope for Ignis Esports right now. At least they were able to get a trade, but Sky in the bush finds Tamal. Not enough damage on the roam for Ignis Esports as the Lord now making his way on the top side. Doctor, Demonic Force a little early. Is going to be bursted down by Sky, but Tamal finds King Kong, finds Kool-Aid in the bush. Not where he wants to be, needs to get away, forces the flicker away, and the G-Kundo, and the conceal play. A lot of utility burnt right there for the survivability, but this is opening up the opportunity to crash into the inhibitor. The base has been cracked open for Ignis Esports.
Now this kind of might be what you're looking at, a 10-minute game. The goal is already 10K in the favor of Team Ace. Will they choose to go in, or will they choose to back off here?
Needs to back off, or do they need to end? Time will tell. Mobile is going to find Nico. Time Journey going out by Moki. A little prematurely, but hey, it's the best he can do. They have taken 2 inhibitors away from Ignis Esports.
And we're kind of talking about, we're going from 20, 30-minute games in NACT to now 12 minutes, double inhibitors down, and a marksman and damage junglers right now. The meta has completely shifted, especially with the new emblem, and I feel like these teams, whoever can adapt, they're going to be the ones that are going to go out and ahead, and Team Ace looking like they have found their rhythm in this game 3.
Yeah, but they do have Kush on this Ling, right? He has the split push capability, so when things are not in his favor, hey, just pass to the opposite side of the map and claim some of these turrets, but fight going in onto the purple buff. Tips of Blades drops down. Nikto in between 4 members of Team Ace. King Kong is going to find him and take him out. You're seeing the time journey again from Moki, but Kush is going to swoop in like Superman, take him down, and now path toward these minions, but the base taking some hits. Minion has dropped though, which means they need to pull back. They can't really deal that maximum damage, but look at the chase from Moki. Look at the resolve from the egg, trying to get that kill. Kush very low now on the wall though, not going to be able to take him down.
I can reach him. Yeah, Kush right here. Honestly, I feel like there's a little bit of misplay. You know, Mobile Wolf could have definitely turned around and hit Kush once or twice, but instead they kind of choose to go for that turret. But full aid, Chicken Lover, able to pick up that kill on Kush. That is going to be a free Lord coming out from Team Ace, but it does seem like they're choosing to collapse instead.
I feel like Kush should have just recalled. He had enough time when Diggy was in egg form, but now he found himself in a deficit as he has fallen, so his team is missing a member. Destinata going out and mobilization from Falling Star, and Mobile Wolf taken down to Maul for that monster kill, and Luminous Lord has spawned in.
Yeah, but no minions to push for Team Ace, so the only other thing that they're able to do is grab up this Lord, but King Kong on this Esme.
Doctor again with the demonic force, prematurely did not need to take that engagement. Kush now rushing in. You are looking at a split composition. Mobile Wolf is going to go ahead and take this Lord with that separation. Kush still trying to fight it out. Final slash going in. Kool-Aid going to find Kush. Nikto able to get out of there with the quarter of HP, but the conceal play from Tamal. Man, what a game.
Yeah, Esme is just kind of too strong, but Tamal looking like a last hope right here.
Yeah, the triple G Kondo for that knockup, but that was probably the best he could do. Stuck in quicksand. Reverse time, pulling him back. Monkey securing that kill.
Well, you know what's gone for game 4? The Diggy's gone too.
And there goes the base crystal as well. Team Ace has found the resolve and has taken game 3 away from Ignis Esports.
Vacation plans will have to wait. This is a 13-minute game between Ace and IGS. 25-5 is going to be the score. King Kong on this Esmeralda going 6-0 and 11, grabbing up that MVP. And Esmeralda was in that first phase of draft, and it kind of tells you how strong this hero is because they're able to just pick it up like this and completely dominate the game. That's going to tell you that Esme is back in style. Now, Mobile Wolf 6-0 and 11 also scoring extremely high in this game. But Cool A Chicken Lover on this Paquito, able to grab up 1 kill and 2 kills on the side of Ziggy's right there. So putting IGS down 1 more extra game. We're going into a game 4 right here. Will Team Ace grab another victory for a potential reverse sweep, or will IGS close this game out?
You know, I think that's that $1 million question. And man, what a crazy game, right? I think everybody out there thought Team Ace was finished. Well, Team Ace didn't think the same thing. No, they're back in there.
I thought it's Cancun.
And it looks like they have a little bit of fight left in them. So with that being said, it is now 2-1 at Team Ace. If they can claim another game, they have a chance to move on to the grand finals, but they have to pull off one of the hardest things to do in a professional series, a reverse sweep. Any game that is won, or any game that Ignis Esports can pull off, is a game ender. It's a series ender. So that is a lot of pressure to work against. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys for game 4.
I've been mortified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, they been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a lip, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sounding corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and pose. straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit, and they...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy semifinals for the Cyberpunk Tournament. We are looking at Ignis Esports going up against Team Ace in a best of 5. It looked like it was a one-sided story. Ignis Esports was able to claim 2 of the first matches in their favor and force Team Ace in an awkward position for match point. But Team Ace was able to turn it around and has claimed match 3 for this series. So now the question is, can Team Ace do the hardest thing to be able to pull off in a professional environment, and that is a reverse sweep against Ignis Esports. Let's figure out, as both these teams are getting ready to jump into Game 4, let's move on to the caster's desk. UA back in the building, man. Can they do it? Can they get the reverse sweep?
Man, oh man, you know, we saw 2-0 going in, but Team Ace kind of just grabbing up to some of that momentum, grabbing up this early game and just pushing it straight through. This, we're talking about like 12-minute, 13-minute game, 2 lords and the game ends type of stuff, and we don't see this that often, but especially with new emblems coming out, it makes this game so much more exciting, so much more bloodthirsty.
Yeah, so much more bloodthirsty. I mean, these are very fast games. I mean, dude, this may just change everything when it comes to a professional environment. Like, usually these games would take 3 hours, 2 hours, an hour and a half to get through a best of 3, but now a best of 3 can get done in under an hour. We're seeing it today with the best of 5, but let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump into Game 4 of the semifinals. This is going to be Ignis Esports going up against Team Ace.
Priorities, right? Esme won the last 2 games, once on the side of IGS, once on the side of Team Ace. I do believe that is going to be a priority available. Now, standard bans coming out. We are not going to be seeing the Fanny coming out. I believe a Lancelot ban is going to be from the side of IGS to counter out Wolf's Assassin pool, but you also see the Kadita being banned out, and I do like these bans, but some things that are a little bit more annoying that have been available, that have been picked up every single game, Yuzong, Esmeralda, and the Diggy was also something really hard, but we cannot forget the suppressions. Right there it is.
Yeah, there goes the suppressions, and you know, something that did walk and that was slotted twice was the Cho from Tamal. Now, the first time he pulled it out was very impressive, but it looked like Team Ace found some answers the second time around, right? They had that Valentina for that anti-invade, and it was just a really good game for them. So I want to see how this works into the 4th match. Can Ignis Esports close out this game? Because this is still match point for Team Ace. Or will Team Ace be able to claim this victory?
Yeah, so, you know, the Valentina is available, the Fredrin, which we haven't seen quite often, but ooh, the Lancelot does get banned out, so some priorities once again. Esmeralda, the Ling, right? You know, those are the 2 picks that really have been shown quite a bit. The Arlot is also out, but ooh, there it is. Esme winning 2 games now, going for Game 3.
That's right, Esmeralda making a comeback, and a great one indeed. I mean, you've seen Esmeralda on both teams, right? You've seen both teams pick it up, and it profited. Now, the Dairoth, typically a counter against it. We haven't seen the Dairoth dominate against it so far today, so I want to see how this is going to go for this match. Can the Dairoth find the Esmeralda and shut him down, or is the Esmeralda going to scale a little bit better through time with those neutral objectives? Now, it's looking like they're hovering over this Hellcurt, swapping around. We're just going to wait because I know they're trying to stir up these casters, but they're going to go ahead and go in for that lead.
Well, here's the thing with the Dairoth pick, right? The Esmeralda and the Dairoth, of course the Dairoth is going to win early game, but we don't even know if the Esmeralda is going to the gold or the EXP. We're in a phase of life right now where we have no idea where these picks are being flexed, and you could even potentially see the Esmeralda jungle. So, you know, yes, we do like the Esmeralda and the Direwolf matchup, especially for the side of IGS right here, but we really don't know what's actually going to happen. But the Loon being picked up, we saw that last game, it did not do extremely well, and wow, the play coming out. Mobile Wolf choosing to go for a Granger pickup once again.
I think I'm in the same boat as you on this one. What is up with this Granger pick? Like, he's just not letting it go. I mean, I like Granger by all means. I mean, hey, pull out the Starfall Knight skin, man. I'm all about it, but I don't know if it's the right answer so far. But they're gonna go ahead and pick up that Faramis as well. And again, a questionable pick. Yes, they have the sustainability, but is it the right choice? You're gonna see that Kufra locked in. One of those heroes that could have gave that Ling a hard time, but hey, don't let them have it. We're gonna go ahead and pick it up, which is just as good as banning it out.
Well, the Faramis pick, you know, you say it's kind of weird, but let's just put it into perspectives, right? Let's say Team Ace picks up the Eve. The Direwolf sits on them, the Ling literally sits on them. Eve, out of the question, right? They tried the Valentina last game, and, you know, it seems like IGS has the strategy to go against a Valentina, so, you know, maybe that next in line could be a Novaria, but Novaria is not being picked as often as we thought, so the Fairness is actually pretty good, but another pick that's somewhat possible would be a Farsa, but we all know how the Farsa and the Ling matchup kind of goes.
You know, and it's kind of interesting that they didn't pick up the Valentina when they knew they were going up against the Faramis. Ignis Esports chose not to go in for that at all. Now, you're looking at the two majors being banned out for the side of Team Ace, and oh, you calling it?
Alice, you know, that's something that they like playing. IGS has always loved that Alice, especially on Ziggy's right here, but the draft being finalized, especially the bans coming out from both sides, the Diggy is out, and so is the Paquito. And Paquito did extremely well, and does look like Team Ace are choosing to run for a 1-3-1 once again. Same thing with the side of IGS, so whoa. a super zombie comp, especially with the Ube strategist himself, the Estes and the Faramis.
Yeah, the Estes and the Faramis, but hey, again, they have sustainability with these heals, but they don't have a beefy composition. I mean, I guess you're going to go in for that Khalid and let him soak up all that damage, use that quicksand to regen himself. I mean, you have the Esmeralda who can frontline and take a lot of that damage and possibly get some shield, but not really two of the strongest frontline heroes that you'd want to really do that. I mean, there's barely any CC on their composition.
You know, it's so interesting seeing all these heroes back in action. Direwolf, you know, being played once again. Same for the Alice, but let's take a look at some of the emblems, right? We have the Brave Smite coming out from multiple players, and that kind of tells me, hey, looking to sustain a little bit more this game.
And speaking of this game, this is game 4 of the semifinals for the Cyberpunk Tournament, as we are watching Team Ace and Ignis Esports fight it out in a best of 5. Currently, the standings is 1-2. Team Ace needing to secure both wins in order to move on to the grand finals. Ignis Esports sitting at match point.
Now, this is something that we don't really know what's going to happen, because 1-3-1 is something we don't traditionally see too much, but wow, they choose to put the Esmeralda into that EXP position, which the Yuzon does quite well against, but at least Esme does not have to deal with the Direwolf. Instead, he goes against a Khalid, and Khalid already low.
Yeah, you are going to see Khalid fall in that process. Now sent back over here. Just a really good start. That's Ignis Esports picking up that kill.
Yeah, and that is something we don't really want to see, but Ziggy's on a Alice, choosing to go for early game aggression is crazy.
Ooh, huge knockup on Amoki. May not be able to get out. Tomorrow is going to find the kill, but Ziggy needs to get away. Kool-Aid going to redeem himself from falling so early, is going to go ahead and take out Ziggy.
Well, trades happening early is something we've seen already throughout this series, but what we do not like to see is Kool-Aid Fried Chicken getting killed early, but another jump.
And the Simpson Blade's going down, putting him on a trampoline. Dog Tour is going to get that kill, though, and take out Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough position from Team Ace. It does look like the gold lane is going to be that weak side lane, and it's on the top side, so it's even harder for Team Ace to kind of find their way to sustain and push out. Now, even if they chose to switch, right, King Kong's going to have an extremely tough time against the Darnold, and I do think that they're just going to be focusing on picking off this gold lane, and I do also believe that Doctor's gold lead is just going to increase over and over.
Yeah, and right now, Ignis Esports, they need to keep the pressure for this early game, right? Oh my goodness, look at him pulling in Replic right there. Almost grabbing him and snatching him inside of that turret. King Kong wrapping around, though. Falling Star Moon is going to go ahead and slow him down, force out the Black Dragon nice and early, but he's not going to go away. He's going back in. Petrifies down, takes out Sky. King Kong now needs to get away. Replic with the high IQ play, but Tamal is going to get the bouncing ball for the slow. Blessing the Moon Goddess for the heals. Kush is going to take down Mobile Whoop. Jungler falling for the side of Team Ace, giving Ignis Esports the advantage for this turtle.
Oh no, we're talking about a 5-1 kill lead for the side of Ignis Esports, and another turtle coming up, but it does look like Team Ace is slightly outclassed, but mid.
Yeah, mid engagement going down. Kush is going to claim this turtle. Neither side going to find any casualties, but 5-1 in 3 minutes. Ignis Esports also able to claim the first objective.
Yeah, and the turtle right there, that's just a buy one, get one. Side of Ignis kind of snowballing away. You already see on the side, Dogtor 2-0 and 2 picking up that Hunter strike. You're just going to see him completely dominating that gold lane up there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have that slight advantage, right? To give him some mobility on top of that penetration, and that's going to give him a slight advantage. I mean, we're already looking at Dara, a great early game fighter. Now, Khalid, not somebody that we typically see too often. He's been having a little bit of a harder time, and he's already fallen twice in this engagement, meaning Doctor is definitely the one leading when it comes to this lane. I mean, even looking at the turrets, right? The gold has been stripped off, but Kush off screen is going to find a kill, is going to take down Moki.
Yo, where Ziggy's going, he's just denying 2 of the waves coming out, but side of Ignis kind of just running away with every single fight right now. They're able to kind of just win on every fight, and with the comp that's coming out, it's just tough.
Yeah, speaking of tough, the double immobilization from the Falling Star, but the Petrify for the response back. Abysm Strike not going to hit the mark on a King Kong, almost took him down. You're looking at that flowing blood and the blood going out by Ziggy, but is it enough to sustain himself? Mobile Wolf hits him with the Death Sonata at point blank range.
Yeah, point blank, a little bit of a quick scope. That man was firing that shot super fast and was able to grab up 1 kill to kind of just trade back some of the gold lead. But is that going to be enough? Because that is a 2K gold lead on the side of IGS on 4 minute, and a lot of the items are being completed. But you can already see, hey, that Hunter strike on the dial, it's been sitting there for like the last 2 minutes already.
Yeah, Hunter strike definitely working in his favor. He's going more of the defensive route now. Looks like he may be going in for that. Looks like he actually, I thought he was going to build a dominant size, but he's going for the steel leg plates instead. The Esmeralda may start to prop. I mean, dominant size is being picked up by the Cooper, though, so they are already prepping for the anti-heal.
Yeah, both sides looking at anti-heal, but a small engage happening.
Ooh, you are going to see the Desert Tornado go down.
Oh, that's huge.
With the Sandstorm, but wait a minute. Kush trying to path around onto his blades. Is going to be able to find them to get his energy to punch or go back onto the wall with Finch points. Kool-Aid is going to find Tamal, though. Kush is going to rotate to the top side, though. He wasn't even worried about the engagement at all. He's worried about the objectives. He's going to go ahead and take this turret.
Yeah, even though they grab up this turret, it kind of shows, hey, Sky's cold ulti right there was so impactful that they were able to grab up a kill with Kool-Aid Fried Chicken Lover. And that kind of tells, hey, there is some hope from the side of Team Ace. There is some team fight ability to go to kind of just push Ignis Esports back. And even with this tower right here, they're able to pick up that goldie back, and it's only going to be a 1K difference.
And I like what we've seen right there from Team Ace, right? Even though they lost that turret, they were able to claim that turtle and then went in for a turret of their own and claimed it with ease. So overall, they still won that engagement and that trade. But one-man army Replic using the Black Dragon being a problem in the mid lane, though, now shifting over to defend the bottom side.
Yeah, but that's a defensive Black Dragon. We really don't like to see defensive Black Dragon forms. Now, Team Ace does have some sort of team fight pressure, especially with the cold Alter and Sky right here.
Replic again, fighting multiple members.
Ooh.
Is gonna find himself taken down, and not really sure if that's working out in his favor. Needs to slow down a little bit, but speaking of slowing down, the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall. Ziggy finds Sky. 7-5 on the board. Ignis Esports leading in this game.
7-5. Ignis Esports is leading, but you still cannot count out Team Ace. They were down like almost 4K gold, especially in the early game, and now they're just bouncing back, and it seems like they have team fights. They can win. Ooh, jump.
Huge dive with the knockup. Blessed Moon got us to sustain themselves. Tempest of Blades wasted by Kush. An opportunity was unable to be seized right there. The denial from Estes.
Yeah, defensive ultimates used once again. We're talking about Turtle coming up, but ooh, Wolf.
Is very low. You are going to see Tamal soaking up a lot of that damage. Black Dragon from Replic into the turret. Petrifies. Furious dives away to negate the damage, but now needs to get the Shaw Essence for the healing Doctor. The Visible Strike finds Mobile Wolf. A double finds Moki. A triple finds Sky. A Maniac takes down Kool-Aid. But Kool-Aid is going to take him down with the assistance of the turret damage.
Yeah, that's just a beautiful wombo combo coming out from IGS, especially Ziggy's on that. I was kind of setting up that backline, making sure that Doctor is able to use his ultimate and just align straight through. Although Team Ace did lose out on that fight, I still cannot count them out. The Estes and the Fairness has a lot of strong potential, especially Ignis just has to line up those team fights perfectly. And I don't know how many times Ignis can actually be doing that.
That's right. I mean, can we just give credit to Dogtour right there? That was a maniac abysmal strike. I mean, he's 6-1-2 right now. We wanted to see if he could scale against this Esmeralda, and so far, he is doing a great job. Battle in the mid lane. Sky finds Tamal. Flowing blood. Black Dragon from Replic hovering around, trying to find a target to drop on, but no, being more of a wall to allow his team to push out of that engagement.
Yeah, the Ube strategist himself, the Estes pick, is proven to be quite worthy in this situation. And on the side of Ignis Esports, they really have to get these anti-heals up and available. And not only do they need to get that anti-heal up, they need to make sure the cold altar is unavailable in this team fight, or else, you know, Team Ace is just going to snowball away.
Yeah, I mean, look at Team Ace. They have the heals. I mean, they got the Faramis and the Estes. The later this goes, those heals are only going to get stronger. Kush already taking some damage, forces out his tips of Blades. 3 members trying to take him down, baiting out a lot of utility. Now it's time to punish the turnaround, the counter play. Dogtour finds Moki. Flowing blood goes out. A Business Strike from Sky, not enough. Kool-Aid very low. Death Sonata from Mobile Wolf. Demobilization on the Kool-Aid though. Alter goes out from Sky. Ziggy finds Kool-Aid. Mobile Wolf in the bad situation. Tyler trades onto the wall. Dogtour Kush for the damage. Dogtour secures the kill.
Damn, a small miscommunication coming out from Team Ace. That team fight was a little bit disoriented. 3 of the members were caught out from the top side, but tomorrow
he's gonna rush in, trying to claim it. Turret are gonna be able to take the tier 2 away from Team Ace. The map is bleeding red.
Yeah, bleeding red indeed. With Lord coming out right here, Team IGS just has the map available, but so many items coming up. Ziggy able to grab up this Ice Queen one, finishing his 3rd item, and wow, 3 anti-heals. You kind of see why the tides have turned already for the side of the IGS.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 7-14. It's just insane seeing the difference from these games, right? These are like 15-minute games, and 15 minutes is like the late game now. Like, there's no more 30. If we see a 30-minute game, do you know how high these kills would be?
Yeah, and I mean, it's just bloodthirsty coming out from both sides. It's just the emblem changes. Everyone is just much more squishier. Everyone is much more slower. So just a lot of kills happening from both sides. But, you know, Kush able to grab up this blue buff, looking to go onto this top side. And it seems like they're going to be preparing this siege and this sync wave coming out from IGS.
That's right. You are seeing that Lord push in on the mid lane. Kush already making the most out of this lane with the split push capability. Now, looking at Team Ace, the rest of them are stacked in to defend their home ground, right? They don't want to allow Ignis Esports to claim any of these inhibitors.
Yeah, and, you know, just judging kind of from the previous games, this Lord is going to take down a lot of towers.
Yep, already making his way into the mid. Black Dragon from Replic. Mobilization to Petrify. Replic is going to find Sky. Fury dives in. Gets a double. Finds Mobile Wolf. Ziggy finds Monkey. King Kong left alone as Kush secures a kill. Dogtor plays inhibitor and King Kong falls to Dogtor as well. Sky all by himself and down goes the base Crystal. Ladies and gentlemen, Ignis Esports has claimed their seat in the grand finals, taking down Team Ace.
Oh, congratulations to IGS once again. The scoreboard is 19-8, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. We kind of talked about how these games have been shorter and shorter, but MVP goes to Doctor, grinding up 2 kills relatively early on into his lane, 9, 1, and 4. Able to grab up so many different items, but Ziggy's with this Alice we saw being banned out on the first game, able to pull it out onto this last game, making sure that IGS able to take the victory. But Kush on this lane, right? We talked about his assassin hero pulls. He had an MVP Fanny game, an MVP YSS game, and now with another beautiful, perfect Luna play happening right here. And of course, we cannot forget about Tamal and Replic doing their jobs. Replic on that side lane, able to kind of just, you know, making sure that he's able to win those games. But Tamal, with the sets, we've seen him over and over in every single tournament, and he's just been proven to be so consistent. And, you know, IGS, congratulations, Team Ace. You know, don't be discouraged. We will see you guys next time.
Exactly, man. I couldn't have said it any better myself. I mean, dude, that was an 11-minute game again, UA. I'm just like, I don't know as a caster if I'm loving the new emblem system and I'm loving the new times, or if I'm hating it, because, I mean, yeah, we get to cast a lot more jam-packed action, but it's a lot shorter of a segment and a faster show. So
it's short, but like we have to like push off each other really fast. There's fights happening, boom, 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 and like we got a small conversation to talk, and then it's just fighting. But you know, action-packed. We all love that. I'm sure the people loves that too.
Imagine being the cameraman and the casting. I'm like, whoa.
Top side.
Instant transmission with the camera. But guys, that is going to be the semifinals officially completed. UA, thank you so much for casting today. That's right. He's done for the day. Anything else you'd like to say to those out there in the audience?
Hey, shout out to everyone watching the stream. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe. Support MLSA, and of course, you know, support all the players, because without them, we cannot be doing anything. But honestly, you know, Weezy, shout out to you, man. Cameraman, casting, hosting, you got the whole shebang happening.
I appreciate you, my man. As always, UA, thank you so much for everything that you've done, and I look forward to casting with you in the future.
Yes, sir.
Take care. All right, guys, and like I said, that is the semifinals concluded, and now on to what we've all been waiting for what, 2 or 3 long weeks? The grand finals. That's right. We get to see Ignis Esports go up against the Bloodhounds. Bloodhounds who took down Endables. Who would have thought, right? That went all the way to a game 5, but it was high mechanics, high IQ, micro and macro was all there, and I can say the same thing for Ignis Esports. They definitely have top-tier talent, but there's only one seat at the top, and who will be able to claim that crown? Don't go anywhere, guys. This one's gonna start a little bit later, though. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. We gotta stick with our schedule. That's gonna be at 7:30 Eastern time. So we have an extended break. This is gonna now look more like those overseas tournaments. But I promise we're not always like this. But we gotta be fair and we gotta stay on a schedule. This match just went a lot faster than anticipated, but at least they were able to get done. So guys, we'll be back at 7:30 Eastern time for the grand finals. Bloodhounds going up against Ignis Esports in a best of 7.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Hi-ya! Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth! Hi-ya! Legendary! Hi-ya! Ho! Hoi! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use your second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from glowing wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the basics! Stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, who able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pulled out.
Matching him with electrifying beats, takes down best player, basic on take down team. Joybot puts it in ISO, fight,
Nice work, but ISO now. That's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time, OP. But no one gets the move. Takes it in the make of time. Down goes Moonton.
Joey Moss getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware it's their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. Two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But
I'm ready for anything. Everything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. 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 Tell them I'm ready for anything.
6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. there is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at third place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best-of-7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Just our home.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Let my will bend the earth! Legendary!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, This makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novara should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, Hoon able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pulled out.
Direction with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on takes down team. Joybot versus an ISO fight. Basic, here we go.
Work, but ISO now. Oh, that's a big jump. He lands. Best player on the run for the first time. OP. I don't want to get the move. Takes it in the nick of time. Down goes Morzane.
Joybot's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. And comes the Colt Altar though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all doing. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, as we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they gotta learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twiddling my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker, Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
For 6 years, Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the Land of Dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish C's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. There is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at 3rd place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best of 7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
Let my will bend the earth! Legendary! Let my will bend the earth! Double kill!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use your second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, this makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novaria should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality pops, who able to find Yato. Joybot's getting pulled out.
it's getting dangerously. Oh!
Another hook. This is bad. It comes to Colt Alter, though. Yato able to save the day. Shark. But wait, the rest of OP's here. You walk right into him, and down you go.
Oh, I think MLBB and mobile esports can clearly be the #1 opportunity for kids to enjoy, play, learn, have fun, and find futures for themselves.
Sometimes I hunt for the storm just to weather it. Prefer them deadly than challenge accepted. And don't get too friendly, my motives are treacherous. There's a thin line between pain and what pleasure is. And on that thin line is me leaving them breathless. Make them aware is their moment of reckoning. Used to be less of a wreck, now I'm reckless. I'm the best and I still get the best of them. Hold up. Always been the one that got them heroin. Still get a little bloodlust every now and then. Beckoning, follow him, or fall to him like they all do. I follow my own guidance. I follow my own guidance. Still woke up and chose violence. When I talk, they all silent.
NASEF's vision is to give all students an opportunity to learn about career pathways that they can have in esports. For some, it's being an elite gamer, playing games like MLBB. For others, it's casters, it's streamers, shoutcasters, all these different career opportunities. And so that's what NASEF is doing, is providing career pathways and opportunities for all these students.
You know, we don't in the United States, in North America, play mobile games. And it really is, when we traveled around the world, that's what everyone plays. So if we're gonna compete and we're gonna give kids the same opportunities everywhere else in the world, they're gonna learn how to do it. And there's nothing like MLBB. It is the best in the world.
I'm feeling a little bit dangerous, and they looking a little bit anxious. If I'm laughing while I'm twirling in my fingers, it's only a warning that you can't just walk up to me, talking to me. Ain't no telling my reaction, I could black out. This is such an experience, and it's always one I wanna max out.
Defy the odds, and they're well on their way of doing it down the mid.
The Nubian flicker. Yato makes the play. They're gonna try to close it in. Shark wants to return though. Joy Bosch, immortality pops. They don't have the minion just yet. They got two. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%, 30. No, wait, two more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it.
I'm ready for anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready for anything. Bring it on. It's not enough. Baby, I'm ready for everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
Southeast Asia have been the conquerors of the land of dawn. But now, new competitors have arisen, hungry to vanquish Sea's dominance. 12 teams will come to battle. Only one can be champion. In this MSC, the 12 qualified teams compete in 2 stages. First, the group stage, and then the knockout stage. The group stage starts with a draw. The champions of MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, and MSC 2023 Myanmar qualifier are placed in Pool 1. All other competing teams are placed in Pool 2. Pool 1 teams will be distributed across 4 groups: A, B, C, and D. The other 8 teams will be drawn randomly into the other groups. Teams from MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines will not be drawn into the same group, making sure things stay challenging. Each team will fight each other once, with the winner of each match decided in a best of 3. Only the top 2 teams of each group will advance to the knockout stages. As for the knockout stage format, it will be a single elimination bracket, with each team fighting in a best of 5 series. Teams from the same group won't be drawn into the same knockout matchup. there is no second chance. Losing teams are eliminated from the tournament until it comes to the semi-finals, where losing teams fight for a chance at third place. But after the semi-finals, we come to the grand final in a best-of-7 matchup. The knockout stages will take place over 4 days, from June 15th to 18th. No matter which side you stand for, let your voices roar and carry your team as they fight for honor, glory, and victory.
Witness history in the making as we see the world this MSC in Cambodia.
Just our home.
Never look back if you have nothing to regret. Loneliness never bothers me. Never look back if you have nothing to regret.
Let my will bend the earth! Legendary!
Hey guys, what's up? So today, we are featuring Novaria, the Star Rebel. Novaria is the daughter of an astral artificer from the celestial haven of Stargate Valley. She possesses a solitary nature, formidable strength, and a pure heart that radiates compassion. However, the same stars that are the source of her power are also responsible for the calamities that have befallen her family and stripped away her freedom. Shackled by astral rings, Novaria broke free using the power that she desperately hid in her early years. Her new goal is to complete the Star Atlas and with it, unlock the secrets of the stars. Hero skills. Novaria is an artillery mage with burst potential and support capabilities. First skill, Astral Meteor. Novaria uses her first skill to continuously deal magic damage and gradually slow down the enemies in a designated area. Second skill, Astral Recall. In the first stage, she enters Astral State and then draws an Astral Spear towards her from a distance, slowing enemies along the way. While in this state, Novaria moves faster and can pass through terrains. Upon catching the Astral Spear, her second skill changes to Star Shatter. Second skill, Star Shatter. Novaria can launch the spear, detonating upon impact with the first hero it hits. The damage can increase based on the sphere's travel distance, and it starts where the spear is summoned. Ultimate, Astral Echo. Novaria scatters Astral Echo in a direction to briefly slow and increase the hitbox of enemy heroes by 250%, and they will also become visible for 8 seconds, revealing the surrounding area. Passive skill, Star Trail. With the power of stars, all of Novaria's skills can reveal the location of enemy heroes. Pro tips. At the beginning of the game, start by leveling up her first skill to quickly clear the first wave of minions. After that, prioritize her second skill and ultimate whenever possible, since her second skill is her primary source of damage. Although her first skill is mainly used for clearing minions, it should be given less priority compared to the other skills. To maximize the damage of her second skill, you'd want to move away from where the spear is summoned. By doing so, you gain more stacks to increase its damage. Remember, the travel distance starts from where you first summoned the spear. Her second skill has a long-range feature, providing a safe way to check bushes for lurking enemies. Moreover, the spear briefly detects hidden enemies if it passes through a bush where they are hiding, making it an excellent tool for reconnaissance. As soon as Novaria casts her second skill, she gains the ability to move through terrains. Use this advantage to maximize the travel time for the spear to fly toward her, then launch it from the longest distance possible. Novaria's ultimate gives her extra vision, allowing her to hit enemies with her second skill from a distance. And because of the increased hitbox, it makes it easier to hit her targets. Her second skill upon entering the astral state provides a movement speed boost that can further be enhanced by 60% if you pass through a wall. Because of her astral state, you can move outside the walls to evade those fast-moving enemies. You can use her second skill to check multiple bushes in the jungle area, giving you a tactical advantage over your opponents. Laning phase. To gain an advantage during the laning phase, use your first skill to slow down the enemy, then activate your second skill while retreating. Position as far as you can before triggering your second skill to deal the highest possible damage. Her first skill is good for clearing minions fast as it deals HP-based damage. You can win the lane by using her range advantage. Target the enemy hero to make them recall to their base, which eventually delays their farming. Team fights. When in team fights, use her second skill first, followed by her ultimate to provide vision. Maintain your distance as far as possible, and then launch your second skill again. Try to get a clear path to your primary target because enemy heroes and summons can block her second skill. When you suspect the enemy team is rushing the Lord, use the ultimate to gain vision on that area. Take advantage of the vision and decide whether to initiate the team fights. There is a brief slow effect on her ultimate, making it a good chasing skill when the enemies are escaping. Tactics. Novaria's mobility and incredible attack range makes her a formidable ranged mage. As early as level 2, she has the ability to roam and provide support to teammates or disrupt the enemy jungler while maintaining distance. And because her second skill allows her to pass through walls and provides a zoom out view, This makes it easier to navigate in and out of jungle areas. Because of the long range, you can gain the advantage of lowering the enemy's HP before the team fight even starts. Watch out for those low HP enemies that are trying to recall after a team fight. You can clear minions faster by combining her first and second skill, giving you more time to support your allies. In the late game, Novara should roam around the battlefield looking to hit enemy heroes from unexpected angles. In this stage of the game, you should focus on sniping enemies on the back or those core damage dealers to destroy the formation and win the fight. Build. There are two distinct build paths to consider when playing Novaria. The first is a utility mage build, emphasizing cooldown reduction and additional damage from Glowing Wand. Remember, her skills are HP based, which means she can still deal decent damage even with a low magic power build. The second build focuses on burst damage, prioritizing Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. With this build, she can easily eliminate half of a squishy hero's HP with a single skill in the late game. For added sniping abilities, Flame Shot is recommended, while Flicker is a good option when facing highly mobile opponents. Counter. When fighting Novaria, you have to watch out for her long-distance damage. You can avoid it by dashing or doing unpredictable movements. Athena's shield is a great counter against her damage. The protection it gives almost has the same cooldown as her second skill. Novaria is an easy target after her astral state. Wait until she uses the skill to attack because she'll have limited mobility after that. Synergies. She's a valuable teammate for allies who require precise targeting due to her ability to enlarge enemy hitboxes. Examples are Franco Sook, Selena's Abyssal Arrow, and Beatrix's Sniper Mode. All of them require accurate aim, and with the help of Astral Echo, hitting enemies will become easier. And that's it for our hero Novaria. So what can you say about her skills? Share it in the comment section. That's all for this video. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
The basics are the base! They gotta stop him! They gotta stop him! That player, Immortality Pontoon, able to find Yato. Joy Box getting pulled out.
Direction with electrifying beats. Takes down best player. Basic on takes down team. Joy Box versus an ISO fight. Basic, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament. We are currently on the grand finals, as you are seeing. 3 teams who are now only 2, as Bloodhounds is going to be fighting up against Ignis Esports, who just claimed a victory against Team Ace. And now, with 2 teams ready to fight in the grand finals, can't wait to see where this goes. as you're now looking at the bracket. Team Ace versus Ignis Esports with a best of 5. Ignis Esports was able to push through 3-2-1. And now we'll be fighting Bloodhounds, who we've seen compete last Friday up against Endables in a best of 5 as well. And that went all the way to a game 5, 3-2. Bloodhounds was able to claim victorious. And now getting to see who will be able to win in the grand finals for the Cyberpunk Tournament, day 7 of our amazing event, officially partnered up with Raz and Outplay, and also the MLSA staff to provide a cash prize of $1,000 US, and then also Moonton kicking in 100,000 diamonds. My name is Steph Weezy, and I will be your host today. It's been an amazing experience already. This is the second half of the show, courtesy to everybody that partaked in the semifinals for part 1, but now into the grand finals, best of 7. It's going to be Ignis Esports up against the Bloodhounds, who will be able to claim victorious in this amazing series. You have a great caster desk to break down these engagements, and we'll be rotating through the entire series. But let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and swing on over to our amazing caster's desk. And there you have it. They're going to appear in a second. Boom, bada, boom, right in order. That was like planned out right there. Oh my goodness, Deku, how you doing? Or Kurt, actually, new name now, and Quirky. How are you doing?
In Quirky, that's right. We have, as things have progressed in the MLSA, so is things for some of us casters, and for myself specifically, you know, a new leaf here as in Quirky, but excited for the best of 7. That's what matters right now. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm ready to go. Rim, how you feeling?
You know, I share the same sentiments. I was watching the second leg of the semifinals, and man, that was a prediction for what's to be expected in the grand finals. So I'm hyped. I'm ready to get into it, and it's gonna be explosive for sure.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of explosions, let's go ahead and hop into our predictions.
Oh.
Yeah, sure. Bloodhounds. Wait a minute.
Wait, is everyone?
3-2 all across the board, but wait, isn't this a best of 7, right? So
oh, it was messed up. Oh man, ignore that.
4-3 BH.
It should be 4. All the 3 should be 4s.
Yeah,
that was an accident. What do you guys think so far about it, man? Like, this is almost a split decision between the desk.
I personally, I've never seen all casters be on the same page before. This is like a first time for me. But Deku, you've casted many tournaments. Have you seen anything like this?
I think maybe one time it happened during for NACT Spring, which was, again made it like the same one. How you feel is kind of crazy. It was crazy then too, because it normally never really happens, right? It's so many different people. It's a lot of opinions to take into account, so it's normally very scuffed. But this is looking pretty even, at least for the outcome, for that totality for the scoreboard.
Yeah, man, it's great. But I think for us all to be on the same page, it tells us a little bit about these teams, right? And as we jump into this draft here of game 1 of the best of 7 series, the first game of the grand finals between Bloodhounds and Ignis Esports, we're seeing them learning their lesson. We could tell Bloodhounds was tuned in to the second leg of the semifinals, right? They're banning out the Fanny. They banned out the Ling. They said, nope, we know who we're targeting here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wise decision, right, to go ahead and take it off the board there, get rid of that. Something, though, to be noted from the side of Ignis, I mean, they do get the 2 swing back picks. I'm not sure if BH would look to rush it in for the first, since they are blue side. A lot of teams were banning out the Kaja and the Franco, right, to show that respect band over to Emily. Already one band taken off the board. They already banned out the Joy. Now I'm wondering, you know, because if you let it through, if you let either one of those picks through, you're offering Bloodhounds a chance to be comfortable, right? It's exactly what they want, and it's like they're going to be able to get that opportunity more than likely, since Ignis has went ahead and banned out the R-Lot here. So jungle target, XP target from both of these teams. Interesting so far, Real.
And I feel like that's smart, because when you look at it in retrospect, the junglers, and yeah, okay, mages do have some importance, roamers as well, but I feel like EXP in your jungle, they play such a huge part in that early game. So I feel like once you're targeting that out on both sides, you kind of limit the potential that either side has actually to make something, monumental happen within those first few minutes of the game. And like you mentioned, someone like Emily, we've seen how well she plays. And honestly, she's representing, she's holding it down in that role position. And I'm proud of her, right? She's done so much, good things within the Cyberpunk tournament so far, and I expect nothing less today. And as we look at the draft, we do see the Yves being banned out as well as Harry, which is interesting here, Quirky.
Interesting, but good, right? Because again, we know BH likes to take the Franco, likes to take the Kaja, 2 single target roams. And something they love pairing it up with is the carry. And we saw Sleeps and what he can do with it in the last time Bloodhounds made an appearance. Had the MVP performance, led them in a comeback victory with the carry from the gold lane. So definitely something you want to respect. But again, Bloodhounds now still have some comfortability here for the position 5 in Emily's hand. They will potentially be able to pick up the Kaja, be able to pick up the Franco. Mages haven't been banned out too much, so Boca Rosco should be comfortable. Something that's up and on for the grabs is Novaria here, and we know Boca Rosco has been a leading shine of just complete dominance on the Novaria, and there it goes. They're going to pick it up.
There it goes. And it's smart because usually, no. They're actually going to go ahead and lock in the Esmeralda. I like it. We've seen in the previous series before, she's a flex pick, and we've also been seeing the return of the 1-3-1 meta, right? So that also in itself is a really safe pick, but I also do think that the Novaria being a delayed pick for Bloodhounds potentially, it gives Boca some more comfortability to actually see what he wants to pick. He's good on the Novaria. He's also good on the Kadita as well in that mid lane position. So I feel like when they really look at the draft and he sees what they're going to go against, that's when they're going to decide, okay, well, this mage is actually going to benefit us a lot more in this circumstance.
And they picked up that Esmeralda, and they're going to lock in the Dairoth and Yu Zhong. And I like that because now, even if Bloodhounds decides to shift Esmeralda around, like you said, 1-3-1, you have the availability to swap those lanes to get a more comfortable matchup. But both of these picks provide a little bit of discomfort for Esmeralda in the early stages of the game. So I love that this is the response here from Ignis Esports. And not only does it offer a good response to Esmeralda in either lane, Navarre is still on the board. Even if Boca Rosco was thinking about it, Yu Zhong has been locked in. One of the picks that is a great counter to Navarre. So they find the counter pick in a denial response, and you already see it does adjust their mid lane option. Or maybe the gold lane. This lane could go gold. We'll have to wait and see.
And well, if they lock in the okay, so they didn't. They're gonna go ahead and
be reporting for duty.
I mean, it is a good pickup in the jungle, right? The Wrath and the Yu Zhong frontline presence, they're obviously going to be, your chunky boys, some frontline. And we do know with Xborg's passive, he's able to, deal some of those true damage to them. So I do think that's also good. And when you consider the Last Insanity for these neutral objective steals, and even the burst damage, the additional burst damage. And when I look at their combo potential right now, pairing that up with the Chaos Assault coming in from this Lunox, or even if she does decide to go in for that Ruby DD as the initial burst initiator, and then followed up with the Xborg, there's a lot of combo potentials coming in. But Ignis Esports right now, they're still looking at some of these heavy heroes that it's kind of going to be hard to burst them out, right? And if you burst one down, they still have other options. And speaking of other options, locking in the second best option here for the jungle position, this Lancelot.
Take the Lancelot, something mobile. Currently for BH, nothing to really target off. I'd imagine Ignis Esports goes ahead and focus on some Emily bans here. Franco, Kaja, one of the two at bare minimum. But if I'm banning, I would go ahead and take out both. They're going to target Sleeps for one of these. They're going to ban out the Beatrix. Not a bad option, especially since, again, one of these pick-off roams will be available. Goes really good with the Beatrix. We know Sleeps is comfortable. But speaking of comfort, I mean, you mentioned up the X-Borg, talking about the passive. I think they need to rename it to like BHV. Okay, you know what that's going to stand for? Bloodhounds Victory, because X-Borg and BH always reaches the finish line.
Yeah.
For Bloodhounds, that's the saying. When in doubt, X-Borg it out. Okay, that's what they're going to fall on every single time. And I love to see that they're going to open it up with comfort. It's a go-to recipe. I talked about it before, right? The PB&J effect. It goes so well together.
And speaking of things that goes well, I mentioned Boca Rosco in the hands of Kadita, but we saw Ziggy, I think, also pull out the Kadita for the side of Ignis earlier, right? If not Ziggy, someone on their team did play the Kadita quite well. We saw the combo potential. So either side banning it out really
Sniper
smart. You
ready.
still
Give me
deny
a target.
a pick, and it's a really good denial coming in from the side of Bloodhounds, because looking at what Ignis Esports is known for, they really are cohesive when it comes to these gangs, right? They layer their skills on top of each other, then they layer their battle spells, and then they go in for the full initiation. So I think banning out something like the Kadita, or even now the Faram, is really, really good option. I can't really see that final ban for Ignis. It's looking like the Leslie, if I'm not mistaken. So not too sure. Yes, I mean, I understand she has high burst damage, especially in that mid to late game, but I feel like they could have taken out something a little bit more important.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that they banned out both. One of them makes a bit more sense to me. I would just expected a little more urgency, right, to make Emily feel a little uncomfortable here. But again, a lot of her picks they would like to see in Emily's hand are on the board. I'm wondering then, because this is the other thing, right? So coming into this for the MLSA Cyberpunk tournament, these teams aren't strangers to each other, right? They face each other in Latam. Bloodhounds took their talents south of the border, played a bit over there, and from the talk of the town, apparently, they've actually been quite the matchup for Ignis Esports. So maybe a bit of good reads. They kind of know what each other wants to go for. Obviously, we get a lot of our information here from the MLSA, but these teams have battled it out on the competitive side in scrims. So a lot of things they probably know more about each other, but Brody gets locked in and the Franco's being hovered. It looks like Emily's going to look to stay with those comforts.
I mean, you mentioned that they really didn't focus on, but one of her other picks is this Grok. Right, and I like that Ignis prioritized the Grok because, okay, you throw your iron hooks at me. I can immune that for my team. You're not gonna, you can hook me, but I ain't coming to you. You know, you gotta pay me for me to get there. So, and it's not gonna happen, right? He has the immunity, and I do like that Ignis also opted in to go for this Xavier. I think their control that they're gonna have throughout this game to lock members of BH in place, because if you look at them, yes, they have mobility, but it's very situational. And once that's gone, we're gonna see the benefit of the Mystic Fields coming in from the Xavier. But speaking of things coming in, Quirky, give us the introduction here.
I mean, again, not too much we have to harp on about here. It's Bloodhounds, it's Ignis Esports, it's Latam, it's NA. It's a battle of the two powerhouses that have been on the north and south side of the border, but today they're going to spend it with us for the Cyberpunk Tournament Season 3 Grand Opener Extravaganza Game 1, Best of 7. Who's going to reach that finish line?
I mean, I'm excited. I think both these teams have kind of reached the finish line, right? This is end game here. It's just going to see which Avenger is going to come out on top. Is it going to be Bloodhounds? Is it going to be Ignis? Looking at what's happening right now, we're seeing them getting the jungle farm. It's pretty standard in terms of that early game, right? But I want to, focus on this EXP matchup. We've seen before the Esmeralda being kind of swapped around, but now she's in her comfort zone, but she's also going to be made uncomfortable because she's going up against this Darath, who we already see applying that pressure because he knows he can play a little bit more aggressive. This is a winning lane. This is going to be his time to shine, and I feel like with the early pressure that he's going to have there, he's going to put the Esmeralda on the back end, so I feel like we're not really going to see much happening there, but we're seeing a lot happening in the top side.
Yeah, the top side Sleep's taking advantage, right, of that range that he has. The strength of Brody early in the laning phase up against YZ clearly punished him, already forced him back, right, on the recall here. So definitely taking advantage of what he has to offer in that marksman pool. I do have to say, though, speaking of the advantage, the Esmeralda and Dairoff matchup, right, tale old as time. We know how it typically goes. But since those adjustments to the emblems, I've actually been curious to see if Esmeralda struggles as hard. Obviously, still, like, on the losing side as far as the matchup on paper, but does the emblem make her sustain a little better, right? A lot of the XP laners get a buff due to the sustain from the talent. You got Brave Smite. No, actually, I'm sure it didn't pick up the Brave Smite, but from the Spell Vamp emblem, it starts out already with some available to you. So I'm kind of curious, does that like help Esmeralda make it? Because we know once it gets into that later stage of the game, Esmeralda's going to win out, right? So just needs something to kind of bridge the gap.
Yeah, and I feel like even like a lot of things has happened because of the emblem system. We're seeing damage junglers being back in the meta right now. The Lancelot, we saw the Fanny being pulled out earlier, but in the bot side here, we're seeing them taking advantage of Ziggy here.
Yeah, and Boca committed, right, to the ultimate, but look at the response here from Ignis. Actually, it's not going to happen, but in the top side, 1v1, Replic's going to win it. First blood on the Sleeps. Puts him down, a little too greedy. Emily, Bloody Hunt comes out, they're going to trade it out. They take down Doctor. Good wild charge, Phantom Execution comes out, looking for the double kill with the Thorn Rose. Finds it, takes him down. Turtle, River, in control for Ignis Esports. Bloodhounds, though, not looking to back off just yet. Boca, Roscoe, and Templa's getting the feel for things, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and disengage. They don't have anything but Boca. Look, he's going to commit, forces the flicker over the wall. It's going to be the end of that story there, Rim.
But another one.
And on the aggressive play from Sleeps, he flickers in. Shaw Residue passive comes out for Reptic. He's going to be able to regen some of that health. Sleeps is trying to put on the damage. Has 4 marks, torn apart memory, but it doesn't do nearly enough damage there, Rim.
Was that torn apart memories or tickling your memory? Trying to get him to remember something, because it didn't tear him apart at all. You know, it didn't even put a dent in Yuzong's armor there. His skills pretty sturdy, right? But speaking of scaling here, well, before I get into that though.
Ooh, in trouble. Wild charge connects to Sleep. He's stunned, and now he's done. Nikito will find the kill. Kush picks up one on Emily. 2 for 0 so far. Tofu, though, will take out Nick, though, so we'll make that a 2 for 1. Still, though, in the favor of Ignis Esports, who is currently applying that pressure in the gold lane.
And they have to continuously try to shut down that gold lane, especially running this 3-2-1 combination, right? In terms of the composition that they have. Sleeps on this Brody, we do know the pressure that he can apply. He scales consistently throughout the game. He does well in the early stages, like we saw him force the recall within the first 2 minutes, right? So as long as they can shut him down, they're really going to put the pressure onto Boca Roscoe at this point to be that initial burst damage dealer. Once they deny some of that, instead of the both of them scaling up at the same time, it's really going to put them in a better position, because who's going to deal the damage? They can sustain it when an iron hook lands.
Good hook, nice bloody hunt. Will they be able to find the kill? Boca Roscoe will commit, but look at the backside. Emily's in trouble as Boca finds a kill, 1 for 1 right now. Ignis Esports, though, keeping the momentum. That's going to go into their favor. They take out Rome for Rome, so it's a good trade. But on the top side, Sleep's trying to get in range for some gold plating, but Replic's on his way. He's not going to retreat just yet, so he's going to end up potentially in a bit of a fight. No, Replic's going to go for the wave clear. He doesn't want to commit to the 1v1.
And that's smart. And speaking of these gold here, we're seeing a lot of members being rich enough to pick up their first core item. We're seeing 2 Hunter Strike on the board. We're seeing 2 Clock of Destinies on the board. So both mages are going to be scaling up. But looking at the jungler, though, for Ignis, but before I get into that.
Speaking of looking at things, the full combination. Sleep's having to flicker to dodge the DL from Xavier, but Sleep's Replic still wants more. He's not going to pick the kill now. He gets punished. Sleeps will take that. Going to add that to his collection, and he desperately needed that after those 2 deaths in the early game.
That was such a good outplay coming in from Sleeps there, using the flicker, then using the mobility of the Brody to dive back into that tower, and also a good response coming in from Bloodhounds there on the rotations to not let him fall again. They know the importance of him, but Ignis right now, we've seen this from Kush before, he's really focused on opening up the map over getting his jungle and some of these objectives. We've seen him give up objectives to allow his team to have more freedom in terms of rotations. They already secured that tower on the top side, which also is going to make it harder for this Brody as well, because now he's going to be at a detriment. But another engage here.
They force out the last Insanity. It was that or death for the jungler for BH. Ignis Esports knows they can capitalize. They can just burst out the figure of armor, force the ultimate. Bloodhounds immediately falls in the wayside as far as fights. And look at this, they're going to go for the invade. They broke the armor. Phantom Execution comes out, and it's going to be a good one for the Judge, Jury, and Executioner. That is Kusho from Ignis Esports. Purple buff being invaded. It's going to be taken away. Wild charged up from Nikito on the Sleep. He's all alone. Abysm strike him down. Another kill for Ignis Esports. 2 for 0 unanswered. A purple buff stolen. And Ignis Esports looking for more in the mid side. They're going to call out the BBD from Replic. He's going to go ahead and zone him out. Might he be able to find a kill? Furious dive land. Picks up 1. Bloody Hunt comes out. Emily will trade him, but so will Zig. That's going to be a 3-man takedown. A tower in the mid for Ignis Esports, and they're running away with the gold economy.
And we're seeing the pressure of running this composition again. Like, it's been so long since we've seen this in action, and now it's kind of reminiscent of the earlier stages in MLBB. And looking at Templars there on this Esmeralda, because he's going up against these two fighters that also counters him, he's kind of in a bad position right now, because what is he going to do? He's going up against a direct counter, but speaking of things being direct here,
They tried to find the pickoff, didn't have enough damage there, and it could goes very low, but a nice Mystic Fill from Ziggy, gonna help him disengage, keep him alive just a little bit longer. Ignis Esports, even though Rome being forced on the recall, they're still gonna pull the aggro a bit. They still have control of the river. Bloodhounds, how do they get back into this right now, Rip?
well, we're seeing it. Sleeps, right? Every time Ignis Esports, or we've seen him before, anytime the opposing team is looking for something somewhere else on the map, he's also looking for an opportunity to open that map, even if it means just killing the minions and clearing the way. But speaking of things being cleared here, we've seen...
He's getting punished. He's trying to zone out members, but he's very low. Dawning Light from Ziggy is going to take him to a quarter of HP. Abysmal Strike comes out, sleeps with a nice flicker though, but he gets caught out by the Mystic Field. He's in trouble. Torn apart memory. Bloody Hunt from Emily is going to help Sleeps disengage here. Tofu's too low to contest. Bloodhounds needs to retreat. They need to back up. There's no way they pick up this turtle, but members are caught out right now. Ikato trying to hold in there. Phantom Execution, the Retribution will pick up the turtle. Dawning Light comes out, and they're going to take down Boca Roscoe. Fight's not over. Thorn Rose comes out. Emily will be taken down. Double kill for the jungler from Ignis Esports. He's 7-0-3 on fire. Do you feel me, Rip?
I'm looking at his levels right now. He's level 12 compared to Tofu there on this export, but he's in trouble.
Goodness gracious, the Wombo combo from the Lancelot, from the Dyrop. They force out the shield, almost able to force the kill. I'm actually surprised Kush didn't go for it with the puncture. He had about 3 minions. It must have been on cooldown there.
Absolutely, but I like that he's demonstrating a little bit of discipline here, right? Discipline is very important, but looking at Templars, Falling Star Moon.
Ooh, Kush may be in trouble, but no, he's going to be able to disengage. Nice wall charge with a 3-man stun, going to get him out of there. It's going to be a nice play from Ignis.
Now, I love how both these roamers are playing, right? We've seen Emily using the Bloody Hunt to deny Nikto there from using the Wild Charge, but we also see the Wild Charge being used to help with some disengages. So both these roamers are really going to be what it takes for their team to stay in the game. And you asked me before, what does Bloodhounds need to do to come back? They have to play in favor of Sleeps right now. As long as Sleep stays awake, that's going to be their chance. And looking at his gold right now, he does have the second most gold on his team. He also did pick up that Hunter Strike. He's going to have some ability. He's going to have some penetration, because if we look at Ignis Esports, courtesy of them running these fighters, they can be sustained, right? They could build the tanky defenses. And Brody, he's one of those marksmen. He doesn't have like a standard, okay, I have to run the Trinity build, or I have to use, the recent Corrosion side build.
Ooh. Big Wild Charge Flicker combination. It's a great way to open up the fight. And it's a great way to end Sleeps in the fight as well. Bloodhounds already out of it, but here comes the BBD, the big black dragon, into the tower. They pick up a kill by a Replic. Emily goes out. Zig will take down Templars, and Kush will find Boca. It's a 4-man wipeout from Ignis Esports. Without a doubt, BH is in pain, and I don't know if they can stop this train here, Rim.
Absolutely right. And it's like I was saying, in regards to Sleeps on this Brody, unlike other marksmen, they have to either choose between, okay, I'm going to crit build, or I'm going for the Holy Trinity build. But he's one of those marksmen that can benefit off of items and their core active passes, right? He could go in for something like the Hunter Strike, which he does have, or he can also go for some of the additional and full penetration. He could even build in something like the Endless Battle to abuse the true damage, right? So as long as he can stay in this game and farm up, he's going to be the winning factor for the team. And you can't count out Boca Roscoe. Yes, you're running fighters, and what does fighters have in Quirky? They have high HP, and we do know with her Chaos Assault, she's going to be able to burst them down, and she already completed 2 of her core items to deal that initial burst. So the moment she secures some penetration, likewise Ziggy there, she's going to start dealing damage as well. But the Lord marching down the mid lane.
They're gonna unleash Rim. I heard there's a solar eclipse coming this year. The blackout from Replik looking to zone out members. Good wild charge. Kush will pick up one. Ignis Esports having too much fun. Zig is gonna pick up a double. The mid later for Ignis Esports leading the way. Kush will find the double as well. 2 plus 2 is 4, but there's a little bit more, and they're gonna end the game. Rim, what an opener from Ignis Esports.
I mean, talk about being saved by the bell there in Quirky. He had literally 1% HP standing there for Tofu. But speaking of things standing here, we're seeing a lot of gold medals coming in for the side of Ignis Esports. Again, pointing out some of the itemizations. We're seeing Kush having the most gold in the match. He got the advantage in that jungle position, finishing the game 2 levels ahead of Tofu, the jungler for Bloodhounds right now. And if we look, Ziggy hasn't taken any deaths on this Xavier, has been present for most of the team fights, which we could see here looking at some of the statistics. And man, I mentioned before, Kush, he's one of those junglers that he can, you can have some objectives, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the map. I'm going to open up the map, which he did, right? And when they run this 1-3-1 composition, they lack that marksman. So someone has to push those lanes. And I like that he took that route for his team to help them better secure this victory for game 1 here.
What a secured victory it was. But, you know, speaking of things to be secured, Rem, I think heading into game 2, we might have to look at securing some different bans from Bloodhounds here. Lance, it's just too comfortable in Kush's hand. You might have to get rid of that. I mean, flawless game. He made it look easy, buttery smooth with the puncture opening wounds on BH there. It absolutely needs some correction. Zig, no pressure at all on the Xavier. They didn't have anyone to really pressure the back line. He also had a flawless game, but he also did some insane damage. Got to find some answers to the mid lane. It just seemed like BH did not have the answers there in those 5v5s, those engagements. And for once, it really felt like Emily not able to out trade on the opposing roamer. Nick with those wild charges was nailing them. Flickers in the tower, any way you want them, he got them, right? As Bloodhound gonna have to find a way to respond.
That's where you really struggle when you run something like the Kaja or the Franco, right? You're kind of a responsive tank, but when you go against something that initiates, it's like, okay, well, who's the real man here? You know? And
well, it's not Emily. She is the woman.
Yeah. But you know, in terms of the characters, right? Grok did went out. Like I mentioned, he had the immunity towards some of the iron hooks. So yeah, definitely went out and dropped there for the side of Ignis.
Man, what a game. Just game 1 of the grand finals. Ignis able to claim victorious. 1 match under their belt, but this is a best of 7. Bloodhound still has a chance to turn it around, and we'll be able to see that possibly in game 2. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with you guys for the next match.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga, he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sounding corny, motherfucker. Turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament Semi and Grand Finals stream. Semifinals ended with Ignis Esports able to get a victory over Team Ace with a 3-1 finish. And also now we're sitting at the Grand Finals, best of 7. Bloodhounds up against Ignis Esports. Game 1 was taken by Ignis Esports, which is going to put Bloodhounds at a deficit. But will they be able to turn this around and tie up this series? We're going to swing over to our amazing casters desk to go ahead and paint that perfect picture. Guys we got Inquirky in the building alongside Rim, able to kind of paint us through that first match. What does Bloodhounds need to do to turn this around?
Again, like I said, maybe have to pay a little, tip their hat a little bit over to Kush there on the jungle. Can't let him have that tank so long. He's very comfortable. We've seen him during NACT play the Assassins. I feel like right now the stage of the meta, or at least where it's shifting, Kush is going to be extremely comfortable if you let him take these Assassins for free. I mean, we've seen him on the Lance when it was even tanks a lot. Now he's running the damage, the Hayabusa, completely insane Assassin player. So maybe a little more focus there. Maybe get some more comfortable picks on them. But yeah, they have some things to work on. I think it'll start at the draft. How about you, Rim?
I mean, I agree, but when you're going up against these players at this point, can you really target ban though? I feel like these players' hero pools run so deep. There's only so much things you can ban, right? Bans are limited, but I think they really need to take out things that they know for sure that they struggle up against, right? You can allow some things to walk, but like you said, it's okay to put a little bit of a target on someone's back sometimes in the draft there.
Well, speaking of the drafting, let's go ahead and jump into game 2.
Here we are, back to the board for the drafting, and at least Bloodhounds is going to pay homage to the Assassins again. Start out with the Fanny. Last time they banned out the Ling, do you think maybe they switch it up for the Lancelot instead? Maybe let the Ling go through, or?
I mean, we did see the Ling get countered, and I feel like the Ling is potentially easier to counter out. I think that actually got, Team Ace one of their first wins in the previous series up against the Ling. Like, there's so much things you can, at some point in the game, if it doesn't go towards their favor when you have a Ling on your team, all he's going to do is split push, but if you're able to have a composition as well that can keep pressure on lanes consistently, which I know a team like Bloodhounds is capable of. So that's something that we might not, but no, they're sticking with it. Here in Quirky, they're batting it out.
They do stick with it. I mean, both teams are sticking with the bans. These are the same first 4 bans that we saw last time. But I guess at least from the Ignis Esports side, it worked flawlessly for them. So as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So definitely with the same. I'd like to see some adjustments from BH. Maybe at least if it's not in the picks. Okay, they banned out the Ling.
There we go.
So 3 bans out of the way, straight to Kush's back pocket. You force them to adjust a bit. Now we got to see if it's going to work out. They got to make the picks align with it. Esmeralda gets picked up, but I think that's okay. An interesting point here, right, Rim? And I brought this up in a recent video I made about how these XPs work in the draft. We saw that Esmeralda get locked in by BH last time, right? But absolutely no way to reach down onto the jungle. Doesn't apply any pressure to the Lance. Didn't apply no gold lane that bothered in the back line, right? No one to really shut down. So I feel like they could make this the same way. You can make this Esmeralda kind of useful, right? A little less valuable, depending on what you pick in response. You make sure Esmeralda can't counter you. Speaking though of things that can't be countered, or that aren't counted right now, is the Navaria picked up by Bloodhounds. This time they're going to go for a little more comfort for Boca in the mid lane. Last time he was on the Luna. It's not one of his primary picks, but now they're going to put something that he's really used to.
I like the Bing pick, right? I haven't really seen him perform to his utmost capabilities yet, because he usually does get shut down, but I'm expecting good things coming in from the side of Bloodhounds. And them locking in this Novaria, one of her biggest problems is going up against those type of assassins, right? Once I can really get into the backline. But if we look at their bans, all of them is banned out. So that leaves one option that can really get to her, and that's going to be the Hayabusa. So I feel like Ignis would potentially have to pick up that Hayabusa if they really want to have an easier time to go up against that, because Emily hasn't been slotted in yet, and we know Emily is good at protecting. We've seen her using the Bloody Hunt to protect her backline in the previous games before. So I do feel like that's going to potentially be a risk here. And Bloodhounds, after they secure this pick, the bans are going to be in their favor. So I feel like they could also target Kush a little bit more in that regard and really give Novaria the time to just, fly and not have her wings be clipped in the process.
Do you think maybe they lock in their gold lane? Last time they got the carry banned out. I wonder, I imagine if BH looks to pick it up here, right? Try to get Sleeps on his carry. They've already taken the Beatrix. I feel like carry wouldn't be a bad option to lock in for them. And they're going to go ahead and lock in. So a very, very good adjustment for BH there to get that carry in Sleep's hand, in my opinion.
Yeah, she's already an answer for the Esmeralda. One thing, Esme can tank a lot, but she can't tank true damage just as well.
Yeah,
she's gonna pop that sprint. She's gonna be running out of there, right? That superhero skin that they like to use, she's gonna turn into the super villain. She's gonna be running for her life. So I do think it's a really, really solid pick. And again, we've been seeing how well people have been performing once. Again, we're gonna be bringing this up a lot. The emblems have allowed you to play your comfort heroes and potentially make them meta, right? You slot something you're comfortable with, things that have been known to work on paper as well as in execution. Like if we look at the Bane, we do know the benefits of the Deadly Cash. They have the Novaria on their side, and then you gave Sleeps. This is his comeback hero. So if they struggle in the early game, they already know they have mid to late game secured. So I do think in terms of their drafting, they're putting a lot of trust into their gold lane. I just hope that this time around they play for his lane.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was a point, right, that we were kind of talking about off the stream there, a little back talk about how Bloodhounds could fix things. It even brought up from another party, the Brody, right, was having a good time in lane. We saw that at the start, forced a recall on Hereplic early in the game, and the question arose on why did Bloodhounds not go play towards the strong side of the map with Brody. And that's actually been something that's been pointed out across seasons, that you need to make Brody, prioritize him as the strong side of your map. When we seen them do that last time, when they played towards Sleeps, when he had the Brody, when he had the carry, they get his tower down, and then he's able to rotate on the map, and they get him to join those fights, get those 5v4s, get those outer turrets, right? They activate Sleeps in a way, get him online, but they didn't do that last game. They played completely opposite of him. He ended up in a lot of situations he shouldn't have been in one-on-one. Obviously, some of those things are his own fault, but a little more target, a little more security, that blanket effect from the rest of BH would definitely allow them to get Sleeps in a more comfortable position.
Absolutely right. And speaking of things being comfortable here, looking at some of the bans, we did see them banning out the Grok there for the side of Bloodhounds. They don't want to put that into the favor of Ignis, but I want to know what Emily's going to pick up. The Franco is still on the board. Wait. Is that a Natalia? Is she locked in?
Yeah.
She's locked in Quirky?
It is locked in.
Now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on. Okay. So one thing to note, real quick, is the Astral Echo from Novaria. Oh, it didn't get locked in, but the Astral Echo the Astral Echo from Novaria, Natalia can just cleanse that with her ulti. Like, she'll still have the effect, so it would have worked, But in retrospect, I'm kind of glad that they didn't, because she's going up against a YZ, a Bane. That's just going to be too much for her.
It is. Also, speaking of the Bane, we didn't really talk too much. I'm actually glad they went for this, because we saw Ignis Esports, they love to force those fights, right? They had a lot of initiators on their team. Bane is great for the counter engage, especially if you can get that deadly catch out prematurely, if you can kind of get a good read on the movements when they're about to jump for the engage. You catch a team out with a deadly catch as they commit, you can completely turn the fight around. So I'm definitely in favor of the Bane. I love that they lock it in. Here, it'll definitely offer that kind of potential. This Minotaur would go extremely well as well if they go ahead and take that in. With that Minoan Fury, man, you dive in, he's immune to the CC. You knock them all up. It's the same effect as the Deadly Catch. It's a great disengage tool, and I think it's those two picks alone are great answers to Ignis Esports' entire way of play style. They're going to go for the Franco. They're going to dig back into the comfort there. They're going to spin it back again. Didn't have a great time in game one, looking for better for game two.
Now, it's going to be suppression versus suppression this hour round. It's just going to be who's able to secure that lockdown first. And if I look at the compositions, Ignis Esports right now, definitely playing for that pickoff composition here. And I think Bloodhounds too as well to a certain extent, but I don't think it's going to be as swift for Ignis. Bloodhounds has to poke you down a little bit before they can actually pick you off. But But Ignis, on the other hand, as long as that Divine Judgment lands and Ziggy pops the Chaos Assault there, you're just gone for it. Not to even mention the gold lane being present when she does get out of that lane there. But in Quirky, we're heading into the draft, into the game. Whose draft are you in favor of here?
In favor of, well, before we get there, Rim, let me give them what they need, what the fuck want to hear. Ignis Esports, Bloodhounds, in favor of Ignis. Can they bounce back game 2? Rim, we got a lot on the line here, especially if you're the side of BH. You asked, though, who I'm in favor for the draft. I'm going to be honest here. I think Bloodhounds has exactly what they need to make this a better game. They locked in Navaria. They didn't really put Boca Roscoe in a good comfort with the Lunix. It's not really his cup of tea, if you will. The Navaria definitely something he optimizes in, and I've said it before, you get a jungler 2 for the price of 1 when you put that into the hands of Boca Roscoe. You got Sleeps on his carry. I feel like we're going to get a much better gold lane performance from him than we did from the Brody. Hopefully a little more attention from the rest of the team. And then, of course, Emily doubling down, okay, on the Franco. Didn't double it and pass it to the next person. She kept it herself.
Absolutely right. And I think when I look at the draft right now, Bloodhounds has the backline pressure. But if we look at Ignis, who's really going to be able to get to Boca Roscoe in this Navaria here? If we look at the jungler, Kush is on a frontline jungle, but speaking of frontline,
they're already putting that pressure. This is what we wanted to see from game 1. A little love for Sleeps up there, but Tempest, he's all alone, and they're going to capitalize. Doctor will get the first blood for Ignis Esports.
and I do like that rotation instead of going bot lane and the gold lane actually. This is probably like the only time I say this. When you have a losing matchup in that EXP lane, helping them get that early start is usually a good call, right? Especially if you know that your gold lane is safe. We did know that Nikto there was bot lane, so they had that assurance. So going top lane and helping Esmeralda get an easier time and a snowball potentially in that EXP lane is a smart choice. Helping Templars be a little bit denied. He's gonna be a little late in terms of this turtle fight here, but we already see the rotations coming in for the level 4 in favor of Bloodhounds, but Ignis looking to pull this first neutral objective.
That's right. Emily just locked in that level 4, but looking a little confused. He saw she started running the opposite way, but now turning back, a Divine Judgment came out on the templates. He's taken down. They lost the XP, but Tofu will pick up the turtle. Kush, though, was locking a double kill, 3-0, onto BH. So they pick up a turtle, but they lose 2 critical members there. Definitely in favor for Ignis Esports.
I like that Rep has been present for that team fight there. We saw the rotation coming all the way from gold lane. But one thing I will say about Sleeps though, Sleeps is really good at pushing in those lanes. He's a very patient gold laner, and that's something that's really important. That's an important quality to have as a gold laner, especially when you're playing for something that really gets its power spike in that mid to late game. You really don't want to give yourself or put yourself at risk where it's not necessary. It's like, okay, you want to leave your lane and you want to go rotate? Okay, I can still get the same farm that you're potentially going to be missing out, which he did, right? He did miss out on a little minion there. And look at Sleeps, already pushing in the wave, but Bloodhounds?
Templates, again, they're going to look to punish him. They know they're putting a lot of efforts down on the gold side, but who's going to help Templates? But down here, Emily, they're looking for the trade. They'll find Replic on the Beatrix here. Nick in a little bit of trouble on the Kaja. He's all alone, but they're not going to look to press it too much further. They got what they needed. They've offered up a depth for the gold lane for Ignis. So, oh, actually, hang on. They're not done. They're going to go ahead and move in with the pincher movement, force them back to take all the gold plating for Sleeps there. This is a great start for BH to at least fight back towards the mid stage of the game.
But also a good response from Ignis, right?
Oh, Iron hook from Emily. And that's what you like to see. Most of the times we saw her play on it, it took her a little minute to start landing those hooks. She had the scaling Franco, as we like to call it, the late game Franco.
Absolutely, but Sleeps in a kind of uncomfortable position here. We're seeing this side of Ignis. They really want this tower, but they're going in here.
They are committing just a little bit. Nice shot from Boca Roscoe with the Astral Echo and the recall combination. While that's all happening, though, a little bit of pressure up there from Doctor on the Esmeralda. He's been clearing out those waves, but maybe a fight. They seem to be a little split up. Sleeps is going for the 1v1 on Replic, forces the flicker. Emily needs to be careful. Nick is here with the Divine Judgment. 2 members there to back him up. make that 4 doctors here, but the BBD coming in from Templess. He's looking to black him out, lands the Furious dive. Boca Roscoe will follow him up, takes out Zig. Kush takes down Templess 1-for-1. Turtle up, 50-50 moment. Who can pick it up? Kush will take it. Good play from him, but they're not going to stop here. Forcing out the flicker from Sleeps. Mortal Coils comes out from Kush. He's working, he's whittling, and he's going to find the kill. He's unstoppable, if you will. 6-2, Ignis Esports.
And you really don't want a Martis to get this snowball and this advantage in the early game. If you look at his level right now, he's level 9, going to that level 10. And if we look at Tofu, he just got his level 8, but we're seeing them looking for Doctor here, but he's gonna be able to escape. And as we look at some of the items here, Esmeralda, she did pick up the Enchanted Talisman, but in the bot side though,
a lot of commotion down there. You can see they're trying to pressure. I do imagine this to be a free tower for them. Emily is hovering, but not much they can do in a 2v3. Looks like they'll be actually able to defend the tower on its last leg of life there, Rim.
It kind of reminds me of Tofu's house before game 1 ended, right? He had just about the same amount of HP as the tower right now, but I like that both roamers are sticking with their MMs. Like they're sharing the same type of message right now. We're just gonna see who's gonna execute it first here.
This is a Western showdown. This could be a play. Emily doesn't have Flicker, but she has Conceal. Gets the Bloody Hunt. There goes the Speedy Light Will's gonna be in a bit of trouble, but no, the Divine Judgment actually, the Bloody Hunt. What a great save from Nick. That is a crazy interaction. The last minute play to save him. You gotta be a smart player to think about that in the moment.
I mean, it leads you to wonder, right? Which one is stronger, the chains or the whips? And we saw the whips having the advantage there, but in the mid lane though,
a little bit of pressure on the Doctor. I wouldn't say an overwhelming amount. We'll be able to break away, but look at this down to the bot side. Sleeps, taken down by Kush. He has been an animal in the junglers. Last game, he was just like this on Lance. Now he's doing it on the Martis, the conqueror of 3,000 worlds and the conqueror of Bloodhounds so far.
yeah, see, they're sleeping on him like ZZ here in Quirky. They can't do that. They have to be the alarm. They have to keep him alive. And again, Bloodhounds, we're not really seeing them play for his lane, but an engage here.
Deadly Catch came out. A little bit of a chip shot there from Boca Roscoe. Overall, they're not going to lead to too much. Ignis Esports still in control. I mean, remember, they're up 3K gold right now. As far as towers go, 2 of them picked up unanswered by BH, so map control in their favor, but looks like we might be grouping up for a team fight. Iron the Hook went out, misses the mark. Ignis Esports, they look hot and ready, but are they ready to serve this up to BH? Emily, Bloody Hunt, they commit to it. Venice Rage comes out, but it's not going to find the kill. Templess, though, looking to make a play as Kush finds one. Templess will find the other, finally gets a kill on the board. For a minute there, I thought Templess was quirkless. He was 0-4, but he's going to end up fixing his KDA just a little bit there. A little duct tape.
And sometimes the duct tape goes a long way to hold some of those leaks, right? So I do think Bloodhounds, they're getting into their groove. They're finding some answers in these team fights. Ignis Esports, again, they're a team that they go all in. They have one intention in mind, and that's to get a kill. That's to pick you off. But to do so, you have to use a lot of your utilities to get that job done. And I like that Bloodhounds is finding an opportunity to say, okay, well, they use this skill, they use that skill, so we can actually go in for something. And I like that's the pressure of the Yuzhong, right? He can lose out, he can be bullied in that early game, but his pressure in Quirky cannot be denied, and you have to respect it.
Definitely do have to respect it. Speaking of things to respect, though, Ignis Esports, you can tell they really want this mid. They've been pressuring in those sideways, and they've been grouping up in the mid. They're trying to force these fights out, trying to get something happening here. Nothing too much yet, but hang on to the bot side. Bit of a 2v1, forcing out the flicker from Sleeps, but Emily on the return. Conceal is in play, looking for the Bloody Hunt. Finds it, connects it. Speedy Light Wills comes out, and they're going to pick up the kill. Nick falls, and this is exactly what I was about to ask next, Rim. I was wondering, when do we see the combination with Sleeps and Emily, the Bloody Hunt, and the Speedy Light Wills? They're going to need that.
Absolutely right, and it kind of put Rep there in a kind of uncomfortable position, because it's like, okay, if he was the one that got hit by the he got hit by it. That's a lot of damage, right? But the Black Dragon, though, he's looking for them.
He is looking for them, has all the vision. They have completely zoned out the back line here. He should be able to pick up a kill. Takes them down. Templess finally getting his groove back. Meanwhile, Bloodhounds finding the front line. The Ziggs will go ahead and finally punish him out. Kush, though, meanwhile, was able to take out Boca Roscoe. How does he even close the distance? to get next to a Navaria. Got to do some better positioning there if you're the mid laner from Bloodhounds. Now Ignis Esports is back in control. They have the 2-for-1 advantage. Bloodhounds, though, don't want to give this up. Tofu is still alive. He's still on the board. Nick going to do a good job with Conceal. They're going to go ahead and zone him out. Give Vision. Should be an easy pickup for Ignis Esports. Sleeps, though, trying to find something on the other side of the map like you were talking about, Rim.
And again, that's going to open up their potential to initially get a comeback in this game, right? We've seen this time and time again. The importance of him just being able to open up the map for his team, because not only when you get rid of a tower, your minions also can apply some lane pressures. It can make it harder for them to sink some of these lord fights, because we do know Ignis has been securing some of these neutral objectives here, but again, they're still looking for this mid lane tower.
And honestly, why not, right? They've already found the other outer turrets. If you can crack open the mid tower, no matter what the side is, you open up so much pressure. Speaking of pressure, though, the Lord able to find the tier 2 on the bot side. Ignis Esports are looking to make plays. And Glon Templars is in trouble. Pulled. Kush will pick up another kill. The nice hook from Emily. Get over here. Sleeps will pick up a kill. Both XP laners are down. YZ for Esmeralda. But look at that, Ignis Esports finally gets what they've been looking for the last 3, 4, 5 minutes here, Rim. They crack open that mid base. But Emily, another hook, the scaling Franco. Are we reaching the stage of the game where Franco goes insane? Sleeps will shut down Kush. That's going to be a huge kill for Sleeps. The comeback marksman from Bloodhounds is starting to get a little momentum. Another hit from Emily. Stop it, Emily. Someone's fishing. You gotta be faster than that. Ziggs, extremely low. Flickers in the ground pound from Emily ML. She's gonna upload this to YouTube. Tofu picks up a kill. Bloodhounds turning the game around. A lot of plays have been made. Boca Roscoe almost took the head off a replic there. What is going on, Rim?
Gosh. You know what? Okay, so hooks on somebody, but you call her captain at this point. That is Captain Hook right now. Emily is gone. Her alter ego has came out and she's on fire. They were able to get some comebacks, and again, Sleeps, from having a 1-1-1 KDA across the board, has secured 2 kills, as well as I'm sure that's helped with his economy, right? They've gotten some towers, they're farming these waves, and now they're evening out some of the gold lead. It has shrunk to just about 1K, and that is the comeback potential that Bloodhounds is known for. And they found their groove, right?
Speaking of finding things, Templars into the bushes, able to unleash the BBD before the bloody hunt. Kush trades them out 1 for 1. They found Nick for Templars. Not the greatest trade. You lose the XP for the roam, but right now, Ignis Esports doesn't have any more engage. They lose their Divine Judgment. Bloodhounds could be aggressive here if they choose to do so, but Ignis Esports is getting out of town. They're on the complete opposite side of the map at this point, Rim.
Absolutely right, and they're going to go ahead and keep the pressure on some of these lanes. The Lord is about to spawn in under spawning now, actually, and we're already seeing Bloodhounds setting up their positioning, and I'm scared here. Emily has been landing these hooks, and the next person to be hooked, we're seeing them all together, so that is going to be a lot of burst damage here.
The rough part about this is currently the waves are all in favor of Ignis, at least the side waves. All of it is in their favor, but a nice Astral Echo from Boca Roscoe. He reveals every single member, so they have vision on everything. Can they capitalize? Emily's in a bit of trouble. Gets caught by the Divine Judgment and the Vintage Rage. He's taken out. 1 for 1 as Tofu takes out Nick. Here comes the BBD. Members are low. Replic, can he escape? The Cyclone and Flicker will get him out, and Kush will pick up the Lord for Ignis Esports. They're looking to capitalize. Boca Roscoe from downtown. The shot heard round the world. Finds him on the backside, looking for the retreat. Bloodhounds is going to force onto the purple buff. Zig will still be able to pick it up. Tofu, maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Falling Starling, but there goes that deadly catch that we were talking about. Good disengage. Sleep! The Speedy Light will and Boca Roscoe. Wombo, combo. Knock them down like dominoes, Rim.
Oh, I'm speechless at this point. It's the hooks, it's the snipes, it's the combos, it's the vision. Bloodhounds are just, they're in their zone right now, and you can't tell them anything at this point, right? And again, we're leaving that early game, and Ignis Esports, they had the better early game a snowball, but we're in that late game, and this is where picks like the Carry, the Novaria, this is their time to shine here, right? And something to point out, Necto there. He was looking towards going for that back line and that initial Lord fight. And I feel like at that point, if you can take Emily off of the board, that's going to just allow you the rest of your composition to dive you, because who's going to stop you, right? The moment that he uses the Bloody Hunt, you're going to be bursted down. But speaking of being bursted down,
Tofu gets punished, gets taken apart. But look at this, down on the bot side, they can make the same play. Bloodhounds, if they walk through this bush, and they're going to do it. Emily's going to punish. Sleeps will take them down, so they find the retrade. Crazy positioning. You know, someone in the community named XCO, he likes to call it the express bush, and they couldn't stop that locomotive there. Here comes the BBD, though, from Templess. It gets forced out. They got a good Astro Echo, so good vision on a couple members. They know where it's safe to advance right now. Both EXPs were taken off the board rim, so Waves currently not being managed by anybody.
absolutely. And again, Bloodhounds doing a good job at trying to stay into this game. And if we look at some of the items right now, Franco, a little bit falling short, falling behind in terms of some of the items, but the impact is important. And speaking of having the items as well as impact, gotta look at Sleeps on this carry, right? But also look at their positioning.
Emily has the flicker. She also has the ultimate, but they have to be careful. If she commits right now, they're going to be in trouble. Emily uses it, but they are going to be able to burst it down, or they force out the immortality, but will they be able to keep the kill? No, they can't. Here comes the re-engage from Ignis Esports with the deadly catch room we've been talking about. It's such a useful tool. Roscoe! Man down!
He is just not letting them escape at this point. It's like if you go up against the White House, for example, right? They have a target on your back constantly, and Boca is here to lay the justice, right? It's like, oh my gosh.
Reflick, he's in trouble. Get him out of there. Tofuski will pick up a double kill. They take him down under, and now Bloodhounds is on top. They're going to be able to pick up this Lord Rim, and somehow, some way, and we kept talking about it, when you lock in those comforts for BH, Boca Roscoe on this Navaria, Sleeps on this carry, Emily on the Franco. What more can you ask for? The trifecta of BH.
Absolutely right. And we mentioned Ignis Esports, they really don't have anyone that can really apply that pressure to Boca Roscoe. They banned on all of the assassins. And then the jungler they pick up, I mentioned he got her once, but he's still a frontline jungler. He's just a Midas. And we're seeing Emily. She knows that Sleeps has the damage right now. So she's not even afraid to use the Bloody Hunt on him. At this point, anyone captured by a Bloody Hunt is as good as dead. And speaking of things being dead here, this mid lane tower about to fall potentially.
That's right, and Emily again with the hook and Bloody Hunt. They found the early kill. 4 members left. It's a 4v6. There's a Lord here. His Replica gets forced extremely low. Speedy Light Wheels came out from Sleeps. Anybody in his range is getting torn down. Lord will get melted. They found the tower. Ruby D combination coming out. Emily is the only one that will fall with the immortality. Can they pick up the kill? Get Astro Echo and the deadly catch. Turns around the fight. That's the Uno reverse card as Boca Roscoe forces out the immortality, and BH will force the victory. They take down the Crystal Base 1-1. Real things are even Stevens here.
Victory!
And that's what we like to see, especially looking at both these teams, right? We've seen the Beatrix do quite well in previous series, but this time around, they're going to give it up because they had an answer for it. We're wondering what were they going to do differently this time, and man, they focused on Sleeps. He sold the boots to get full maxed out itemizations coming in there, being able to pick up that immortality. I don't need boots at that point. I have a second life, and he didn't even get it popped, right? The only time that he took a fall that game was in that early game, and then they just couldn't continuously apply that pressure. And if we look at some of the statistics being done here, again, focusing on Sleeps, having that tower damage, opening up the map, and there was really nothing that could have stopped him. There's no backline pressure coming in. We did see at the end, Ziggy did attempt to go in for that Ruby DD combo, but we saw their items. They're sustained, they have the damage, and they also have an answer for it as well. So good game coming in from the side of Bloodhounds, evening up the scoreboard.
You know, Rim, honestly, they got to change Tofu's name, right? We got to change Tofu to barbecue, because I ain't never seen a vegan cook like that. That man was insane on the Bane. But
he ate that.
He definitely ate that. Well, actually, it looked like Ignis Esports had to eat that. He cooked them up with barbecue, put that rib in their face, and said, "Eat up, boy. This soul food. It's good for you." That's a great game. It's on the house. You know, you ain't got to pay for this one. We're gonna offer this one. It's on our bill. But oh man, Bloodhounds again. They fixed it up in the draft, right? Complete target on the assassins for Ignis Esports. They locked in the comforts. They switched things up. They got Boca Roscoe where he needs to be. They got Sleeps where he needs to be. They gave Sleeps assistance, and they played through their pickoff style. They made their plays with the Bloody Hunt, with the Astral Recall, with the Speedy Light Wheels. Everything they needed for BH to play the way BH plays was unlocked there, and Ignis Esports didn't have the answer.
Yeah, man, them snipes was sniping, okay? Them snipes was sniping, them hooks was hooking. It's crazy. It's crazy. What do you think there, Weezy? I know you got some words.
Man, I don't know. That takes a lot to process, right? I mean, it looked like it wasn't going to be in Bloodhound's favor, but as Inquirky stated, the late game scaling Franco coming alive. Definitely something you have to watch out for. Emily, just, I don't know, some light flickers on when things are not working in their favor, and those hooks just start automatically connecting. I might have to do it. No, I'm kidding. This is a great game over. I'm not gonna throw any crazy stuff in there because I know how that could be. But anyway, guys, that means both teams currently have 1 win under their belts. That means it's an even series. This is the grand finals for the Cyberpunk Tournament best of 7. The team that wins today's series gets $1,000. Talk about that. Also, there's a 100,000 diamond prize pool, which goes to all top 16 members. So shout out to everybody that competed. We started with 32 teams, went down to 16, down to 8, down to 4, and now down to the final 2. And now we got to see which one can claim victory in this series. We got to see who can have the advantage 1-1 on the board. I'm hoping that we go all the way to a game 7. And the way these series have been looking so far, we might just have that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with you for the 3rd match.
Motherfucker, I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Kinda corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like chemo. And give an F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the Beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. He shed real blood, I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy.
Ladies and gentlemen across the land of Dawn, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We're officially on the Cyberpunk Grand Finals. That's right, the final day for our amazing tournament where 32 teams are fighting it out for a cash prize of $1,000 provided by Raz and also Outplay and also the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff. Now, a big thing about this is there's also 100,000 diamonds on the line that was provided by Moonton. So there's just definitely a lot of things to grab out there for these teams competing. Speaking of competition, today, grand finals, 2 teams were able to fight their way through all 32, and that is Bloodhounds and Ignis Esports. They're fighting in a best of 7, an amazing show right now, a throwdown, as it is 1-1 on the board. Ignis Esports was able to claim game 1. Bloodhounds takes game 2, and here we are, game 3. Who will be able to lead the way in this series? Let's go ahead and swing over to our amazing casters' desks. We have a guest who will be casting alongside myself for the 3rd match. There he goes. Takes a second. He's a little bit shy, so it takes a minute to pop in, but 3, 2, 1. I'm kidding. He's not shy, but all the way from India. How you doing, my man? Scared Jet in the building.
Doing absolutely amazing. Just waiting for my camera to focus on me a little bit so that I'm no longer blurry. I was just actually counting the amount of skins that I can buy with the 100,000 diamonds in my pocket. And that's a lot. I could not come up with a number, but it is absolutely a lot. And a lot is the exact thing that we're getting right now from the matches. 1-1. I am extremely excited and energetic, as you can already feel. So let's just jump into the draft right away.
Let's do it. Let's jump into the draft. And here we are. Oh, looks like it's taking a second for them to jump in. But as we slowly get into the draft, looks like there was a little bit of an error on one of their members. So we're going to go ahead and start it back up. 1-1 on the board, though, right? It's pretty much tied right now. The skill level is definitely there. It looks like the connection issue was fixed. So let's go ahead and head back over to the draft now. And here we are. I got the blue side. I'm with the Bloodhounds. And looks like you're rocking with Ignis Esports.
Yeah, just like the rock in game number 1. Now, Ignis Esports has been showing us quite a different types of draft coming in. We saw the 1-3-1 coming in from them, and then we also see them in that marksman composition in the previous game, wherein they picked up a little too much scaling comp with the Lunox, with also the Beatrix and the Esmeralda. So I personally feel that Ignis this time might actually switch back to the basics, where in the situation they put 2 fighters into those side lanes.
Yeah, it's been interesting, right? We've been seeing 1-3-1s make a comeback for the meta, and it's been doing really good. So I can't wait to see which way this goes. I mean, the Fanny being knocked off from Bloodhounds is smart. I mean, if they were watching the semifinals, that they seen just what Ignis Esports could pull off into the hands of Kush with that amazing Fanny, it's definitely a problem. Something's still on the table, though. The Navaria is still walking.
Absolutely, but there's also Lancelot up for grabs as of now, and I think so Bloodhounds will be able to ban it out. But again, do Ignis ban out the Navaria? Was Navaria the one that actually created the problems for them, or was it their own few mistakes in the later part of the game, which resulted in a victory of the Bloodhounds? Because we did see them having that aggressive approach in the early game, where Kush on the Martyrs with that damage was also rolling. It was going bonkers in the game. But for now, they're going to take away the comfort for Sleeps, picking up the banning of the carry, and now this leaves room open for Bokorosco for the Novaria.
Now, I don't know if I agree with that, right? I mean, carry, yes, carry can hit hard, but taking out to carry this early, I mean, it created the opportunity for Bloodhounds to pick up the Navaria, not to mention, we gotta respect Bokorosco. He was a supreme mid-lane mage for North America, and you're giving him one of the most impactful jungler, or not junglers, but mid lanes in today's date. I was thinking about how, and Quirky said, 2-to-1 combination. It's basically getting 2 jungles by slotting in that Navaria as well. With that sniper shot, how much damage it can deal, it's definitely a game changer. And is that worth banning out that carry?
What I personally think is that Bokorosco, even on the Navaria, would not be able to solo carry the entire match. They do need to lean on to Sleeps for that late game damage output. And what IE did in the first game was they entirely denied the comfort heroes for Sleeps. They picked up I believe they banned out the Beatrix, they banned out the carry, and then he was only left with one hero. That was the Brody that Sleeps could actually pick in, and that did not work out well for Bloodhound. So I believe their approach this time should be the same, and I really like the Franco denial coming in from Ignis. They do not want Emily on those comforts, so I feel that Bloodhounds might actually lock either the Beatrix or the Kaja. I should just throw my suggestions out.
I mean, this is interesting, right? We're seeing the Esmeralda alongside the counter, the Dyrot. So, I mean, this is interesting. This is looking like another 1-3-1 composition for Bloodhounds. But when we swing over to your side of the table, why don't you go ahead and tell us what's going on with Ignis Esports right now?
To be honest, I don't think so that they expected Bloodhounds to actually pick those 1-3-1 setups themselves. They did not expect them to pick a page out of their own book. But now, in order to counter the Esmeralda and the Daros, right, they do need something that scales with the level. Hayabusa is one thing, but in a cluster, the Quad Shadow and Yugi Shadow Kill would not do much for you. So I personally feel that they should actually go in for some beefy frontlining. They're picking up the Yuzhong as of now, but what do they ban out at this point? Do they put Emily again on an hero which Emily is not comfortable on, or do they ban out the Bane as well as the X-Men? They're taking away the Bane as of now. They probably want to put, the jungler in a pretty awkward place where there are not many heroes that they can pick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they kind of need something to burst down the beefy composition that we're seeing from Bloodhounds right now, right? You're running two fighters. They haven't even showed who their roam's going to be or their jungler, mind you. I mean, there's still suppression available on the table. The Kaja is still available for grabs.
That is correct, but there's also one thing that I'm thinking. What if Bloodhounds actually go for either a Granger jungle or a Yi Sun Shen jungle? We've seen both of them in the semifinals today. So one being pulled by Team Ace and the other one being pulled in by Ignis Esports. And I believe game number 2, Ignis pulled off the Yi Sun Shen into that jungle. And Kush was just unstoppable in that game. So it is possible that Bloodhounds might lean onto that, but they would also need to focus on the lane of Esmeralda, because we know Esmeralda scales in towards that late game. She becomes pretty beefy, also deals some damage, but in the early game does not quite is as effective as any other EXP lane, I believe.
That was an excellent read. I didn't even think about the Yi Sun Shin. I mean, you make a great point. It worked earlier today, and it can be an option again. And not to mention, he can build those items needed to burst down, some of the members out there on Ignis Esports. But Ignis Esports on the other side of the table, what are they going to slot in? I mean, we know they need something to get into the late game damage, right? They need a marksman that can pierce, and they already took the carry off of the board, which would have been a great pickup to use against Bloodhounds right here. But I mean, maybe they go in for something more late game like the Claude or even the Melissa, who is still up on the table for grabs.
Possible. I was thinking for even a maze that they actually need to pick. Since their jungler is pretty scaling jungler, they need a maze that is pretty effective in the early game. Karita was something that I was thinking along the lines of, but has been banned out right away. And something that can actually kill those beefy lines, I think so, Leslie. She's been working out a lot in the previous few games. We've seen her going absolutely out of this world with that insane true damage. It is possible Ignis might pull that off, just like how you pulled the Leslie off. And again, as for the maze now, since the Karita has been banned out, they can probably pick the Lilia up.
Your team
Okay, they're not going for the marksman. I picked up the Paquito.
Oh, so this is going to be two fighters in both lanes, so it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be up close and personal for Game 3 between Bloodhounds and Ignis Esports. Now, looking at these matchups, right? Which one goes in the gold and which one goes in the XP? I'm expecting the Dairoth to probably go in the XP lane for Bloodhounds and the Esmeralda to run on the gold lane. Or, I mean, they could still put one of these fighters in the jungle if they really wanted to.
It's absolutely up to them, and that is the thing. Even the Kaja is up for grabs as of now, so Emily can pick that up as well. But even I would agree with the fact that Dial should go in the EXP lane, because he would get the advantage with that EXP, while Esmeralda does need both itemizations, needs the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Dominance Eye for the cooldown reduction, and to be pretty beefy in front of your opponents. So she scales with those items, so putting her in the gold lane would be a pretty good job. But again, and for the side of Ignis, I personally think that Paquito should go into that gold lane because he scales extremely hard. You build up the Bloodlust stacks, go with the BOD, and build up the Malefic Road. You're literally going to delete Novaria if you actually reach her. And even Esmeralda might not be able to tank all that damage, or even the Alpha, who we're going to see will be jumping into the jungle for the side of Bloodhounds. We've seen them pull the Alpha, and we've seen, I believe, Emily on the Kufra as well. I want to see how comfortable they would be against this composition. I really like the Kufra pick up against a Franco. You want to go in for that full-fledged team fight, but IE gonna lock the Xavier.
Oh man, this is getting pretty wild for Game 3. An insane draft from both sides of the table. Two fighters for both sides of the table, and also pulling in the Alpha in the jungle. Now, looking at the way this is going to go, this is also Hayabusa being slotted in. No suppression to really stop him in his tracks, but they do have that bouncing ball on the Kufra, so it can stop him on that quad shadow if he does try and path through that bouncing ball. And I wonder which way this is going to go. Both teams currently tied up so far.
So unless Kush goes entirely Kyrie mode in this game, it should be Emily to stop Kush in his quad shadows tracks. But again, I feel really scared for both of these mages as they will be targeted by almost 3 people who would be onto their faces. We're really gonna see how it actually is going to end. Easy.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into Game 3 of the Grand Finals for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament. Bloodhounds versus Ignis Esports. Both teams currently tied 1-1, fighting for an $1,000 cash prize. They paved their way through 32 teams in North America.
Indeed, the best of the best in front of us and going at it perfectly, 1-1 the scoreline. And I really like the adjustment coming in from Ignis. They knew that Esmeralda might go into the gold lane, so they put the Paquito up against the Daroth. Yes, he would be losing the lane up to that level 4 mark, but at least would not be losing as hard as he would against Esmeralda. But Doctor seems to be in trouble.
Yeah, very close call. I mean, this is the thing that we're kind of talking about. With the new emblem system, these games are moving a lot faster. It's not a slow-paced game anymore. It's more aggressive nature plays that tend to win the games for these teams. And typically we see more of that 12-minute finish. Now, looking at Bloodhounds, right, with this fighter composition, they have full dive up in your face. And there it goes, up in your face indeed, as Dogtour is going to fall into the hands of Sleeps.
He is running with a Brave Smite again. We're going to see the Quad Shadow.
He's gonna go in. Emily very low. Uses the flicker to get out with the bouncing ball. But look at Kush. Not gonna let go. Smells the low HP on Sleeps, but is gonna decide to continue on that farm.
Indeed. Now again, Tofu going for a pickup and towards that top on Replic.
And that's the thing that Tofu provides, right? The alpha charge. You know, we got to give that credit as well. That knock up CC and also the sustainability that the alpha provides.
Yeah, that is correct. But again, the question is, does he go for 2 item damage, 3 item tank, or 3 damage, 2 tanks? Because you know that there's a beefy front line in front of you. There's a Paquito with a Brave Smite, a Yuzhong with a Brave Smite, and then there's Nikto on the Franco. So I don't think so it would be very easy for him to actually reach Ziggy in those cases.
And speaking of things being easy, aggro being pulled for this turtle for Ignis Esports, but wait a minute, Bloodhounds finds their way into the turtle pit. You're gonna see the double knock up. Tofu is gonna claim the turtle for Bloodhounds, but needs to get out of there. Bloody Hump, the immobilization on the Sleep. Ziggy is gonna secure the kill. That is 1 member falling for Bloodhounds, but they were able to claim the objective. An overall trade working in their favor.
I think so. They would be happy to take that trade, Emily. On the Cupra, almost giving a heart attack to Ziggy as well as me, but nonetheless, it was Sleeps who actually fell in that team fight. So I think so it's kind of fine because he is having that farm advantage, farm lead, and of course, giving the turtle to your own team proves to be of greater value. And he was also under the bloody hunt, so could not have done anything out of that. But again, focusing down on that goal lane, we are seeing the stalemate coming in, brick wall coming in from Replic. So that is something that is pretty good, denying Tempest those rotations, that early farm, but we are seeing the rotation and I really love it from Replic. He knows that the tower is probably going to go anyway, so just making sure that it does not give his own life in the process.
Wow, and just look at the rotation from Bloodhounds, able to proxy that lane and still maintain control for the minions to make their way into the turret so they can strip some of this gold. They're just going to increase the advantage, already leading by 600 gold, but look at the quad shadow going in. Nick, though, is going to find Sleeps, though. Take him down off screen with the assistance of Dogtour, which means they may have found themselves an answer back to try and even out this economy.
Indeed, but there's one thing that I just noticed. If he would be a little bit too slow on those quad shadows after the shadow kill, he might be caught in Emily's bouncing ball and might not be able to retreat in that situation. So that is something to keep in mind. But again, looking at the itemization coming in, securing the Hunter Strike, giving himself the priority as Alpha is still cooking the War Axe. Now, I really love the itemization coming in from both these teams. We'll see them picking up their first items. So, of course, the damage will be kicking in for the next turtle fight. But for now, Daroth and Paquito, that matchup is going to be the key. Who rotates faster for the turtle towards that top?
And you know, one of the interesting things when we're looking at their items is nobody is going in for the anti-heal yet. And I mean, you need anti-heal for both sides of the board, right? You're going up against an Esmeralda when you're playing with Ignis Esports. and an Alpha, but then on the other side of the table, you're going up against a Yuzong and a Paquito. So I wonder if they're going to go in for this Dominus Ice or not, because you are seeing both teams fight over in the Turtle Pit. Black Dragon hovering around, trying to find a target to drop in on, spots the backline, finds Bokarosco, drops with the Petrify. Sleeps is going to find Nikto on the side, though, the Petrify in. Tofu going to find Replic. Sleep picks up double, finds Kush as well, creating the opportunity for Bloodhounds to secure this objective, takes this turtle, and also Tipless is gonna find a kill again, is gonna take down Ziggy.
Indeed. Now, in the meantime, Paquito does find the tower tier 1 in the bottom side, so at least getting something out of those engages, but the mid tier 1 probably will fall another engage.
With the bouncing ball, Astral Recall as well, and Tipless to seal his fate. Down goes Dogtor. Quad Shadow from Kush trying to deny these minions, trying to use a Ouija Shadow Kill to clear them out, but not fast enough, and down goes the turd in the mid lane.
Now, this is something that Bloodhound played extremely well, but wait a minute! Sleeps, putting Yuzhong to sleep at another hook.
And maybe sending somebody else to sleep, as Kush is gonna find Emily as a trade.
Indeed. Now, I wanted to point out that Bloodhounds did excellent in that situation, wherein they knew that they're going to lose the bottom tier 1. So the best thing in that case would be to take the mid tier 1, because that actually provides you the access to the jungle of Ignis Esports, and it does put a lot of pressure on Kush onto his own blue buff, because you know that potential invade might be coming in any time. And Nikto, as you were talking about, does pull up the dominant side, but top side.
You're going to see the Alpha charge on the aggressive play from Nikto, and Replic may have went too far in enemy lines. Nikto is going to fall, and so does Replic. Tofu picking up the double kill. Replic is going to take down Sleeps, though, in the midst of that battle before falling.
Bottom side. Alright, that's gonna be a stalemate. I thought that Kush wanted to go in for an engage, but I really like the tankiness coming in from Templess at this point. He tanked the entire shadow kill coming in from Kush. So Kush definitely needs some scaling.
Speaking of scaling, Doctor, very low. I mean, the Esmeralda definitely works more in Esme's favor the later this goes, as she can soak up that shield provided by that jab that Dogtor has with that skill 1, and now the 3v1 situation. Gonna box him into this turret. He needs to get out. Dawning Light from across the world. Not gonna find any members, but Dogtor forced out of that turret, and it is gonna fall into the hands of Bloodhounds.
Indeed, they take the bot tier 1, they take the turtle, and now are going to probably focus on the bottom lane tier 2. That is the best possible choice that they are making at this point. They've lost the top tier 1 nonetheless, so might as well just chunk that bottom down. And look at the way that they are engaging. Look at Yuzhong, how far back he is and still being charged upon.
Yeah, you're looking at heavy aggressive nature from the side of Bloodhounds. They know they have the advantage right now. Both of these teams are evened up on this series so far, so this is a very big game now. Kush trying to claim this turret. Templess running in. Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall for the stunning immobilization. Templess secures a kill, but over in the bottom side. Black Dragon goes out, Sleeps, misses the business strike on the Doctor, but goes back in, finds the kill, but taken down by Replic in the Furious Dive.
You're gonna take that trade any day. There were 3 people chasing you. You were not going to survive that, so might as well take Doctor down for another tour back to the base. What a play coming in from Sleeps. Literally, he is entirely, containing the momentum for Team Bloodhounds from the starting minute of the match. Yes, he's fell 4 times, but he's picked up 5 important picks and giving room to his team. Talking about room in the top side.
Ooh, the Falling Star Moon finding a Bloody Hunt in the turret. Kush is gonna find Templess. Tofu gonna find Replic. Replic gonna take out Emily before he falls, but Dogtor super low. Look at the Iron Hook almost connecting. Tofu finds another, takes out Dogtor, gets a triple. Is gonna take down Kush. What is going on right now? 3 members falling for the side of Ignis to 2 on Bloodhounds.
They took a page out of Ignis Esports book and are replicating it much better than they are. And the only reason being that they've got one lane winning 100%. Or let me just say it, they've got both lanes winning at this point, because Doctor cannot face either Esmeralda or even Sleeps at this point, even since the starting of the game. And same goes for Replic. For Esmeralda, he would be brick-walling that lane. But if he's up against Sleeps, Daroth is going to smack Yuzhong any time of the day. And now they're also converting it into those objectives and looking at the items. Oh my goodness, we're probably going to see another engage, maybe not. Discipline coming in from Bloodhounds.
Yeah, I mean, there goes that anti-heal we were talking about, right? Esmeralda did pick up that dominant size, went for the CDR route. Typical Esme build with the Enchanted Talisman and the Oracle for the additional regen. Yuzong, though, he went to the dominance for the counter as well. So the itemization is there, right? Anti-heal has been checked off the board. You're looking at the Hayabusa going in for that Malefic Roar for a little bit of that pin, trying to soak into the frontline composition that Bloodhounds has so far.
Indeed, I was expecting Yuzhong and Paquito to go in for probably an anti-cuirass at this point because you've got Alpha for the skills, but for not talking about skills.
Oh, that is skills right there. Tofu is gonna find Nikto with that Falling Star Moon, godlike indeed, but the Black Dragon from Replic trying to find a game changer and an opportunity. The Mystic Field for the immobilization. Replic has not dropped down yet. Now we're going to use the Furious Dive in. Immobilization onto Templars. They are trying to claim this inhibitor on the top side, but the Lord is going to fall. The immobilization. Wait a minute. The dive from Emily. Templars as well. Finds Ziggy. Because she's going to find Emily to respond in that aggressive play into the base. But down goes the inhibitor for the top side. This is a 4v4. 2 minions in play. Make that one. And it has all been cleared out. And now Bloodhounds needs to pull out of the base for Ignis Esports.
Nikto is losing 2 HP bars with just one shot from Boca Roscoe, and we're gonna see probably another engage in the mid inhibitor now.
Yeah, they're not letting go of these objectives.
Definitely not. And now here's the thing. If you're going in for a Lancelot or a Ling or a Fanny, you want to farm up on your enemy squishies, and that probably goes in for the marksman in the gold lane. Mostly you're going to target the marksman because he's sometimes isolated in those lanes, and you can farm up easily on a marksman because the mage will always be with the roamer. But I love the way how Bloodhound drafted. Hayabusa was picked up. Now what kind of counters the Hayabusa? You go for a beefy lineup. You got a beefy lineup, go in for a 1-3-1 setup with both the sides with full-fledged fighters. They secure the Esmeralda, secure the Dairoth, and they've been executing it brilliantly at this point. They know that they've got the advantage, and they're also showing the discipline, right? And now we are seeing the power of Templars on this Esmeralda. For all the matches we've seen, but for now we're probably going to see an engage.
Yeah, may have seen an engage, but they're able to clear out these minions. The defense from Ignis Esports is coming alive. I mean, they are at a huge deficit. We're 12 minutes in. I mean, typically we've been seeing these games kind of end in a very fast nature with the new emblem system, and this is about the mark where you see one side close it out, and right now it's looking like that may be Bloodhounds. Is down goes the quad shadow to escape. Abysm strike though, bloody hunt for the cancellation. Ziggy finds sleeps. Furious dive in from Replic. Soul Grip as well in the enhanced version with the Black Dragon. Tyrant's race to pin him onto the wall. Tipless joining the fight. Furious dive for the sustainability. And the Mystic Field going out to Kite and allow him to escape.
Oh! Look, damage on Doctor. At this point, he's not able to do anything. And now Kush wants to jump in for more, Steph.
Ooh, huge squad shadow though is going to find his way back. Tofu is going to claim the Lord in the midst of all this chaos. Furious Dive goes in. Astro Echo hits all the members of Ignis Esports to increase that hit mark. You're going to see Tofu find Nikto. Legendary kill. Kush quad shadows out. Misses by a hair. Almost able to fall to the hands of Tofu on this alpha.
Jesus. I mean, just look at the way that they're going in for those engages again and again. But we're not talking about engage.
Oh man, they are not letting it go. Replic has the advantage, hovering over the Black Dragon, but very low now, decides to hit a quick 180 to refuel on some HP, but Dogtor may not be the same. The Astro Echo for the slow. That's that 50% provided by the ultimate on this Navaria. Almost caught Dogtor. Templars still being a nuisance though with this Esmeralda. Lord making his way on to the top side. Can they close this game out? Here it goes, Squad Shadow, Luminous Lord in play. Kush frontlining, trying to soak the damage and also clear this Lord. He does have the retribution, and down it goes. Great defense. Tofu finds Zaltor, though. One member falling. Make that 2. Double from Tofu is going to find Nikto. 3v5. Number still in Bloodhound's favor. Still going to close this out possibly as minions are making their way on the top side. Quad Shadow in again from Kush. Down goes the inhibitor for the bottom lane. The stun. Kush needs to get back. Luigi shadow kill, but is it enough? Look at Tofu. Gonna try and take him down. The petrified. Sips is gonna find Ziggy. Furious dive. Soul grip. Tofu finds Kush. Replic finds Templars. Furious dive. 1v3, but not enough. A full wipeout, and Bloodhounds has done it. Has given a clean fade to Ignis Esports and has taken game 3.
Victory!
Holy smokes, what a match. That's literally Tofu unleashing himself on yet another jungler. And it's not just him, it's just how they all played. Look at the assist on Booker Roscoe 0, 0, and 13 from a mage. He's just playing it from far back, even though there was Yuzhong, replic on the Yuzhong. You know that he can just Black Dragon form into you, but the way the cover was provided, Yuzhong just always had to use the Black Dragon form in a defensive position to save Doctor, to save Kush, to save Ziggy. And it's just because of the fact how Esmeralda, in the hands of Tempest, was opening up the map and was dividing the fight entirely. He was literally doing a 1v4, that too in their own crystal, almost jumping into the fountain. That's just outrageous at this point.
Outrageous indeed, as Sleep's gonna, Scare just slowly gonna get into here. Man, an amazing game, right? That was Bloodhounds coming alive. I don't know what, it's not the same story for Ignis Esports. They weren't able to find their proper footing in that match, and Bloodhounds is just scaling through this series. This is now 2-1. They were at a deficit in the beginning. Ignis took the first game, but now this is a 2-win streak so far for Bloodhounds.
You can do that, we can do that too, and better. That is the answer coming in from Bloodhounds at this point. Literally, it was outwardly coming in. I want to see what kind of answer is going to come in from Ignis Esports in the next game. That's game number 4. Because yes, just as you mentioned, they are in the deficit. And we also have to talk about the exhaustion that's going to kick in. They've already played a best of 5 series in which it went to an entire 4 match. And now this is a best of 7. In which they are in the deficit, so it's gonna hit that mental fatigue real quick. So I want to see how they're going to come back in game number 4.
And one thing, you know, that I gotta harp on, that's a great point that you just made. They just finished a best of 5 and now into a best of 7. They haven't been able to put that phone down for at least the past 2 hours. But they also competed in Latam yesterday in another tournament. So these guys are machines when it comes to practicing and hard work to be able to pull off fighting in the grand finals. And it just shows you why they were able to make it to that top 2 position. But guys, that was game 3 going to Bloodhounds. So don't go anywhere as we will be jumping into match 4 momentarily.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Ladies and gentlemen across the land of Dawn, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament, officially on the grand finals. 2 teams fighting it out. We are looking at Bloodhounds up against Ignis Esports in a best of 7, fighting for $1,000. That's right, Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, we've opened up our gates for an amazing tournament to let 32 teams fight it out for that amazing cash prize, and also 100,000 diamonds on the line for all top 16 teams who place, provided by Moonton. The cash prize was provided by Raz, Outplay, and also the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff. So make sure you guys shout out them on this one as well. Speaking of these games, though, this is the best of 7. We just finished game 3, 2-1 so far. Bloodhounds leading with a 2-win streak. Can Bloodhounds keep this going, or will we see Ignis Esports break that streak and open up this series to even it out? Have an amazing caster to paint this picture alongside myself for the 4th match. Let's go ahead and swing on over to the caster's desk. There he goes. He likes to hide, man. He has the element of surprise. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Scared yet back in the building. Man, that was great. That was like right on time. You must be planning this, man. That must be what it is. He does it on purpose. How you doing?
I wish that was the case so that I could actually pop off on some surprising times, but trust me, it's just my camera playing tricks on me. It does not like to see me at all. And that's what's happening right now. But nonetheless, we all love to see the Bloodhounds up against Ignis Esports, especially when it's game number 4. So I'm extremely ignited for the draft now.
And speaking of igniting things, let's go ahead and ignite this draft. There we go. Looks like I got Ignis Esports on the blue, and you got Bloodhounds on the red. Now, something that we know is going to happen. Fanny, instantaneously, right? Here it comes. You ready for it?
Yeah, indeed, I am. No, but it's Ignis on the first side, so they might not actually ban Fanny out. It's going to be Bloodhounds will be taking the Fanny away. But yes, now they've found the answer for the Hayabusa. They have found the answer for the Martis in a way. So again, banning out the Fanny would be an excellent answer. Taking away the Ling as well as the Lancelot, so it should be something they're going to go with. But a Joy being banned out, it's something that we've been seeing along the lines for so many matches. Now, again, we were talking about the last game, how Ignis Esports' draft strategy was kind of used against them, and in which Bloodhound actually surprised them with the Esmeralda as well as the Tyroth pick in those side lanes. Now, I believe it's going to come down for these 2 fighter picks, right? So I think that Ignis might actually prioritize the mage in this case. Maybe would want to go with either a Faramis or a Valentina or even a Novaria, since Eve is also banned out continuously. And then try to keep those EXP and gold dinners as some tanky roles for the last pick, at least one of them, so that you have the priority in one of those lanes.
I mean, and we also seen the counterplay from banning out that carry as well, right? And allowing them to slot in that 1-3-1 composition and not having that marksman who could kind of burst down the frontline compositions such as that with that Esmeralda and that Tyroth. But carry hasn't been banned out yet. Do they go in for that comfort pick, or do they go for more of a standard meta? I mean, you know the Kaj are still on the table. They banned out both assassins for Bloodhound, so it looks like they're just not really worried about picking up suppression, but just going to go ahead and ban the assassins entirely. As there it goes. Lancelot taken off the board as well.
Full respect being shown to Kush. Now, again, he's got a few more options up on the table, but firstly, we're not going to see Boca Roscoe on Novaria this time. It's going to be taken by IE right away. The denial coming in is pretty good, but Eve is open, so it is possible that Bloodhounds might actually answer it back with that in their 3rd pick. So do they keep the Tyroth Esmeralda? Yeah, they're keeping the Tyroth Esmeralda, not letting it get away at all. But I think so. IE has a perfect chance to pull out a counterplay against them. They might actually lock in the Thams.
The Thamus? You think so?
He's the only hero I think that can actually counter Tyroth in the lane. He actually wins out in the laning phase against Daroth. He has been winning out since Daroth was literally just bullying everyone. So it is possible. Maybe.
It's tricky. Now, you know what they could do? They could do Thomas, and they also could do Paquito. They could put, but the problem is the Paquito can give the Daroth a hard time if you play it right. But the problem is the Esmeralda is paired up with the Daroth. So there goes the Thomas already. He called it. The man with the plan. Do they lock it in? And what is their third pick going to be? That's definitely something we have to see. They're going to go for the Yuzong. Okay, so two physical damage dealers. It is going to be the Yuzong alongside the Thomas, which means, again, we're looking at a full 1-3-1 series.
Indeed, and now I really love the adjustment coming in from IE because they will be able to stalemate the lane against the Esmeralda, and Thams will win out on his trades in that EXP lane. Now the jungle matchup is going to be important because in that mage position at this point I think BH should lock in their Eve, or probably might as well go in for their comfort pick onto the Emily, but we've seen the flexibility on Emily, my bad. She can play both the suppression heroes. She also has the Kufra. So only two of them can be banned out by IE, and I don't think so they're actually going to ban out the Kaja. So they might as well try to target the mages, maybe the Kadita or something along the lines of Eve. Probably they're going to lock in the Bane for now. No more Alpha coming in, Bane being shown up. So they're kind of revealing their draft, but also keeping the mage pick for the last two picks.
Now, I don't mind that. I mean, I was wondering, I was like, okay, this is a great chance to slide in that jungle, right? You already banned out most of the assassins. These jungles are only getting lower and lower from what you have available to pick. So locking in that Bane, I mean, we've seen him dominate. When you have the Bane, it kind of gives those who like to be up close and personal a little bit of a harder time because he has that deadly catch, right? As soon as you get close to him, those sharks are going to push you right back into the water. So maybe a possible option. You're looking at an early game composition so far from Bloodhounds. We need to see something that is going to be more of that late game pressure. So I wonder what that's going to be. They're going to have to go with the mage that can hit really hard.
That is true. Now, Farsa can be a choice, but again, you've got a Yuzhong and your opponent can cancel out the Feathered Airstrike with a Black Dragon form. As of now, thinking about the specific ban at this point, do they ban out the Martis to put Kush on another uncomfortable jungler, probably Hayabusa yet again, because we've seen him pulling that out. Because all four assassins have been banned out, but they're going to respect it. They're going to ban out the Grok, not letting it fall in this draft. Now, I should probably ban away the Kufra. We've seen Emily proving so many problems on that Kufra, especially with those engages.
And Kaj is still available as well. Kufra has been taken off the board, which means it's maybe a possible Hayabusa pickup for the side of Ignis Esports. Just trying to think of what junglers are still available for them. That may be a possible wise decision that they could pick. They still have an option to pick up a Roam as well. So we got to see what they slot in there. Now, some things that are still on the table. Heavy frontline compositions. A Minotaur can be pulled out from either side, but you got to keep in mind there is a Diggy. So it's going to be more of who has that last pick in this draft, possibly trying to go for that group CC, such as an Atlas, such as a Minotaur. And you have to respect what that group CC can offer. But looking at what we've seen so far, the Varia is going to have that Astro Echo. It's going to be good, especially against a full frontline composition, to spot them out and slow them down by 50% and also increase the damage done to them. But here we go. Mid lane matchup has been shown. They are going to go ahead and lock in this Varamis for Bloodhounds.
To live.
Again, it can be flexed into that room position. You still have one more pick remaining. I really like the pick coming in from Bloodhounds. They've got the Cult Altar now, but I think so a proper setup tank can be selected by. I know they're gonna go in for their comfort, locking in the Granger along with the Alice. Now,
okay,
is that an Alice roam?
No. It's Navaria roam. It's Navaria roam, and it's Alice. Right. I think it's Alice mid. Because I'm not sure. It could very well be what you just said. I'm just speaking off what I've seen in MSC. I've only seen one team really do this, and that was Blacklist. And they let I'm sure you've probably seen that game as well. Venus ran the Navaria as the roam, and it wasn't a beefy Navaria. It was full damage Navaria, and it worked phenomenally. So that may be a possible pickup and slot for that roam position for this Navaria for Ignis Esports. But one last pick on the table for Bloodhounds. Let's see who they pick up.
It's probably locked in the high loss already. No, they're gonna lock in. Yeah, they're gonna lock in the high loss. Want to go in for that full engage dive in composition. Again, I think so. This time, IE have outdrafted BH because it's just as you mentioned, they needed a maze that can hit pretty hard. Now they've picked up the Faramis. Yes, he can hit pretty hard, but he's more into that utility based, wherein you need the cult altar to extend those team fights and to save your own teammates. So I think so. Yes, he's gonna offer the utility, but they might lack in that damage.
And now as we jump into the game, this is game 4, Ignis Esports versus Bloodhounds, and picking up that high-lows for the final slot over there for the side of Ignis Esports. I'm wondering how this is going to roll out, right? I mean, actually, no, not Ignis Esports. For the side of Bloodhounds, we got to see how they play into it. Now, the high-lows, we'll be diving into a Granger, which can definitely be a problem, especially when he uses that Ring of Punishment to possibly try and steal some of his farm, but let's not waste any more time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into Game 4, Ignis Esports versus Bloodhounds in a best-of-7, the grand finals for the Cyberpunk Tournament. Both these teams fighting for an $1,000 cash prize. Made their way through 32 teams to get to this moment.
Absolutely, and again, we're gonna see both of them jumping in the lanes that we expected them to see. Thumbs are going in the matchup against the Dyros, while Hylos just wants to annoy Granger as much as possible. So Kush is just going to quickly clear those creeps. Now Emily actually jumps in. You're probably seeing an engage.
Yeah, just a little too squishy though, and a little too early, right? Has that Ring of Punishment. Can definitely be a problem for the Granger into the hands of Kush, and that's one of the things when you run this marksman, you're a little bit more squishy, but you can make up for it with the damage.
Indeed, and we know how potentially snowballing Granger is, but again, we're gonna see another engage.
That's right, Emily caught by the straw essence and Kush. First blood has been drawn. Ignis Esports secures the kill, but wait a minute, Kush may fall. Templess not able to seal the deal, but the pullback on a replic. Boca Roscoe still maintaining pressure, but looks like Ignis Esports was able to secure a kill untraded.
Absolutely, and I really love the fact how Kush actually identified that he had the retribution, he will get the HP back by getting that creep, and he had to recall either ways to get the rotation towards the bottom side. We're seeing Vayne towards the top, so Tofu is actually going to now rotate towards the bottom again. Nikto seems to be in trouble. He's just level 2 at this point since he's picked up the roam. Deadly catch coming in.
Not able to really find any members on that engagement right there. 2 minutes in. You know, it's just crazy to think. Most of these games are like 12 minutes. And to be already 2 minutes in just shows you how fast-paced this can be. In the blink of an eye, it can all be over. Speaking of a blink of an eye, Vism Strike going in. Venge is activated. Kush finds sleep from afar with the Desanada out. Look at Tofu. Needs to get away, but no. Kush has him in sights, but not able to seal the final hit. Looks like they're both going to be able to recall to the base, but this objective is going to go to Ignis Esports unpunished.
He would have just whispered around Tofu to finish him off at that point, but nonetheless, it does the job. It zones him out of that turtle pit. No more, retry battles coming in for Kush, so he's going to easily secure that. They're getting the early snowball on Granger. We're already seeing a small gold lead being built up of 500 gold, and that is exactly what you need. You've got a mid lane mage on to the hands of Ziggy. That's an Alice. That is a scaling mage, but again, an engage on top side.
That's right. The Black Dragon with the drop down and the Petrify. Replic finds sleep. Emily needs to get out of there, but wait, the Astro Echo hits him. And you are going to also see Ziggy just maintaining some pressure with this Alice. Just talk about the mobility that is provided with the Blood Ode over there on that. And right now, Bloodhound's having a very hard time in terms of the jungling, as you are seeing the invasion, 3v1 situation, make that 3v2. No, actually, no, Kush may join the fight. It is 3v2, 3v3 now. Even and out. Looks like they have a little bit of firepower to force Ignis Esports out of their jungle.
Indeed, again, another engage. The catch being connected, and that's going to be a pick off on a Replic. So finally, some kind of trade coming in the hands of Bloodhounds. They are picking some embers off. Another engage.
Yeah, Ziggy trying to use that flowing blood to survive. Connects to Boca Roscoe, Emily, and Tofu to steal their HP and get him out of that situation. But Nikto finds himself in a bad situation. Sleeps is going to hit him with the Abysm Strike and literally put him to sleep.
And for now, Kush in the bottom, or in the mid actually.
Yeah, you're looking at that Inferno Conner going out from Dog Tour. on this Thomas, right? He can definitely be a problem. Not a traditional pick that you see too often, but you mentioned it in the draft, right? It can beat the Esmeralda. It can beat the Dairoth. No matter who he's paired up against in that lane, he has the advantage.
Indeed, and we're gonna see that right now as well. Tempest not getting the HP back. Has the dominance size been picked up? That is something that I feel is already made or probably is cooking as of now. And it's gonna be a stalemate lane coming in on that side, but we'll probably see an engage towards the turtle now.
That's right, Astro Echo goes out. Tofu secures the turtle with the retribution. Glorious Pathway dropping down to slow down the members. Emily finds Ziggy. Kush finds Sleep to respond. 1-for-1. The knockup though. Replic is gonna find Tofu with the Furious Dive. 2 kills going into the hands of Ignis Esports. What a game.
That's Ignis Esports again, just showing that they've got the superiority in the damage in those side lanes. Another engage, the Templars just being deleted with the Rhapsody.
Yeah, that Rhapsody can definitely be a problem, and they need to find a way to slow them down. I mean, look at the pressure on the top side. Already claimed the turret.
Now here's the thing with the 1-3-1 compositions, right? Yes, you've got a jungler, but you also have 2 beefy side lanes. So the team that has the priority in that side lane is the one who is going to dominate in those matchups, because side lanes focus on the rotations towards the mid, just as we are seeing right now. And Kush...
Oh, the Rhapsody almost able to secure the kill, but no. Kush is going to fall. Sleep's going to fall as well. Emily with the shutdown. But wait a minute. Still 4-4 on the board. Neither side going to be able to claim some real estate. Overall, you lost Sleeps, but you also lost Kush on the other side, so you're taking a fighter for the jungler.
So that is true. Bloodhounds redeeming themselves somehow, but again, they are behind in this goal. And we're seeing Kush just deleting those side lanes, not even dealing damage, deleting them instantly. And looking at the itemization, for now, Alice finishing off the Clock of Destiny, focusing on the dominant size. Now, these dominant sides are going to be important. And, okay, another engage, Doctor.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of dominant sides to be pulled out here. I mean, look at all the life still on this game, right? You got Yuzong, you've got Ziggy, you've got Doctor, the Thomas. Man, what a play, but Glorious Pathway going out. Deadly's catch as well. Replic is going to find Bokarosco. Takes down for M. It's 1 member falling. For Bloodhounds, Tofu is going to find Replic, though. Trying to even it out with the trade. You're going to see Ziggy find a kill. Is going to find Emily on this Hylos. But wait a minute. The 1v1 Templates versus Doctor. The king of Lifesteal versus the queen. Who will prevail? Can he get the kill? Or will Templates win it out? Oh, my goodness. The sustainability is insane. It's going to be an infinite battle.
It is a never-ending battle between them, and it's never-ending battle all around the board. It's like they're literally just brawling everywhere. They're finding the members.
Man,
not stopping at all.
I think we need to turn this match to the battle of the fighters, right? This is just a fighter brawl out, right? Only marksman in the game is Kush. Here he goes with that Rhapsody, already soaking into some of that HP from Tipless.
Indeed, and you might as well call him an assassin, because that's the kind of playstyle that a Granger revolves around it. You have the burst damage, all you need to do is get a good position, and you'd basically be able to melt them all down. But talking about melting down...
Ooh, instantly deleting Ziggy. You are going to find Tofu picking up that kill. May open up the chance to take the mid lane, but on the bottom side, you're going to see the Cult Ult to be activated from Bokarosco to keep Tempest alive. Emily wrapping around, trying to get a stun. All 3 members hit with the Astral Echo from Nikto, and my goodness... That's a recall for the snipe. You're going to see them able to sustain the damage so far. Not really hitting too hard yet for this Navaria, but Replic with the Black Dragon. Going to use that utility, try and ward off the side of Bloodhounds from pushing in the mid lane.
Indeed, and again, finally, it's gonna go back to a stalemate. Maybe not. Look at the engage on the bottom yet again. Doctor seems to be in trouble now.
Yeah, Doctor not gonna probably get out of that, but wait a minute! Oh. He does it! He pops the Vengeance! The survivability is on 10! Emily, though, brought to a 0, is gonna be shut down. A double kill picked up by Kush. Granger, danger!
Indeed, and again, they're not stopping at all. As Templars goes in for the falling star mode, now caught in between 3 people and will be able to run away. Has the sprint available, popped it off in just the perfect time. But I really love the fact that Sleeps, in the meantime, just decided to steal away the blue buff from Granger. So that's something that you're at least trying to dent the economy of Ignis Esports, though they're actually snowballing at this point, but it's just a 2,000 gold lead, can go anywhere. They've got an Esmeralda, that's a scaling pick. They also have the Dairoth, who's probably going in for a full damage build, and again, engage on top.
Yeah, look at that engage. The Petrify goes in, but Doctor gonna dodge it. Bism strike may make him pay with Encounter and Inferno. Doctor takes him down. My goodness, the master of the micro. Doctor coming alive with the Stamus pick.
That's Thams for you against the Dyro. The moment you think that it's about to win, you see Thams prevailing in those fights. And he's just gone for a corrosion site as of now and is going in for a full sustain build after that. So I really love the way that they're actually itemizing, and Fauna will probably see an engaged Tofu.
Yep, Falling Stormwind goes down. Deadly Sketch as well. A lot of utility on the board. Glorious Pathway from Emily trying to wrap around. The Furious Dive from Replic gets the shot essence. Kush gonna secure the kill with Rhapsody. Takes down Template. Emily in a bad situation though, caught between 5 members of Ignis Esports, not gonna be able to find himself out. Kush is gonna pick up the kill with the double, and now gonna pull the aggro of this Lord.
And they should be able to take the Lord pretty easily, as they've already picked up 2 people, and the Retribution is on cooldown for Tofu. So they can just try and steal away some of those creeps to, again, put a dent on the economy and get something out of the nothing. And it's just as we mentioned right in the beginning, that if you are winning on those side lanes, then they are the ones who would be applying the pressure on towards that mid as well as the jungle area. Talking about applying pressure, Ziggy, I did not expect him to take so much damage, but massive outplay.
A high IQ play, right? Able to take him down the top side. But look at Kush is gonna rush in. Rhapsody on the sleeps, takes him down. But wait a minute, does he pull his punches? He needs to go clear that lane. 14-8, 10 minutes in. Still possibly anybody's game.
I love the fact how Granger is back in that jungle as soon as the 1-3-1 meta kicked in, and love seeing the Granger dominating the meta in that jungle. We used to love seeing him play and see how much damage that he actually deals, deleting people in an instant. Now here's the thing, we talked about them lacking in the damage, and this is what we are seeing. Kush with the Rhapsody as well as with the Death Sonata is literally melting down everyone, be it Template, be it Tofu, be it Sleep, but Tofu is not being able to do the exact same thing. We saw him actually setting a death bush against Replic, and Replic barely lost an HP. He was not even down to 50%.
Yeah, and that's just showing you how sustainable they are. I mean, just look at all the heroes. We mentioned how many Dominance Ices need to be put. Let's just take a look at who has built Dominance Ice so far in this match. I mean, you're looking at Dogtor picking it up, right? You also have Yuzong, Replic picked it up. Who else do we see on the board so far? Hylos got it. Esmeralda. You see the Sia Halberd picked up over there by this Dyroth as well. But speaking of the fight going on, Sleeps in a bad situation. Dogtor is going to punish him. Now the Vengeance has been propped as well. They can't do any damage to him. He's able to sustain himself. Deadliest Catch goes out to Petrify with the Fury Star and the Black Dragon. Tempest is going to fall into the hands of Replic. He's going in for another though. Dragon Tail goes out for the Shaw Essence. Not able to steal Bokarosco's fate. He is going to be able to get out of there, but Kush with the Rhapsody, wait a minute. Needs one more shot on the Tofu. Emily gonna jump in front of him. This is when they ask you, would you ever take a bullet for your squad mate? And there you have it. He took the bullet.
Every single day, says Emily. And again, that was the most important bullet that Emily has taken for Tofu. But how do they come out of this situation? They absolutely have no answer. Talking about answer, Kush still... Oh, does he actually manage to outrun a Hylos with the ultimate?
A sniper in the making with the Death Sonata. Kush, last minute, third shot, finds Emily right in the middle of the forehead. The Rome has fallen for Bloodhounds.
And that's a Hylos, right? You expect Hylos to be one of the most beefiest tank in the entire game. HP can rise to 12,000, 13,000, and okay, now I see it. He actually went in for the Radiant Armor, prioritized it first rather than the Anti-Cuirass. That's the reason why Kush is actually hitting him so very hard. With the Hunter Strike, Endless Battle as well as the Malefic Rocket, with deleting Hylos in an instant. Plus also has the Brute Force Breastplate, so knows that he can literally outrun anyone on the map at this point. And looking at the Retribution, gone for the Ice Retribution. Boom, that's another movement speed. Stolen from you, using against you. So I really love the way that they're actually playing and itemizing. But again, I kinda expected a little more tankiness on Dialogue.
Oh, and wait a minute. Replic forced to use the Black Dragon as a defense mechanism, able to escape all of that damage. That was all of their utility from the side of Bloodhounds. Now's the time to punish. finished, and Ignis Esports is on the chase, on the prowl to shut them down. Boca Roscoe able to get back to the base. Kush able to find Sleeps though, able to take the turret in the mid lane. My goodness, 18-8. The map is screaming in favor for Ignis Esports as the Lord is crashing on the bottom side.
Sleeps just got deleted, and by deleted, literally deleted. He used the petrify, he used the dash, he used everything to shut him down. Talk about shut down.
Oh man, another clash on the way to open up the base for the Bloodhounds. Flowing Blood has been activated from Ziggy, getting jiggy. My goodness, look at the Lord still alive. Kush is gonna find Template, takes down Esmeralda, one member falling. You're gonna see Kush claim the inhibitor for the mid lane as well. Lord has fallen though. Black Dragon from Replic gonna possibly drop down. Do they pull their punches or do they stay to fight? You are gonna see the Astro Echo go out, hits 4 members of Bloodhounds. My God, the accuracy on Nikito with this Navario. But wait a minute, you're gonna see Glorious Pathway go out. Doctor gonna take down Emily. You're gonna see that Deadliest Catch go out as well, but not able to hit the members. Tofu falls. Kush is gonna secure that kill, turn him into some shish kebabs. You're gonna see the base now taking some damage. A Bism Strike goes out from Sleep. Kush finds a triple, takes down Sleeps, and Bloodhounds has fallen to the pressure of Ignis Esports for game number 4.
Outwardly performance coming in from Ignis Esports. Just look at the way Kush played. 14, 1, and 6. That's just outwardly. That guy only fell once and went in for a Sea Halberd as a last item. That's another anti-regen. 4 in the hands in total. Just look at that. Alice, Granger, Yuzhong, Thams, everyone with the anti-regen item. Dom, and then a Sea Halberd. Looking at the side of Team Bloodhounds, Templates with the dominant sides, yes, pretty decent itemization, but Sleeps is the one that I need to focus on. Yes, you are playing in the gold lane, but your primary role is the fighter. You need to go up close and personal, and in order to survive, to get that finishing blow in that enemy mid lines, you have to have some kind of beefiness. So I really expected him to at least pull a dominant size instead of a Sea Halberd, or maybe put an anti-Cuirass. We needed some kind of physical defense for him because Sleeps tried to wait it out. He waited for Kush to actually get to half HP and then tried to go in for the engage. Used the Petrify and was deleted in 3 shots of Rhapsody. That was basically the final nail in the coffin wherein Team Bloodhounds actually fell. And I really feel that it was the itemization that kicked in. But again, in the draft, we called it in the beginning, Thams wins the trade against Dairoth. Doctor showed exactly that and converted the game into a win.
Man, Sleeps is, or Scarejet's gonna slowly skid in here, but it's funny. We often say the caster's curse, right? But you gave the caster's blessing by telling him to pull in that Thomas. Man, honestly, that was a really good read from you. That was like literally the furthest pit in my mind to even think of pulling the Thomas out there. You don't typically see it. I mean, I haven't really seen it used in MSC. None of the C tournaments have I seen it pulled out recently, but you got to keep in mind, like, some of these pocket picks are available and they're great counters to some of what we would call typically metas. So overall, I think it was great. The itemization, like you said, was definitely on point, and that was able to secure a victory for them, Ignis Esports, to tie the series 2-2. Man, what more could you ask for, right? I think we're both hoping for a game 7, but hey, wait a minute. We didn't get your prediction, and you're not going to get away free with this one. Who are you voting for?
Okay, so looking at the situation that we are in right now and seeing how both the teams are just, swinging the momentum in their favor, it's basically a seesaw coming in. I really think it is actually going to go in for that full 4-3, and I think so Bloodhound might actually come out on top in the game.
Well,
That's what I think.
I said Bloodhounds as well, but hey, I don't know the way this has been going. It's really hard to place a bet on this one, but guys in the audience, let us know what you think as well. What is your predictions? Who do you think will be able to win this amazing series? Currently tied 2-2, the grand finals for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament. All these teams competing for a cash prize of $1,000 and also the amazing prize pool provided by Moonton for 100,000 diamonds. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with you guys for Game 5.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war to that nigga, he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the couch. sides. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing on tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo, I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounded like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city and my bank account bigger and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny motherfucker. Turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoe, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 milli on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like chemo. And give an F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the Beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. I can do this with my eyes closed.
Money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. See my little Tay-Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Little ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. If I got it, they got it. Family strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking off like a rocket. Yeah, I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Family so lit, they say we should make a YouTube, but we don't do that. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the fam. It's just me and the. It's just me and the fam. Yeah, yeah. It's just me and the fam.
545, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of my die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. Don't run into the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it's sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo, I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been skimming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sound corny, motherfucker. Turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about hoes, cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550.
Ladies and gentlemen across the land of Dawn, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Tournament, where 32 teams fought it out, and now we're on to the top 2 for an amazing cash prize of $1,000 provided by Raz and Outplay and also the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff. And Moonton pitching in with a 100,000 diamond prize pool for the top 16 teams. Everything on the line, but 2 teams fighting it out in a best of 7 for the final series of our event as we opened up the doors for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Season 3. Bloodhounds going up against Ignis Esports, and currently it's been back and forth. We're 2-2 on the board. Both teams having 2 victories. This means this is a stalemate, but this is a best of 7. 4 matches down. Hopefully we go all the way to 7 with 3 more matches, but time will tell on who will be able to claim that $1,000 cash prize. But let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and go swing on over to our caster's desk. Here we go. As they slowly get in here, we've got Quirky in the building alongside Scared Yet. 2-2 on the board. How y'all feeling?
Man, feeling great, feeling amazing. This is what we wanted, right? I feel like this is what everybody wants when you're viewing such an event, especially on the competitive scene, is that full 7-game series. So excited to have that happen.
Absolutely, and same here. It's just extremely action-packed, and I really want to see what kind of draft changes now we're going to see, the adaptations that are going to come in from both of these teams, because we've basically seen them out-drafting each other in all the 4 matches. A couple of times it's been Bloodhounds, and a couple of times it's been the side of Ignis Esports. So let's see what they've got in the bag now.
And let's go ahead and jump into the draft and not waste any more time.
All right. Fanny. Already.
Just like the previous games, they're going to take away the Fanny as well as the Ling and the Lancelot for the first 3 bans. And so that's going to change things up a lot at this point. The only thing that I'm expecting them to do is just keep 1 pick for the EHP as the last 2 picks, so that you can, kind of get an advantage in one of those lanes and playing for that early rotation gameplay. But for Ignis Esports, they're again going to lock away the Joy. They're going to stick with the same bans just like the previous game. And for all the games, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of the standards that we've been seeing a lot recently. With the Joy, the Fanny, and the Ling, a lot of consistent bans. We're going to see maybe anything will shake up. Again, both of these teams have been having a pretty all right time. It's up 2-2 right now. So we'll see what can be like that curveball. Last time it was the pocket pick for the Thomas that kind of led the way to a victory. And now we'll see if anything else odd can kind of happen to give a team an edge here.
Honestly, I'm loving the ban of Novaria coming in because Ignis knows that Bloodhound would prioritize the Novaria pick over anything else onto the hands of Bokarosco. And we're again seeing the way Novaria is playing out in these drafts, in these games, extremely strong for that pick. Now, do Bloodhounds pick a Dairoth right away, or are they going to stick with their own picks? That's going to be the question, because we're seeing both of these teams going in for that 1-3-1, both the side lanes as a fighter, or, the proper EXP laners.
That's right. Some primaries, some regular exp lanes, like you said, definitely agreeing with that right now. But we'll see what else is going to happen. First pick coming up. A lot of things are open. All right. The Arlot's free. Glue is free. Geez, what else could they prioritize? What's been Esmeralda? I guess a lot of the teams are going for Esmeralda. Hayabusa, you think it's the first pick? Oh, okay, let's go use all.
All right, that's something I did not actually expect them to lock in the first place, because there are quite a lot of heroes that can actually counter the Yuzhong in his own lane. And we're seeing both these teams going in for both of those side EXP laners. So, again, I think so that Yuzhong is a pretty early card to show in for the side of Bloodhounds. So I'm expecting Ignis to somehow get the counter hitting in. But again, they are probably going to lock in an assassin for the side of Kush. Or again, he can also stick onto those marks, and I've seen the flexibility that has been shown by him. Maybe they take away the Franco? This will stay. No. They're going to lock in the Dara Pisma.
Lock in the Esme, lock in the counter pick, make it the denial pick. Still got to go up against the Yuzhong, though. Still a lot of picks that can work into it, but these teams have been rushing in for those side lane picks. It's been like the same picks, too. We've seen these picks time and time again. It's been a reoccurring theme between Bloodhounds and Ignis Esports and what they want in the side lanes. And Tofu's going to pull out this alpha again, which led them to a nice victory when they went up against that Hayabusa that is still on the board here.
If maybe Bloodhounds can pick up a Uranus or a Thumbs in this situation. Thumbs again evens out in the lane against the Dairoth as well as against the Esmeralda, but Uranus could be more of that sustainable pick that wins out against Esma in that late game once he actually goes in for the damage. But no, Bloodhounds this time are actually going to stick in with their standard marksman draft into that goal lane. Sleeps getting his hands on the Beatrix. Now, we've seen both the scenarios in this, entire tournament in the hands of Sleeps. When he has the Beatrix, he can go in bonkers with the MVP, or he can also get that bronze medal. So we've seen the shaky performance. It totally depends if he's able to pop off in the early game or not.
That's right. And this Alice is going to make another appearance. So Ignis Esports completely locking in for the scaling side lanes here, or maybe in the middle. I mean, Dairoth is still here, so we'll have to see. It's a flexible draft. There's a lot of things they can do with it, and that's the thing about this whole shift in the meta that we're heading toward. This back to this 1-3-1. A lot of things can go anywhere right now. You just never know. The Ignis Esports definitely utilizing those first 3 picks to conceal most of their draft. You don't really have a lot of information. We're not sure if they'll take a marksman. We're not sure who's going to the jungle. We don't have a roam up yet. There's just no telling what's going on in the mid lane. It could be the Alice. Just no clear sense of direction right now.
That is true. Now, again, Lunox being banned out. Yes, Lunox can actually counter your entire lineup with that burst damage from the Chaos Assault. But again, we have seen Boka struggling on the Lunox whenever he's been picking it. Not very comfortable on that pick. So, still, I would say it's a pretty decent ban coming in from Ignis. Now, what BH are actually going to take away? They're still going to stick to the same bans, taking out the Hellcut. Do they ban out the Granger as their last ban? Because as we can see, both the side laners are pretty tanky. They've also got the Alice. They can pull out the Granger in this situation. We know Granger is an early game marksman who can pop off really quickly.
I mean, they could, right? But they also do have the Yuzhong. I feel like if you're playing it optimally, the Granger really should not have a good time facing up against the Yuzhong, especially because you don't have any, all you have is Retribution, right? You don't have a lot to work with so far from Ignis Esports. There's not a lot of peel, anything to really stop Yuzhong coming in with the Black Dragon. So I feel like a Granger should, I don't feel like they may need to ban it out. But honestly, at this point, like I said, the rest of the draft is really hard to read. So they might, okay, they'll go for the Crocs ban. So I'm not going to look for the jungle. I was going to say, it might be hard to pick up on.
True, but they're sticking with that Grog, man. We've seen Grog appear in game 1, and we've seen how demolishing it is in the hands of Ignis, and they've been successfully banning it out for the last place time and time again. Now, what do Ignis respond with? They've taken away all the mages, so it's pretty clear now that Alice is going to go in that mid lane. Dyrith and Esmeralda are on those sides. So what goes into the hands of their Roma, and of course in the hands of Kush, because Hayabusa is still open and there is a Beatrix up against you. So you can actually farm up against the Beatrix in the early game. But again, Emily can get her hands on the Franco or even the Kaja that can counter those assassins. So firstly, they are probably going to lock in the Kufra Minotaur. I really like the pick coming in. Goes in for a pretty good disengage tool.
Now it makes me wonder, where does BH go with this? They're hovering over the Farsa, which may be able to be okay if they lock in. It's rough because there's an Alice. That's the really tough part. The moment you stand still for the Feather Airstrike, Alice is collapsing 9 times out of 10. It's going to be hard to set that up. But I guess it depends on who their roam's going to be, and they're looking for an Atlas matchup. They lock it in. So it's going to be big AoE set versus big AoE set. Who can pull it off first?
True. And again, there's also an Esmeralda and a Dyrith with an Petrify. So you know that you will be getting stacked onto by those enemies onto you. So as a Farsa, you would really have to position yourself extremely well in this case. But again, we do see kind of front to back lineup coming in from Bloodhounds, Alpha, Atlas, as well as the Yuzhong, who try and go in for that wombo combo. And again, Farsa as well as Beatrix would try to stay in the backlines, trying to survive through all the spells and skills damage that are going to be thrown onto them at Ignis Esports. Now, they've got to lock in there the jungler. I don't think so. Granger should be a choice. Eastern Shin, they are pulling it out. I wanted to point it, but this makes their draft so very scaling. Like, they've got 3 heroes that actually scale up to the late game, and Bloodhounds can capitalize onto that.
They can indeed. Something else, though, that they kind of can capitalize outside of Yi Sun Shin, everyone else is looking for the all-in. They're going to commit. They're going to end up grouping in those fights. I feel like the Atlas has a great potential here, and especially in the hands of Emily, who is no stranger to sniffing for good sets, actually has a great way to punish this overall composition. Gonna be a little hard trying to catch Kush, though, on the YSS. We know he has the immunity during the S1 or the phase of the S1. You can't exactly catch him, but at least for the rest of the members, they can look to punish. Even if they don't catch him, if you can force him to use that skill, Yu Zhong now has a free path to him.
Welcome to Mobile
That
Legends.
is true, but again, we're gonna jump into the path for game number 5. 2-2 is the score on board. Cyberpunk Grand Finals. Bloodhounds up against Ignis Esports. Let's see who gets the win.
Let's see indeed. And right now we have a mirrored start. Both of the junglers starting to clear out on that orange buff. But interestingly enough, over here on the bot side, Ignis Esports making aggressive movement for the cut onto the wave. And Templars can't really contest this, really challenge this. They have a lot of pressure here, getting the early level 2s.
That is correct, but they're not being able to change it into any kind of objective. Yes, definitely will be able to probably steal that one creep away, but I don't think so it's going to pose a lot of threat to Tofu, as he's already looking to rotate towards that top side since he's taken the red buff first. So Esmeralda would be the one who would be, kind of pressured in that gold lane, and I love the way that Sleeps is actually freezing the wave in his own favor. He knows that Doctor would get the farm eventually, but he needs to prioritize his own minions since Doctor would try to zone him out after that level 2. So we're going to see the rotations coming in from both the junglers, but honestly I was expecting Bloodhounds to be on that aggressive, but probably are waiting for their level 4 because they're going to hit like a truck as soon as they get that spike.
I mean, and I feel like that's exactly what they have to wait on. This team is a team of ultimates, right? Fatal Links, Feather Airstrike, the Black Dragon, right? All of Sleep's utility, even the Alpha Charge, they need those level 4s. So I definitely think that's where you'll see them get online. When Ignis Esports gets their level 4, yeah, they'll have their ultimates, but they're not going to be that dangerous. Esmeralda's not going to be doing too much damage. Zig is absolutely not. Like you said, this is a team of scaling picks. They're not going to be menacing once they hit level 4, but Bloodhounds, on the other hand, can take it right to their doorsteps as soon as those ultimates get unlocked for this first neutral if Ignis decides to contest.
Indeed, and I personally love the rotation coming in from Bloodhounds. They know that Tempest would probably lose the lane against Nikto, but we're gonna see the engage coming in as the Vengeance being popped in by Ziggy. It's gonna be pulled back in. He actually jumps back, goes for the drive as well as the ultimate. We see the alpha charge coming in from Tofu. Ziggy seems to be in an awkward position, but should be safe, should be okay. Maybe not, as Emily comes in for the fatal link. Probably has not been used up. Will finally take it, and Didos falls. He stands in for way too long, and now we're gonna see Kush going in for that rotation. Gets one. Will get the Tofu as well. He's not going to survive that. Alpha charge coming in. He does not get the regen. Kush with the win in that trade. The jungler picks one, gets the assist of one, and now has the access of the turtle. Ignis are getting the dream start.
I feel like that was a bit of misplay there from Bloodhound. They used a lot of ultimates early on onto Zig, Zaidi, and weren't really able to capitalize. It took them too long, right? Way too long to be able to pull off something there. And Ignis able to come collapse. And like you said, definitely a great dream start, especially when you're talking about this composition needing to scale and to be even and actually ahead of BH right now. It's definitely an optimal start for him.
Oh, sleeps. All right, he's going to be safe. He's going to be A-okay as of now. That was so very close. A nice shot coming in. More like a parting gift. He's going to go back to the base and get his HP back up. Bogoroskov, though, does not quite connect so would not be able to get any stun in. No commitment for the feathered airstrike as well. Rotate back to mid. They're gonna again focus down back on their main objectives, on their minions, farms. But that's the thing, right? This is exactly what Ignis Esports wants. They've got a scaling jungler. Talking about scaling, we're gonna see Yu Zhongbing falling in that bottom side. Tries to go in a way. Uses up the Black Dragon form, but a Wisdom Strike by Nikto is right on time.
This is not what you want to see. Ignis Esports punishing on the side lane, especially down on the bottom side of the map. They won the last two engagements down there, whether it be in the 5 or 3v3, I'll call it, even in the 1v1. And they're looking to rotate back down here again. They've been putting a lot of pressure over here. BH is kind of, like you said, playing unnaturally to what we imagined from their composition. They're on the back end and not really asserting much pressure or dominance here.
And that's the thing that's gonna go back again to the same fact that they have got both the lanes kinda losing lanes. Beatrix, yes, deals a ton of damage, but not before getting the Blade of Despair. So Sleeps is gonna be struggling against Doctor, and we are seeing that happen right now. He has to use the Renner ultimate to get that one cannon minion back. And Tofu on that rotation, he relies a lot on that side lane damage, side lane burst, which is more like a continuous fighting hero rather than a full-on burst. The Desha being connected onto Ziggy to use the Vengeance at the perfect time. Fatal Links connecting. Repnik getting caught in that, but again, we're gonna see the chase coming in. Buff has been secured, and a 1 HP pick-off coming in from Tofu, and now we're gonna be spawning Samon. Doctor rotates at the perfect time. Sleeps lacking behind in that, and the turtle is going to go in the hands of Kush. He was literally just farming for the entire duration. Now this is basically the bells of trouble ringing for Bloodhounds.
You know, not the type of doctors I'm used to. Normally, they come to assist and help with all your ouchies and oopsies and what have you not. But this one looking to bring the pain to you and is not going to help you afterwards. Ignis Esports, again, from the side lanes, controlling so much, exerting so much pressure, able to get active in these team fights and definitely rotate in before BH can. I mean, look at it right now. Doctor on this Esmeralda is zoning back 2 members. Emily, though, looking potentially to try to commit here, but again, nothing they can really do. They're at the mercy of Ignis Esports.
They can't. They literally can't. And this is the early snowball start that we were not expecting from Ignis, to be honest, but they are getting it. And it's a full-on scaling comp. Boca, yes, he deals a ton of damage in the late game, hits like a truck, but Ziggy is probably going to be prioritized as of now. Vengeance being popped up, Fatal Links into the tower though. It actually gives him a chance to run away, but Alpha Charge being used up again. That's a knock-up connecting, but look at the back line, as that's going to be Farsa picked off, and everyone just collapsing on Boca Roscoe. Buff's going to be stolen away. The Petrifier is going to come in on 3 people, but Templars, what can you do? You have to run away, but the Shiasen's coming in, a Wisdom Strike being dodged in, but how long can you dodge? And that's about it. Templars being falling down in that situation, and it's Kush getting the pick off, getting the damage dealt. He is building up his items. I think he's already got the War Axe in, and as soon as he builds up the BOD and then in this battle, or probably a Demon Hunter sword, he will be kicking in, and you would not be able to catch him at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, Kush building up those items, but Ignis Esports building up the lead. This Tofu finally finds something for Bloodhounds. Not too often we got a positive play coming from him in this match. They're still down around 4K gold here. Have a lot to capitalize and catch up with. Again, Kush has been undisturbed, and that's the scary part about YSS. He's already a very efficient farmer, but you leave him all this room as he picks up the endless battle here.
It does seem troublesome, but for now, we're going to see Sleep securing the turtle away. Mountain Shocker comes in to reveal their position. Now, there's one thing that we've noticed about Ignis multiple times, and that is whenever Ziggy is on this alpha and they've got some kind of scaling hero, but for now they're going to collapse onto Tofu, who was caught out of position, and the burst damage coming in from Kush on that Lee-Sun Shin. They've now realized that this game is kinda going out of their hands as the scaling composition is scaling perfectly. Now coming back to the point that I was stating, that Ziggy plays like a bait most of the time. 90% of the time on that Alice, he literally jumps into some awkward positions, pops in the Vengeance, pops in the Winter Truncheon just to get those kills baited out. You feel like Ziggy is off position, but he's kind of providing an opening to his team.
Well, I mean, what do you do, right? When an Alice jumps into you, the first thought is, how do we get her out of here? How do we burst her down? How do we hold her back? But look at Emily here, potentially looking for a play, but it's not going to be too much. It's going to be a bit of a cold war. No one's going to end up getting committed on. Ignis Esports just knocking on the doorsteps. They might look for the mid, but actually they find a pick here.
Oh, got the 4-man setup coming in from Emily, but absolutely no backup. And Emily gets deleted in an instant. Also running in with the focusing mark. Yes, it's going to provide a ton of damage to your teams. It's going to give them an opening to burst that front line as well as the back line that you might potentially catch. But again, for now, they're going to potentially catch Nikto on that opposition bush. He will be taken down. That could have been deadly though. That's a good kind of redemption coming in for the airstrike. Launching on to Ziggy. He does have the Vengeance. Gonna pop it right away. Still gonna survive since getting his HP to dangerously low. Templars wants to go in for that pick. Does not connect the Dragon Tail at the perfect time. This might actually be the ultimate of his life. No! The Shah Essence saves the day.
For a second there, I thought Templars was about to fumble that bag and get outplayed and get taken out all in one swoop. That's just like, bro, again, like you said, kind of like a baiting. So much wasted there, and it almost didn't even work out in their favor. The Alice pick is just ridiculous at what it can do. It's never really about profiting, finding kills. Speaking of profiting and finding kills, Emily into the river bush.
Jumping in, gets another 3-man setup, and that is the wombo combo they've been waiting for us to get one. And again, Reptic is extremely low in the HP. They're going to focus down on that Lord. Doctor being zoned out. Ziggy would also try to find the opening on a jump in. Does not have the Vengeance as of now, but that's going to be Minotaur being picked. The Lord has been stolen away by Ziggy. That is the play they've been waiting for, and Sleeves will be able to take down the life of Esmeralda. But again, he himself is extremely low in that HP. Ziggy finally gets the Winter Truncheon and now can also get in for another outplay. I don't think so. They have an idea about that. Goes in for the Winter. Will be caught in the Alpha charge. The Tofu is going to get that HP back from the creep.
Someone get him!
Who might now be caught in. Mountain Shocker connecting. And that's a pick off. Ziggy, how do you do that without the blue buff?
That's the vanishing act. That's the outplay. This is the power of Alice. I mean, look at that lifesteal right there off that wave, right back into prime form, peak condition. It's like he didn't just end up in a fight, go through a tower, get cornered. None of that matters anymore. It's a full reset. And again, like we were talking about, the bait, but also the outplay potential. How do you punish Zig when he's looking for more? Bloodhounds. This is a troublesome spot to be in. For a moment, they were able to find trades. It's 11-11 on kills, but look at the map. 5-0 on tower. Ignis Esports has this map completely locked down and in their favor. Speaking of lockdown, Emily.
He goes in for another Fatal Link setup, and Mino and Fury was a little late. Templars going in for the Black Dragon form as well. This marks the end of push coming in from Ignis Esports, though they still are in the lead of 3,000 gold. But again, how do you counter this composition? Ziggy with the Vengeance, just soaking up every damage, and when you think you're about to take Ziggy out, boom, there's a Winter Truncheon. And again, the thing to focus is that Ziggy does not have the blue buff as of now. What's gonna happen when they're gonna steal that blue buff away and feed it into Ziggy, who's probably going in for the Ice Queen wand at this point? And again, this it basically seems nigh impossible for Bloodhounds to come back in this game. Their itemization is pretty decent. We're gonna see Demon Hunter Sword being purchased pretty quickly into the hands of Sleeps. They're talking about a pick-off Doctor. Again, soaking up everything, gonna retreat back to safety and gonna get the full HP.
Two ultimates, but hang on, more ultimates probably. Oh,
another setup coming in. That's a good one coming in from Emily. As Over picks off as that finish. The Yuzhong falls by the hands of Kush.
Zig!
Gets 3 on that immobile, and that's a maniac already onto the hands of Kush. Does not want to go for a savage, wants to get for the savage ending of the game. As he quickly chunks down the inhibitor, it should be ended. He's for a charge, but he is unstoppable at this point, and that's gonna be the pace taken down. Ignis Esports takes game number 3.
My goodness, scared yet again. A back and forth of a series, a hell of a fight between both these teams, but Ignis Esports taking the win in this one. Only one team can get out of a match unscathed, and it's going to be them. Absolutely insane gameplay, especially from Zigxiety giving Bloodhounds anxiety. How do you handle such a pick when it is so colossal in influence that you spend so much time trying to kill it, so much utility, only to walk away empty-handed and a man down more often than not?
Look at the stats, like in every single department. Let me pop up. Give me a second. Okay, here I am. So in every single department, you've got 81% team fight participation. You've got 34% hero damage dealt. You've got 26% tanking. That's higher tanking than Emily. Not Emily, my bad. It's Minotaur. I mean, you're basically outperforming even everyone on that map. All 9 players. And that's the kind of play you pull off. KD does not matter at this point. It's just the way that the entire game was flowing by the way Ziggy wanted it to flow. That was outrageous.
Definitely outrageous. But speaking of flow, game ended. We're shocked. But there's one more guy we got to hear from. Let's flow it over to Wheezy, man. Let us know something.
What's going on, everybody? Man, an insane game, right? First it was 2-2 on the board. Now it's 3-2 in favor for Ignis Esports, able to take the advantage in this series. That means they are 1 win away from taking home this $1,000 cash prize. But mind you, Bloodhounds is 1 win away from evening out this series. Do we see this go all the way to a Game 7, or will it finish with a Game 6 secured by Ignis Esports with a 4-2 lead? Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with you for the 6th game.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, now nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, it been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think I answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger. That's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth. That's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Time to corny, motherfucker, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga. I'm feeling great.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Cyberpunk Grand Finals, a tournament to open up the doors for Season 3. We've officially partnered up with Raz and Outplay and the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff to provide the #1 team out of 32 competing a chance to get an $1,000 cash prize, and also Moonton pitching in for a $100,000 prize, or dollar, shoot, that'd be crazy, right? Diamond prize pool. Insane so far, right? We wanted to see it go all the way to a game of 7. This is a best of 7 between Bloodhounds and Ignis Esports, and right now it's 3-2. Ignis Esports having the slight advantage. The big question right now is, can Ignis Esports close this out in 6 games, meaning they need to take this victory for match point to force Bloodhounds back home and claim that $1,000 cash prize, or will we see Bloodhounds even up the scoreboard and take us to a game 7? Let us know what you guys think outside in the audience. How do you think this is going to go? And also, let's go ahead and get our opinions from our amazing caster's desk. We are. There we go. In Quirky first. Rim right behind. What do you guys think? Game 7? Are we calling it? Are we trying to manifest it into reality?
I don't know, man. Obviously, I'm looking for a 7-game series. I got it 4-3 for Bloodhounds, but I have to say, that game we just witnessed, Game 5, was probably the most convincing win of the series so far. It felt like Ignis Esports put something together that Bloodhounds just could not deal with. And again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You repeat it here. Make them force. If they can't make the adjustments, everything might stop right here, Wheezy. But that's my only honest take on it. Rim, how you feeling?
I feel like, according to the lore of MLBB, Alice is a menace, right? Why would you go far so? Alice turned your husband into a bird. You know, I think Alice is the answer. Yeah, she's a dominator when it comes to these heroes, right? So I feel like they've been targeting Kush, but the 2 games they allowed Ziggy to play on this Alice, they struggled against it. So I feel like in the second half of the ban phase, maybe you handle that, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. Before we jump into the draft, let's go ahead and swing over to these predictions and just see how accurate we were. And there you have it, 4-2. Oh, it actually swapped a little bit, so... But 4-2 nonetheless. It was more of a split decision between the entire desk, and I can't wait to see where this goes. So let's not waste no more time. Let's go ahead and hop into Game 6, a potential finish to the series if Ignis can close it out, or will we see Bloodhounds even out the score and take us to a Game 7?
A hope and a dream. That's all a young man can ask for, especially for the inner quirk inside of me. That's all we need. A little sprinkle, a little pixie dust here. Bloodhounds. They've shown they can get it done, right, Rim? They've bounced back a few times. We've seen them with the comeback carry, right? The comeback, the late game Franco. All these, they have the tools needed on this roster to make it happen. But does Ignis Esports have the patience to allow them?
You know, and I feel like they definitely could. Like I mentioned before, I think in the second series when they first targeted Kush, I feel like, yes, you can target him, but he's one person. You know, this isn't a 1v1. It's a 5v5. And I feel like it really shows their work as a team in the compositions that they choose to run. Again, highlighting Ziggy on the Alice in that mid lane position, the EXP laners. And again, both these teams running this 1-3-1 combination. And even though we're seeing the same heroes kind of be rotated essentially, it still goes to show that all of them are just as prominent on these heroes, right? Regardless of who gets it. So I think it could go either ways. And I mentioned it. Focus on the Alice, man. There she goes. I'm happy. I'm really, really happy to see her bed now. I know Ziggy probably isn't. cast a curse again. But me personally, I'm happy.
I mean, that's what made me chuckle a little bit. I laughed when I saw that because I was like, hey, no one likes to have to tip their hat and bow down. Because you basically are admitting we can't stop them, So, but it's a worthwhile band. It's a good band. They definitely needed to do it.
And I think it's smart too. They banned out the Alice. They let it through. But one thing that they experienced it once, that Fanny. They are not gonna let that Fanny walk again. But the lane is open this time. I don't know if Ignis is going to pick it up because it's really to target those backlines, but the Navaria has been banned out as well. So I'm not sure if they're going to prio that. Maybe we might see the Esmeralda Yuzhong being priored here, one of those picks, or they could go for, something like the suppression, as both of those picks are also on the board. So there is a lot of things walking, even the Arlot,
Mm-hmm. And it could be, but because both of these teams have been prying those XP lanes, and as we say that, they're going to Gyro for the first pick. It feels like, I don't know if this is going to happen for all the matches and all regions and competitive levels. So far here, it's been crazy. Watching these two teams duke it out in between Ignis Esports, in between Bloodhounds, XP, the side laners are going to win this game for us. They have been picking them up non-stop. But hang on. Bloodhounds, when we talk about PB&J, when in doubt, X4 get out.
I mean, and it's strong because okay, so they picked the Darath. All right, we know what type of composition y'all are planning to run. Let's counter that from the get-go. And I do think the X-Borg is a very safe pick there with the last Insanity. And then also comboing him up with the Arlot as well. So I just know this is going to be an explosive match, pun intended. If you got it, you got it. Not to last Insanity there, but a mage that we haven't really seen at all today, I don't think. The Eve is going to be locked in here for the side of Ignis.
The night sky
normally doesn't get let through. I do like, though, they picked up the Eve. They also locked in a denial pick. You don't want to let the Esmeralda come into the Bloodhounds, which we know they will take, and put it into the hands of Templars there and have that matchup there to go ahead and counter them out. So they technically kind of got forced into the Esmeralda, you could say, by picking the Eve and just how the way these games have been going. But again, the X-Borg is going to be the X factor, okay? Pun intended. I'm intending the pun. Laugh at it. But that aside, man, the X-Borg has been something that they've been on to rely on time and time again. We've actually seen not just the junglers pull it out, but even the roam. Emily had her own turn playing the X-Borg. X-Borg is literally the product
saving grace.
when there's nothing else, when you're not sure about what to do, pick the X-Borg. Have you tried X-Borg? Have you tried X-Borg yet? That's the dirt cake to all problems. They get the X-Borg, and the rest, we'll figure it out as we go. So they lock in the Arlot, they take the Farsa. I like it, though. They get the matchup up against the E, which is something we were seeing not too long ago in that mid lane. This is what I'm more accustomed to, not all this freaky deaky Alice stuff. So we're going back to the traditional high ground, the artillery. Will it fare well in your opinion? Do you think it'll be okay with Cyroth and Esmeralda?
I think so, only because they picked the Darath and Esmeralda. Now, if they only picked the Esmeralda and something like a Yuzhong was still on the board for them, then she would have had a hard time. But I feel like Darath, especially in particular, he's going to have a lot to kite through to kind of get to her. Esme may have an easier time as she is running the sprint. However, you're still going up against something like the Arlot. We do know final slash disposition. While you're trying to get to her, he can either use that to get away from her, social distance, 6 feet, or he can send them to their death because she's going to be in the back line. And if he dispositions you while you're trying to get to her in the back line, you're obviously going to be outnumbered at that point and get bursted down, essentially, right? So I do think she is going to have a safer time as there's not much dive on the board right now. Looking at some of the bans, though, Bloodhounds did ban out this Granger. Man, Bloodhounds at this point, when they're not shady, they don't sub you. They want you to know we're targeting you, we're coming for you, and definitely, yeah.
They let you know, hey, you're not taking this.
Yep. Yeah.
No doubt about it. Speaking of, though, things not to doubt. They banned out the Beatrix. They're trying to make Sleeps uncomfortable, but they open up Emily here. Franco, Kasha on the board. And with that Eve, I'd imagine they'd look to get one. But I would imagine more than likely probably the Kasha. But then again, Emily's been a monster. It could go to that. It could go for the Franco. Me personally, I might go for the Franco. Again, comeback composition. When in doubt, X-Borg it out. Put Emily on the Franco, on the Kasha. Okay, we'll work with Sleeps. He's not going to get the Beatrix. He's not going to get the carry. I don't know. Maybe we'll go for the Brody or something like that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Is that him? Is that him?
Oh. They're sending it, Rim. They're sending it. You send for us, now we're going to send for you. That's what's going on. No marksman. No marksman. Well, maybe jungle. Who knows?
I mean, who else is going to be a marksman in that jungle? We do know Granger's about Bruno. I've seen the Bruno jungle. The carry's banned out, so that's not going to be a carry in the jungle. I feel like... Is Ignis going for another snowball? The Roger is actually good. I think he can really... He plays the same way the Granger plays, essentially, right? You want to go for those big guns. You want to get those snowballs going off, but no.
From falling apart.
I mean, the X-Borg, the YSS is the same thing. When in doubt...
Broke, don't fix it. It ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what we take away from today. And they have the Minnow here with the Eve. Very strong in the 5v5. Extremely annoying to deal with. Honestly, if I'm looking at this from Bloodhounds, that's probably why I'm not a pro player. I'm ready to FF because this is just ridiculous. You got the Minoan Sphere, you got the RWM, man. Like, how do you fight that time and time again? That is such a stress on your mental on how do we take this fight against them. And you have to reach this Yi Sun Shin again, but this time through both of those picks. You know how hard it is to advance through that? Ridiculous.
And it's funny, right? They took out the Astral Echo for the side of Ignis Esports, but they're still keeping, the Astral system with the Falling Star Moon as well. So they do have that as well. They're still sticking with the astrology of it all. But draft has been completed for both sides. We're gonna head into this I think game 6, right? Between these two teams. So yeah, man, this is going to be explosive. This could be game point for Ignis, or Bloodhounds could really even up the scoreboard here.
That's right. Plus, and honestly, man, I'm really both of these teams. I don't even know what composition I want to go. I just want an outstanding game, whether it ends here, whether it goes the distance. All I need is heart. You know what I mean? I need some determination, some tenacity, some hustle. But speaking of hustle, we're getting right into it. Rim, game 6, Bloodhounds, Ignis Esports, match point for the boys in blue. Can they get it done, or will Bloodhound, the comeback composition, prevail?
I mean, looking at the draft so far, you asked me about the Farsa, right? Do I think she would have had an easier time? Yes. Up until Replic was on the board with the Minotaur. I feel like now, anytime you have a mage with a continuous ultimate, whether that's a stationary one or something like the Changas with the Meteor Shower, I feel like that's really where he shines. And with his recent buff, in addition to the emblems, right, he's now able to increase the defense of his team. But in the top side here,
applying that pressure to Nikta on the Dyro. I think that's a really good call from Bloodhounds. We know Darth is going to look for the early game advantage, but if they can force him back a bit, give a little bit of room for Templars to breathe, you can kind of swing the matchup from a 50-50 to about a 60-40 here.
Absolutely right. And what I like about this composition, again, it is courtesy to that 1-3-1, is regardless of whoever swaps lane, it's going to be a winning side. But we already see the ultimate from YSS being popped here, Templars being taken quite low, but the focus is on the top side for both teams.
It absolutely is. And again, this is definitely a great way to handle this type of matchup, but also keeping the XP lane in check means you'll probably be able to set up around that neutral objective first. If you can control the XP lane, you'll probably control who gets into that river positioning, the prime river positioning first. You don't want to be the one to react. You want to be the one on the setup. But speaking of setup, Templates may have been set up. A lot of members, though, from Bloodhounds there to assist them. They're going to force them back. It's 3 to 4 up here in the top side. Kush making his way up slowly but surely on the YSS. And again, with them controlling the XP lane, they have pretty okay positioning over the river, but both Roams trying to get that level 4, and both teams are going to wait patiently with them.
Nah, that was a good steal from Kush there on the Gold Crab. He went and just stole that right from under Tofu. In the red lane, Minotaur gonna be punished here.
That's all it takes, and you can see them immediately directing their attention over to the objective. They've got the prime positioning. They can hold back the rest of the team. No point in Ziggy even stepping up here. Kush is all the way on the orange buff. Just let it go. Just go clear the wave. Go find something productive to do, because right there, you're just standing around looking lost in the sauce.
Absolutely right. It's going to be an uncontested turtle for the side of Bloodhounds, and they're really getting this early game snowball. They're setting themselves up for that, and that's one of the downsides of running this Minotaur, right? Before he gets his items, he's pretty squishy and he could just be bursted down. But speaking of people being bursted down here, potentially in the stop side,
Templars, but look at Emily from the bush. Numian Blast and Flicker are going to miss the mark completely. And the Feather Airstrikes from Boca Roscoe aren't going to do that much better. So they come up empty-handed. 2 big ultimates to use. A utility spell wasted. BH. Questionable plays here.
but what's not questionable is...
They're going to double down, Rim. They want more. We failed the first time, but we're not going to miss the second time. They're going to double it down and pass it to the next person. Ziggy gonna receive the untimely reward or maybe punishment, depending on how you put it. But look at the final slash, and that's the final thing that Nick Toe saw before he laid his eyes to rest. His Bloodhounds looking to prove me wrong. We're still in it in Quirky.
Now everybody want to be Sleeps, right? Sleeps is on the bot lane, but they just put Nico to sleep as well. And again, Ignis Esports, they have a team fight-oriented composition. The Woman of Blast.
Good little Numian Blast, but didn't have the flicker this time, right? We saw that. But a wasteful play up on the top side makes this ultimate anticlimactic. But at least it found the mark this time.
Absolutely, and Ignis, they have a team fight composition, so I want to see them really play into that as well. They're kind of gonna pick off on these rotations, and I feel like if they can stick together while they're roaming the map, they could come out on top for these engages. And speaking of engages here,
Replic in a bit of trouble, forces out the flicker, but also the Feather Airstrike. Not a bad ultimate to burn out, especially with Turtle coming up very shortly in less than 10 seconds here, Rem. But BH already have their eyes on the prize, making the rotation up, but they're not stopping at the halfway point, looking for a play potentially on the XP.
that was a nice try with the final slash there, and I feel like something that Bloodhounds is doing that Ignis can capitalize off of. Bloodhounds is putting a lot of resources to take out the roamer while he's trying to rotate, right? So Ignis Esports can capitalize off of that. And speaking of,
Templars into the frame. You talking about focusing the roam. Uses the final slash, doesn't have the flicker, but Emily does. 2-man stun underneath the tower with the Bonker Blaster. Not gonna be any follow-up, but speaking of follow-up, Templars. Boca Roscoe will help him out there. Takes down Replic. They get rid of the Minnow. Hang on, Nick Toe looking for a play of his own on the Templars. He's being slowed down a bit, but he's gonna be taken out by Templars as well. The man he was chasing, Emily, will trade it out. Finds Nick Toe, but the fight's not over. Templars trying to escape, but Kush won't let him go. That's Templars with Tofu. Look at Z. Anxiety being induced here. They won't let him go. 2 for 1. That's a good discount. They're gonna find the kill. Kush all alone. Do they know he's in the bush? He's looking for Boca Roscoe. He's probably gonna die, but he needs to try to take one with him. Mountain Shocker tried to call. Doesn't go through. Boca Roscoe still very low. Numian Blast from Emily gets canceled out. Feather Airstrike. Both of these teams back and forth. You want this? No, we want that. Neither one gonna find the answer, Rip.
and that's good. If you look at the junglers right now, Kush is at level 9. Tofu is just at level 8, just about to get his level 9, and that's really good that Kush didn't fall there. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it in time for this turtle, but we are seeing Minotaur here getting ready to pull this lane, and I'm shocked because usually at this point we've seen the gold lane EXP laners more present, right, at this point in the game, but the Esme versus Yuzhong matchup in this case, they're kind of just sitting it slow and playing in their lane, but Turtle already being contested.
It's the RWM. They're going to look to break the figure of armor on Tofuski here. Great job, successfully. Maybe forcing a recall out. Actually, his recall got delayed. The Cyclone spawned in and canceled out his recall. That's going to waste some time there. But Ignis Esports not capitalizing just yet, but look at Sleep. Getting focused on, was this the right call? They're sending in the Holman's Fury. Can they pick up the kill? Doctor puts him down. Cool as the other side of the pillow. Tempur-Pedic is good for you, baby. Go night-night. Turtle's still up for grabs, but they're not gonna go. Doctor falling star moves. Nikto gets dropped low force from the recall. A lot of action to unpack here. Still got the neutral objective to go for. What's gonna be the call? A lot of pressure down the bot side from Ignis. Rotate back up to the top side of the map rim and gonna think they want to gank. Abysmal Strike gonna miss the complete mark. Get that man some glasses. Temp was looking for the 1v3. Final slash connects on the 3 of them. Tic-tac-toe in a row. Speaking of tic-tac-toe, playing board games is Zigxiety with the RWM tapping the pieces. Won't connect the dots though. Can't find the kill. Turtle being worked on. Kush gets zoned away. Emily doing a good job keeping her eyes on the prize. Still up for grabs. Ignis Esports don't want to let it go for free. Kush is going to stay around. Templars finds a stun into the bush, dashes through. He's in a 1v2. He's distracting the members. This is good. Tofu's picking this up uncontested. Kush is coming back. He picks the purple buff. Gets stunned. Emily, new me and blast in the bush. Tofu will pick up the turtle. Wins the objective, but will they be able to win the fight? Force out the flicker. Looks like they'll be okay. Replix gets stunned. Needs to be careful here. Falling star move from Doctor. Final slash from Templars. Both EXP laners looking for the good initiation. Nikto will pick up the kill on Emily. RWM comes down. Can they get out? Kush picks up the kill on Templars. Smelling blood once more. BH forced away.
And this is what I like to see. You have a team fight composition, capitalize off it, right? They have the advantage in terms of dive. And speaking of dive, Kush looking for the back line.
They won't stop. It's a bloodbath right now, Rim. Currently sleeps all alone in a 1v3 as Kush takes down Boca Roscoe. He's still on the chase right now into a 1v4. Kush will pick up a double. That's his 4th kill of the game on the Yi Sun Shin. Right underneath the 9-minute mark, Rim. Things are looking grim.
At this point, they should have given up the Granger. You know, I feel like the Granger was going to profit way less than the YSS right now, because realistically speaking, if you look at his playstyle, yes, he is a marksman, but you play him like an assassin, right? You go in, you get out. He has some ability. He also has some security with that immune to damage, and he has damage in CC as well. And if you look at the composition coming in from Bloodhounds, that's the composition. Damage in CC in 1 second could be just enough. Final slash though.
Committed onto the roam. The final slash and the RWM will be both tools used. One for engage, one for disengage. Big ultimate's missing as Boca Roscoe's going for the T-pose with the feather airstrike. Nothing there to connect with. No one's going to fall. Back to managing these waves, says Ignis Esports. They're going to keep their pressure on the BH and keep them responding here.
Absolutely. And speaking of someone to keep pressure on, I feel like at this point in the game, if they really want to commit on something, stop committing onto Replic. Right? I feel like the Roth would be like an easier pickoff. Esmeralda, sure, but I feel like she's gonna be way more useful in terms of what Ignis has going for them. They have to try to get a pick off on one of these side lanes so they can stop applying these pressure here. I want to get into these items, but these teams look like they want to get into a little fight here for this Lord. We're seeing both of them setting up, but y'all looking right now, you can kind of see what they're building, what they're going for right now. If we look at Kush, he does have to play to despair. He has the Endless Battle for some of that true damage, as well as that War Axe for the additional movement speed there. So I do like what they're going for, but team's looking for this Lord.
Templa's early engage and an early final slash. Not sure what that's all about. He's been dropped to less than half HP. RWM comes out. They're trying to force Tofu out of the fray. Look at Emily ML, has been exposed. A quarter of HP. Feather airstrike from Boca Roscoe from beyond the land of dawn. Won't find the kill onto Nikto. Can't connect the final blow. Falling star move from Doctor. Won't land, but it closes the gap. Emily finally calls out the Bonker Blaster. Won't connect. Bloodhounds on the retreat. Doctor zoning them out, taking steps forward. They are advancing and controlling the river. BH on the recalls. This should be an easy lure for Ignis Esports. They did what needed to be done there, Rem, to pick this up uncontested.
But speaking of things to be picked up here, Doctor really heavy on this Esmeralda, right? I saw you did pick up that ice cream wand, and I do know Esme, that's an item that she's going to pick up as well. And I'm gonna fare and she's building into it right now as we speak, actually. So once those items start kicking in from the both of them, once any member from Bloodhounds is gonna be caught, that's pretty much it for them, right? Whether it's the real world manipulation or Yves just getting that damage being dealt for her. But speaking of damage being dealt here, Bloodhounds, setting up for this EXP, but no, they're gonna go ahead and disengage, try to defend this Lord here.
Yeah, it was too much time wasted. They tried to pull off what you were talking about, finding Nikto. Final Slash came out, but it's Doctor. It's not enough damage to really lower him, so they lose the ultimate. RWM and Feather Airstrike comes out, but a huge window on Fury. 3-man knock-up. They can look for the wipeout here, potentially. BBD looking to help disengage. Tempest, though, is still in trouble, and he's going to fall. Double kill for Kush. We knew he had the 3-item spike, and they're looking to pick up the triple. And that's all they need. They can end it right here. Ignis Esports knocking on the doorstep of Bloodhounds. Grand Final, Cyberpunk getting it done. This ain't Latam, baby. Ignis Esports on top, the 5-man rally. Emily finds a kill, but they won't find the win. 4-2, Ignis Esports. Cyberpunk Tournament champions, baby.
Man, what a good game to close out the series. It's going to go in favor of Ignis Esports. If we get into some of these items that was picked up, I mentioned the stacking of the Ice Queen wand. We'll see Tofu picking that up as well. But unfortunately, having 2 of these items just made it easier for them to get into these sets, right? Kush on this YSS in that jungle position, he secured the damage. He also, when you're going up against some of these tankier compositions, it's very smart to build the Malefic Roar as well as that Endless Battle, right? You get the true damage, and then you also get to increase that core damage that you're dealing because of that penetration. We do see as well Replic as well as the Esmeralda going in for some of that sustainability, likewise to tank some of the damage coming in, right? Looking at Bloodhounds right now, they're only damage in this early game. We haven't even gotten into that mid to late game yet. And it's on Bo Carrasco, right? But unfortunately, they were itemizing towards that. And if you look at some of the team fight participations here coming in from the side of Ignis, I'm glad that it's so high, because I feel like in the early game, they kind of forgot that they have a team-oriented composition, right? In terms of the rotations, we saw Replic being, taken off, and his rotations got cut off. But the moment that they realized, okay, they started using him as a bait, essentially, to bait out some of the utilities. Bloodhounds was heavy trying to pick him off, which put them at a disadvantage, and Ignis capitalized off of that, and it allowed Kush to snowball.
And Rim, what a beautiful ending. We didn't get our game 7, but we did get a strong game 6, and we got a strong 5 games before that. I don't know if anyone was expecting the Cyberpunk tournament to end in the fashion that it did, but boy, am I glad.
I sure wasn't.
I know, this was insane. Bloodhounds, unfortunately, taking the loss here, but we had that tournament before. We had the Valentine's Dash. They got knocked out before they could reach the grand finals. They ran it back, kept about the same roster pretty much. Players like Sleeps still in the gold lane, struggled last time. This time was kind of like a sudden hero for BH. I definitely think they're headed in the right direction. Just came up 1 game short here this time, with great improvement, but ultimately Ignis Esports getting it done.
Man, an insane game. Who would have thought, right? All the way to a best of 6 or best of 7, but only 6 games. I was hoping for the best of 7, but Bloodhounds falling a little short on that final game, not able to even out that series. So for those new in here, welcome. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We have officially concluded the Cyberpunk Tournament for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We have opened up our doors for Season 3, but this is only the beginning. We have so many more events planned out throughout this year, and we also still have the Scrim Academy running where you guys can play during the week. So congratulations to Ignis Esports. They are the champions for the Cyberpunk Tournament. They fought their way through 32 teams, well, 31 if you're including them, in North America for a cash prize of $1,000, and also 100,000 diamonds from Moonton, getting spread out through the top 16 teams who competed out of all 32. It was a hard battle, man. We've seen a lot of twists, a lot of turns, and a lot of burns on the journey, but we've reached the final destination. Everybody that made their way to the finish line with us, thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's stream and enjoyed the tournament in its entirety. It was the first tournament ever with us letting 32 teams compete. That's the biggest amount of teams that we have ever done, the biggest cash prize we've ever provided, and diamond pool as well. So we put a lot of work, blood, sweat, and tears behind the scenes to make this possible. So definitely shout out to everybody on the desk. Before we close it out, man, let's go ahead and swing on over to our casters' desk for their final words. And as they slowly load in, we got in Quirky, we got Master Rim. Man, it's been a journey.
It's definitely been a journey, and it was a fun one. We ran this back, like I said, Valentine's Dash, slightly smaller, 750 USD, 50,000 diamonds from Moonton, and just like these teams got better, the rewards also got better. 1K USD this time, 100K diamonds blessed to us by the MLBB gods themselves. Moonton, Ignis Esports getting it done. Bring me my money. Real, what you got to say?
You know, I just want to shout out to all the teams that signed up. You know, the support that everyone has continuously showed for the MLSA throughout, you know, everything we had, schedule changes, teams adjusted, y'all still showed up, y'all did your things. We appreciate your teamwork, essentially, right, to make this whole tournament possible throughout the entire, I think about 3 weeks that we've been, you know, hosting it. But before I close off, I also want to say a very, very commendable shout out to Ignis. You know, they came from a tournament yesterday, and then to play a best of 5 series and then stick it out for a best of 7. It really shows how strong you guys are as a team. And I hope that you guys really continue to stick together, because what you guys have going, your synergy is incredible. And it was a pleasure to watch you guys perform for hours on end, and for you guys to have that mental capacity to keep going, whereas other teams might say, okay, well, we're exhausted, you know, we can give it to them, but thank you for giving us a chance. Y'all stayed, y'all played it out, and I think that deserves to be commended. So shout out to y'all for doing that.
And I couldn't have said it. Oh, go ahead.
Shout out to Scary Jet too. Can't forget Scary Jet, man. We threw him in the fire, okay? He's never casted with us before. Right into the tournament. Big shout out to Scary Jet from India, man. Go ahead, Weezy.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have broke that down any better myself for both of you guys. What you just said, some excellent points indeed. Yeah, Scared Jet, he's not. We don't have the 4-man panel out here. I definitely put him on there because he's actually in the background right now watching, and he's on our webcam feed, so I can see him. You guys just can't. He's doing some crazy things over there right now that I wouldn't recommend trying out. No, I'm just joking. But anyway, honestly, yeah, it's been a pleasure being alongside you guys yet again. For those who don't know, this is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We like to be able to host events such as tournaments. We don't get to do it too often because it conflicts with things like NACT, so we got to kind of fit in between that gray space that is available, but we all make it work. We put 100% of that effort into it. Shout out to Deku, now going by the name of Quirky. So I'm assuming, you know, this is the chance for that as well. Are you going to be switching your YouTube to Quirky as well?
Yeah, it's already switched. So in the chat, my name's already in Quirky, and there'll be a video coming out detailing all stuff moving forward for me personally.
So there you go. You can find a Quirky over there on YouTube. Rim, any social media plugins for you as well?
If y'all are interested, my Insta is its_Rams_world. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Or you can harass me on Discord. That's fine.
There you go. And also, guys, all the social media for the casters is in the description of today's video as well. So, in Quirky, Rim, it's been a pleasure. I look forward to casting alongside you guys in the distant future, and I hope to see you guys soon. Take care. All right, and back over to the hostess. Man, like I said, it's blood, sweat, and tears went into this, not only by myself as the host, but also for the MLSA staff, which was in Quirky and Rim outside of. They don't only just cast. Like, we do a lot of things in the background as, like, admin work to be able to get this going. So definitely shout out to them as well, the pillars to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Guys, it's been a pleasure. I've definitely had a blast being able to host this event. This has been the biggest tournament I've ever been able to host myself, and shout out to all the teams that competed, right? 32 teams. Most of them made it on time. I want to say we had one team that didn't make it on time. But shout out to Raz as well. This man put in $600 to this cash prize pool. That's just insane. Outplay put in some as well. You know, I'll be putting in some myself alongside Coach Deku, MLSA staff. So, guys, thank you for everybody contributing, because this is a community-ran event. I've seen a couple of people out there saying, you should use API. Now, keep in mind, I've been making all these graphics myself alongside my boy Kazu, and it's impossible for us to do API because that requires a network engineer. If I could do that, it'd be there. Trust me. Doing it the way that we did it to be able to pull out these graphics takes way longer than it would API, just considering it's not an automated system. It's all literally done by hand. So it's been fun, man. Honestly, it just shows you the passion that we have for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And this is just the beginning, right? We are now opening up the gates to Season 3. We just started. So definitely make sure you guys register on our Discord server, compete, run the scrims, get your guys' names out there. This is how you get to the professional stage. This is how you bridge yourself from an amateur player to a professional player. If you're a caster out there, Scared Jet, like Deku said, we threw him, or in Quirky said, we threw him straight into the fire to cast on a tournament, and he did amazing. And now he's got pretty much a solid position on the MLSA, and that could be you. If you're out there, definitely stop by our Discord server now. We have a whole application process. We're looking for casters. We're looking for moderators for YouTube and Twitch, because we're live on Twitch as well. We're also looking for moderators on Discord. We're looking for match moderators in game. Anything you want, the opportunities out there, and we challenge you guys to grab it. But as always, it's been a pleasure. My name is Weezy. I've been your host. I'm not going to hold you any more longer. Shout out to the teams. Congratulations on everybody that competed. Top 16. You will get some diamonds. There will be an announcement out there on Discord on how to put your guys' information in there to receive your rewards. And shout out to Ignis Esports, making it all the way to that #1 spot for that $1,000 cash prize. As always, it's been a pleasure. Everybody across the land of Dawn. Weezy signing out. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. We'll see you guys on the next one. Peace and love. See ya.
I've been mortified, fortified, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Traumatized, victimized, seen some of die. Knock you off a base with a bat when them slide. Homicide, genocide, televised, emphasize, perpetuating war. Tell that nigga he gon' pick a side. Hood ties from hood lines, my nigga doing dope lines. I'm running to the cops, that's a big exercise. Don't run into the cops, that's the motto. I don't see it coming to an end like legato. Get chipped like staccato, send a wave through the hood, now it sounding like vibrato. Why you eat bread with avocado? We be trying to dodge shells before it landing our tomato. Singing all my sorrows on Apollo. I've been trying to pave the way, but they didn't tell me it was potholes. America ain't dreaming, they been scheming when the birth of a nation came from black. We all know it's black. Genius, everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my killer. You talking way too much conscience. Speak about some girls or some money or some diamonds or something. I'm not telling you to rap, not to rap how you rap, but make something we can vibe to.
Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga answer. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Unless the bitch is my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp, I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, Tell them other nips, I'm the nip. I'm the man in the city, and my bank account bigger, and my body count bigger, that's without a doubt. I'm 100 steps ahead, that's a lot of mouth, that's a lot of clout. What you all about? What your dollar amount? You a boy scout, yeah, I'm a big dog. Tell the truth, I don't get y'all this shit. Sounding corny, turn this shit off, bro. I can't rap how everybody else rap, bro. Everybody talking about cars, clothes, chains, and money. That shit corny as fuck, bro. Oh God, I don't want to rap about that corny ass shit.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably $sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12K stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with